This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents No One But Us by Elizabeth O'Rourke, narrated by Stephanie Wiles and Rock Engel. Chapter 1. L. After nearly 2 weeks here, it still makes me giddy. Every single time. That moment, the one where I emerge from the gloom of the subway into Manhattan's sunlit streets, feels like the opening scene of a movie, and it's all mine for the next 3 months. I wonder if it will ever not feel too good to be true. The smell of coffee wafts on the early June breeze, calling to me, but I continue down the street, my desire to run hampered by a pencil skirt and 3-inch heels. My father calls, and I ignore that too. It can wait. God knows he'd say the same about any call I place to him. In truth, there's no rush. I could enjoy a venti mocha and leisurely chat with my father. Not that my father and I actually have leisurely chats, and still make it on time. Instead, I will get there early, as I do each day, even though my boss told me to sleep in. Yes, he actually ordered me to sleep in, because Edward's the kind of boss who finds out I've got a late night planned and is more concerned with my well-being than my productivity. An internship at the Evening News with Edward Ferris may be the work equivalent of winning the lottery, but having a boss like Edward, it's like winning it twice. The building has just come into sight when my father calls again. I feel a stab of worry, but ignore it. There's no time for one of his lengthy diatribes right now, because while Edward may love me, my fellow interns do not. Despite my 3.8 at Cornell and the fact that I've spent the past few summers working 60 hours a week on a national talk show, everyone here assumes I got this job because of who my father is. And it's possible they're right. Not helping matters is the fact that Edward has offered me perks he hasn't offered anyone else. It's only by working longer and harder than any of them that I've been able to hold my head high these past 2 weeks. There are photographers outside the building. Not an unusual occurrence, since the morning show always has a few celebrities running in or out. But today, oddly enough, their cameras point at me. You're usually better at telling the difference between a somebody and a nobody, I grumble as I push through the revolving doors. It's only as I reach the security line that my steps falter a little. I've spent enough of my life with famous parents to know when I'm being gawked at, surreptitiously or not. And I'm definitely being gawked at. I hustle through security, aware of a tension and excitement in the air I've never noticed before, and into an elevator that's already too full, and people stare there too. Maybe I should have answered my father's call after all. Heads turn as I step off the elevator, a chain reaction I begin to predict and dread. I haven't even gotten to my cubicle before my path is blocked by Stacy, the producer who dislikes me most. I wish I could say her rudeness is a surprise, but I can't. It's not just interns who resent Edward's partiality. "What is going on?" I ask as she pushes me toward a conference room and shuts the door behind us. "I guess you haven't seen today's paper?" she asks. I begin to think of ways to defend myself, but the fact that I stayed out late to watch my ex-boyfriend's band play doesn't sound particularly admirable. "No," I reply. "Not yet." "Well, you're in there," she says, throwing it at me. "You and Edward, leaving a restaurant together." I shrug. Edward is one of the most famous news personalities in the country. He's always in the paper. I'm not seeing the problem. "The problem?" she says between her teeth, as her hand lands heavily on the table. is that lead anchors don't take interns to dinner for no reason. And the fact that you're sleeping with him is hardly a well-kept secret." "Sleeping with him?" I stammer. "That's ridiculous. I'm 19, and he's my father's age." She rolls her eyes. "As if that stops anyone. The two of you have been seen in public at least 3 times since you started. Doesn't that strike you as excessive?" "It's actually been more than that, if you include coffee, but that doesn't seem like a helpful contribution to our discussion." "No," I argue. "You know he worked with my dad. It just seemed unusually thoughtful." She rolls her eyes again, and I'm beginning to see why mothers loathe this habit in their teenage daughters. "I've worked with Edward Ferris for 10 years, and he's a lot of things, but unusually thoughtful isn't one of them." Her implication is ridiculous. I remember me as a little girl, spinning on his desk chair until I was dizzy. How he brought me all of the chocolates left on his pillow when we stayed in the same hotel, and helped me construct castles with them. I could tell her these things, but only guilty people offer elaborate defenses, and I am definitely not guilty. "I've known him since I was an infant. Nothing happened." "Didn't he invite you to the Hamptons?" she says. "Even people in the office heard that." I shrug. "I didn't go. He said something about how I'd like his son. I think he wanted to set me up." "Eleanor, his son is 5, and he's with Edward's wife in France all summer." "Oh." I stare at her blankly, trying to come up with an alternate explanation. He was telling me how fun the beach there was in the summer, especially for kids my age. And then he said, "I'd like you to meet my son. I think you'd really hit it off." Nope, not seeing any indication there that his son was 5. Suddenly, I see my 2 weeks here with him through a new lens. The hugs that went on slightly too long. The uncomfortable things he said that I ignored. Telling me I wore the hell out of a skirt and had a mouth that men dream about. And last night at dinner, when he suggested that his apartment was right around the corner and I should just stay there, I thanked him and laughed, telling him my dad's place was nearby and I was going out anyway. I glance at the paper, which shows Edward and me leaving per se last night, with a headline that clearly makes us out to be a couple. And it finally hits me. Everyone who has seen this photo and recognized me now thinks I'm sleeping with my very famous, very married boss. I've heard enough of my father's stories to know my internship is over, whether I'm innocent or not. The guy who pulls in viewers matters more to the network than some stupid teenage girl he wanted to screw. "Can you help place me at another show?" I ask quietly. "Summer just began. There must be something else available." Stacy may hate me, but it seems they owe me at least this much. No matter what the country believes, this was definitely not my fault. "I need to intern somewhere." "I'm sorry," she says, her words undermined somewhat by the vicious glee in her tone. "We won't be able to help you. We need you to stay out of the spotlight." "Fine," I snap. "Good thing my dad has his own show." And that's when she lowers the other boom. That's when she tells me my father's days are numbered too. "Where are you?" my father barks in lieu of a greeting. "I just got back to the apartment," I reply. "They fired me." "Well, if you'd answered my calls, you'd have known not to go there in the first place," he says. "Pack your stuff and get the first train to D.C. If anyone asks you about me, say nothing. I need you out of the spotlight ASAP." What if they ask about me, Dad? I reply with a sharp edge to my voice I know he'll resent. I'm in just as much trouble as you.
You're 19. No one cares about you. And it's not your contract in jeopardy. It's mine.
So it's true? About you and the production assistant? The production assistant who is engaged to your next in command?
It'll blow over. These things always do. But not if you're there handing them quotes. So not a word, Elle. I mean it.
But is it true, Dad? You got her pregnant?
Yes, but that's not relevant right now.
It's kind of relevant to me. You're married, in case you'd forgotten.
We filed for divorce last month,
he says with a heavy exhale, as if I'm wearying him with my off-topic questions.
What matters now is that you don't make things worse. Get to the townhouse and stay put until I've gotten my contract back.
I have to work, I insist. It doesn't have to be on Edward's show, but can't you get me?
I don't think you get it, Elle,
he snaps.
Your work this summer will be staying indoors and keeping your mouth shut. Your only work.
What if my name comes up? They've already printed my picture.
It'll blow over. You know what won't blow over? My unemployment, if we play our cards wrong.
He hangs up. Had I been an employee, he at least would have said goodbye. But I, his only daughter, don't even get that courtesy. I'm still staring at the phone when Jenny calls. Jenny Campbell has been my best friend since our first day of preschool, when we were the only girls in the class who didn't want to play this completely pointless game called Unicorn Fairy that involved a lot of running around and neighing. We spent that entire year taking over the small playhouse on the playground, where I'd interview her while she pretended she was a judge, yelling, "You're out of order!" at 20-second intervals. Her nanny let her watch a lot more Judge Judy than her parents realized. And even though my parents moved from Connecticut when I was 14, and we've only seen each other for a rare week here and there since, our friendship has survived, as if I never left. I saw the paper. Those are the first words out of her mouth, before I've said anything at all. I groan, burying my face in my hand. If Jenny, who's spending the summer in a sleepy town on the Delaware coast, has seen it, everyone has seen it. They didn't mention you by name, she soothes. I can't believe you were sleeping with Edward Ferris and never even told me. God, Jenny, of course I wasn't sleeping with him. He's my freaking dad's age. Well, he's still mega hot, she counters. As is your dad. The fact that Jenny lusts after my father is, I think, significantly ickier than my crush on her brother. I throw myself onto my bed and pull a pillow over my face as I tell her the rest of it. All the other things that would have been devastating on their own, but now almost seem mundane compared to my own spectacular implosion. So now I've got no internship, and my father's going to make me spend the summer locked away out of sight while he prepares for the birth of his new child. She's silent. I can almost see her there, brow furrowed, eyes focused. Jenny is never without a plan for long. You need to come here, she finally says with utter certainty. Spend the summer with me at the beach. You'll be away from the press that way, and honestly, you deserve this. You've never once had a normal teenage summer. You've spent every break since you were 14 wearing a suit and working your ass off. If it's really all ruined anyway, then fuck it. Come out here and act like a normal teenager for once in your life. What will I do for a job? You can work with me, she says. Not at the senator's office. My dad had to sell a kidney to get me that job. But they're always hiring at the bar. The bar you said made the Hooters uniform look professorial. I ask with a tearful laugh. Come on, it'll be fun. James and his best friend from undergrad are here too. It's pathetic, but even in the midst of personal crisis, my heart starts fluttering at the mention of her brother. James is gorgeous, but he is so much more than that. He is brilliant and ambitious, currently in the process of completing a law degree and a master's in international finance simultaneously. But most of all, he's the one person other than Ginny who's been consistently kind to me my entire life. Why is James even there? I ask. I thought he was interning at your dad's law firm. Long story, she sighs. Tell me you'll come, and we'll have all summer to bemoan my brother's terrible judgment. I'm not sure when I first fell in love with James. All I know is it came long before I should have been thinking about boys. It came before my first sleepover, memorable solely because James was, OMG, in the very next room. It came before my first communion, memorable solely because I wanted James to see my new white dress. Almost every memory I hold is like a pendulum with James at its axis. He came before everything else. I'm going to marry Bobby Sanchez, Ginny would whisper to me during recess. I'm going to marry your brother, I'd whisper back. Her side of the conversation varied over the years. Bobby became Ryan Wessling, who turned into Adam Goldfarb, and then other boys, a new one each month. But my side of the conversation? It always stayed the same. James Campbell, James Campbell, James Campbell. That was a long time ago, of course. The last time I saw him, I was 14, and he, 6 years older, barely noticed me. But even to this day, I still wait for Ginny's small references to him, like a dog panting for a treat. And sometimes at night, just as I'm dozing off, it's his face I see, and my brain seems to chant his name, as if insisting that I not forget. I should say no when Ginny suggests the beach. I should do as my father has asked, given that once this dies down, he'll probably be able to find me another job. But the part of my brain that still dreams about James is the part that says go, ready to abandon every last whisper of ambition for a boy I haven't laid eyes on in 5 years.
Chapter 2. James. This will all be yours one day. I'm sure my grandfather thought I'd be excited to hear those words, his hand landing on my shoulder like a weight. Except I was a kid, and I didn't want to inherit a law firm. I didn't want to sit behind a sterile wall of glass, pecking away at a computer all day. The words felt like a burden, one I thought I might grow accustomed to. But I'm 25. The words still weigh as heavily on me now as they did then. My mother calls. I answer reluctantly, knowing she'll say the same shit I've heard every day since I left. I don't know why I waited so long to tell my parents the truth. I suppose because until I interned at the firm last summer, I didn't fully realize it myself. I just don't understand how you could do this to us right now, she says, an oblique reference to my grandfather's death last winter. This is the time you need to think of someone other than yourself. My grandfather's death hit all of us hard, and made it impossible for me to tell my parents what I'd intended to, that my plans and theirs no longer coincide. Leaving the internship like I did was selfish, and what I'm planning to do now is even more so. But I can't seem to stop myself. I'm sorry, Mom, I tell her. I tried. I just couldn't spend another summer in that office. What exactly do you think being a lawyer is? she asks, exasperation sharpening her voice. Once you're an associate, it isn't going to suddenly involve a keg and football games, James. This is what your life is going to be, day in and day out. No, it's not, Mom. But you don't know that yet. When she finally realizes the conversation is going nowhere, she gives up and instead asks about my sister, once again affirming that Max, our roommate for the summer, knows how young she is and is not going to try anything. I laugh wearily as I assure her it isn't an issue. Max is 25. He's no more interested in dating a college freshman than I am. Ginny finds me on the back deck after I've hung up the phone. Did she say anything to you about the internship? I roll my eyes. She's barely capable of discussing anything else. I can't say I blame her, James. I mean, people would kill for that chance, and you just walked away. It troubles me that no one seems to understand. Allison, Ginny, my parents, they all think I'm making a mistake. When enough people think you're wrong, you usually are. Well, look on the bright side. If I don't go back, you get the whole thing to yourself. Except I don't want it, she argues, and if you bail, it's all going to fall on me. We sit there for a minute in silence. I could tell her what I keep telling myself, that there's a limit to what she owes our family. But I know it won't fly. I'm disturbed by my mother's illness, but Ginny is devastated by it. She can't imagine doing anything to make it worse, and both of us bailing on the family would definitely make it worse. By the way, Ginny says, I think Al is coming down. I stiffen, hoping I've misheard. Al Grayson? I ask, and she nods. For how long? The summer, she chirps. Her parents want her to lay low for a while, until the Edward thing dies down. Fuck. Did you tell Mom? I ask quietly. Ginny shakes her head. I have no idea what's crawled up her ass about Elle and her parents, but ever since she got sick, it's like she hates their whole family. I'll tell her. I'm just kind of dreading it. I mean, really, why should it matter to her if Elle is here? I agree with Ginny that based on what we know, it shouldn't matter. But I also know it will matter. And I have a sneaking suspicion about why that is.
Chapter 3. L. The guy sitting across the aisle spends an hour of the train ride to D.C. pretending he's not staring at me, before he finally bridges the distance between us.
Has anyone ever told you,
He begins.
that you look just like Kelly Evans?
Yes, everyone ever has told me I look like Kelly Evans. I've heard that a few times.
I mean, look at her,
He says, holding his phone aloft. I glance over at it. Long blonde hair, high cheekbones, a mouth that is slightly too full. I know the face well.
It's uncanny,
He continues.
I've spent the past hour trying to figure out if you were her, but I think she must be in her 30s by now.
Actually, she is 44, so she'd be thrilled to hear his guess. I'd probably even share it with her, if she'd answer her phone. I cab from Union Station to Georgetown, arriving at the townhouse to find it vacant. It's times like this that I long for normal parents, the kind capable of providing comfort, or even, merely, the kind capable of returning my calls. Then again, if I did have parents at home, there'd be someone to stop me from taking their Porsche. It's not a long drive, about 3 hours, most of it in Maryland. I should be spending it worried about the internship, about the possibility that my name will get out to the press. Pathetically, I instead spend it thinking about James. The boy I remember doesn't exist anymore. He's an adult now, and I'm sure he's changed. But the boy I remember was beautiful, and I've stared at him so long and so hard that I could sculpt his face with my eyes closed. The blade of his cheekbones and his nose, soft lips, the long lashes so at odds with his hard jaw. His eyes reminded me of the tea that used to steep on their back deck, a honeyed brown shot through with sunlight. I spent as many hours as possible at Ginny's house, largely for the thrill of watching him come home at night. There was always something so focused and certain about him, a sense that no matter what was going on, if you were with him, it would all make sense, feel safe. He was left in charge of us, occasionally, when the nanny had to go. He watched The Princess Bride with us one night, begrudgingly at first, and then with reluctant laughter. For years afterward, James made a point of saying inconceivable to almost everything I told him, just to make me giggle. I attached so much meaning to every kindness from him. Too much, I'm sure. I stopped just outside of Rehoboth to clean up, and I'm slightly appalled by myself. My career is shot. My family is all over the paper in the most embarrassing way possible. And everyone thinks I'm sleeping with a married guy my father's age. But what am I doing? I'm standing in the Royal Farms bathroom wondering if James Campbell will finally think I'm pretty. The house is only a block off the beach, slightly run down, but nicer than I expected for a beach share. It's owned by James and Ginny's parents, who used to rent it, and long ago decided it wasn't worth the trouble. I think it was the summer someone took a dump in each of the dresser drawers, in every room of the house. I knock on the door and no one answers, though I hear a surprising amount of noise inside. I should have asked precisely how many housemates we have. I text Ginny to say I'm outside, and moments later my best friend is flinging the door open wide, along with half the contents of the plastic cup in her hand. "You're here!" she squeals, hugging me. Ginny is small and fair, with bright red hair and delicate features, like an adorable little female leprechaun, if that leprechaun was super loud and opinionated. I've never understood how she and James could be the product of the same parents. Physically, they couldn't be more different. She asks about my drive, and if I've eaten, and where my bags are without waiting for an answer, all the while dragging me through the very crowded living room. She opens the sliding glass door and pulls me toward the keg. "Hey, boys," she shouts. "Your new roommate has arrived." Several heads turn, but I'm only looking at one. He wasn't a fantasy. He wasn't some figment of my 14-year-old baby hormones. James Campbell is 100% as beautiful as I remember. Only now he's grown up hot, steamy hot, a head taller than any guy at the keg, tan, his brown hair already turning light with the sun, his eyes just as striking, as impenetrable as they were. I'm tall enough now that if I went on my toes, my hands at his shoulders, index fingers pressing to the soft skin of his neck, I could just reach his mouth. His brows come together, and he stares at me. "Elle?" He shakes his head as if to dislodge something.
"You're all grown up."
I'm not sure why this is a surprise to him, given that his sister is 19 too. Then again, the last time he saw me, I had braces, glasses, and was so skinny that my nickname was Skeletor. And Ginny so small, she looks a lot less 19 than I do. The guy beside him has dark hair and eyes and a sly smile that I'm guessing gets him a lot of action. He grins and extends a hand.
"I'm Max, And you, very obviously, are Kelly Evans' daughter.
Internally, I sigh. My mom quit modeling years ago, and she might have faded into obscurity were it not for one thing, the bathing suit poster. My mother in a white bikini with her arms over her head, every element of her anatomy visible. It has decorated more male bedroom walls than I ever want to contemplate. And not a week goes by that I don't hear the following from a guy I've just met. 1. That my mother is the first person he ever jerked off to. Most guys imply this subtly, but not subtly enough. And 2. That I look just like her. Often I hear both things simultaneously, which is a particularly creepy combination.
I had her poster on my wall in high school,
Max says. I have a strong feeling he's about to tell me more about this, but he's cut off by James, who raises a brow at Max before turning to me.
How was your drive?
He asks. He seems unsettled by my presence here. He hasn't smiled once. Good, I say. I went to D.C. first, to my parents' place. I suppose, technically, it is now only my mom's place. My mom, who still hasn't returned my calls. He nods.
I'm sorry. Ginny told me about your parents and, everything else.
He offers to help carry in my stuff, so I follow him through the house, weaving through a sea of bodies to keep up.
It's not always like this,
he calls back to me.
Although if it were up to Max, it would be.
It's blissfully quiet on the other side of the front door. The moon is just breaking through the pines, their needles crunching beneath my sandals as I head to the car I borrowed.
Your parents let you bring a vintage Porsche Targa to the beach? They weren't worried about rust?
I bite my lip. I didn't actually ask. In a moment, he goes from relaxed to wary.
Do they not know you're here?
I don't think they'd care, I admit, popping the trunk. I aim to sound ambivalent about this fact, but it doesn't quite work. He arches a brow, waiting for me to elaborate. My mother hasn't returned any of my calls, and my dad is mostly worried that I'll talk to the press and mess up his attempts at damage control. James' mouth pinches tight. He comes to a dead stop in front of me, with a suitcase in each hand, and I can't help but notice the way his biceps flex.
How old is that girl he got pregnant?
24. Younger than you.
Inconceivable,
he says with a small grin. I giggle, the same way I did when he first said it to me a decade ago, and his smile fades.
I'm really sorry,
he says.
I can't believe he had so little self-control.
James takes my bags upstairs, and I go find Jenny. We've just sat down with Max and a guy named Brooks, who works with them, when James returns, frowning at our red plastic cups.
Did the two of you time travel to a future where you're old enough to drink?
I'm not being lectured about responsibility by a guy who walked out of his internship on the first day.
Enough about the fucking internship, Ginny,
James growls. I guess the topic has come up once or twice before. Max laughs.
James, only you would have the daughter of a supermodel on your deck and worry about the law.
Ginny pulls me from my seat. Let's get out of here before James starts trying to tell us we have a curfew, too. I follow her upstairs. Our room is immaculate, something I'd have expected had I thought about it, because Ginny always was ferociously organized. Her clothes are ordered by shape and then color. Her books by topic and then height. She keeps her life's goals on her wall in a complicated Venn diagram. I still remember the first one she did. She was 7. Well, They all liked you, she says, her tone a little regretful. I feel like I just brought Kate Upton into the house. James didn't seem too happy about it. She waves a dismissive hand. I don't know what that was, but he'll get over it. You still haven't told me why he's even here, I say, plopping down on the bed opposite hers. What happened to his internship? She groans and smacks her forehead. It's a disaster. He bailed after the first day. The first day, she cries. My parents are freaking out. I mean, you know how my mom gets, first of all. But this is our family business. He was supposed to take over. And if he doesn't, I'll have to. Wow, I say quietly. It's a pretty spectacular derailment, especially for the firstborn of the hyper-achieving Campbells, though no derailment could be as bad as mine. What happened? I have no freaking idea. Last summer went just fine, she says. Allison thinks he'll come to his senses, but he's making my parents look so bad right now. I mean, how can they offer him an associate's position next year after he's pulled this shit? Allison? Who the fuck is Allison? Something begins sinking in my stomach. Who's Allison? Oh, she says, looking at me with her head cocked to the side. I never told you? She's his girlfriend. Given that I haven't even seen the guy since I was 14, the words hit me surprisingly hard. I didn't know he had a girlfriend, I say weakly. Yeah, she says. I can't believe I never mentioned her. She's awesome. This is somewhat redundant, as if James would date someone who wasn't awesome. She's brilliant. Law review, dean's list, the whole deal. Are they serious? Oh, he's totally marrying her. Well, he hasn't asked yet, but he will. I mean, they've been together for nearly a year, and she's just amazing. They're perfect together. The sinking in my stomach was a small boat capsizing. Now it's the Titanic. I think of him downstairs, with his brooding eyes and dark brows, and the way his mouth quirks up to the right when he's trying not to smile, and all I feel is loss. It's as if I've spent my whole life training for a race, only to discover I've gotten to the starting line a day late. Chapter 4. L. I wake thinking about this sleepaway camp James went to every summer. How there was a curious stillness to the air when he left each year. The surprising silence that ensues after a power outage on a hot summer night. Ginny and I finally got to go ourselves when we turned 9. Much like this summer's beach trip, my thrill was entirely related to the fact that I'd be with James. I imagined being able to participate in all the same activities, giving him a chance to notice my surprising maturity. I also imagined wowing him with my guitar playing, which was unlikely to work out since I don't play guitar. But the camp spread over several acres, and we weren't even in the same section. And from the very first night, I wanted to go home. By nightfall, I was begging to leave, but neither of my parents answered the phone. Finally, lacking any other option, the counselors in my cabin got James. He sat beside me on the front steps of my cabin, and I was ashamed of my tears, but couldn't manage to hide them.
What's going on, Elle?
He asked.
Are you just homesick?
It was impossible to explain. The cricket suddenly became deafening while I sat silent. No, I finally said. But I need to get home. I need to get back to my mom.
It's normal to miss your parents when you first go to sleepaway camp. I did. I remember my mom always sang this stupid song to me at bedtime, which I acted like I didn't like. but when I got here, I missed it. And I felt bad that I'd acted like I didn't like it.
This made me cry harder, because my own sadness wasn't the same. I dug my bare toes into the dirt at the bottom of the steps, wishing I could somehow stop. My mom needs me there.
For what?
I didn't know how to explain what time with her was like. I couldn't tell him about all the summers we spent on yachts, the way she'd drink too much and need me to get her to her room before something bad happened. So I told him the lesser things, still troubling. I'm just worried about her. She forgets stuff.
Yeah,
he said, sounding bitter.
I've noticed. But she's the adult, and you're the kid. You're not supposed to be the one worrying about her.
I said nothing, because him being right didn't change the way things worked at my house. He changed tack.
My grandmother is super religious, he said. Have you met her?
The one who makes the gross cookies? I asked. He laughed.
Yeah, her. She gave me this medal,
he said, pulling it over his head.
It's St. Christopher. It's supposed to keep you and those you love safe when you're away from home.
He put it around my neck.
You can wear it while you're here. It'll protect you and your mom.
But what will keep you safe then? I asked, with real concern. He grinned at me, a grin far too cocky and self-assured for a kid his age.
I don't need a medal. I can take care of myself.
I still have that necklace to this day. I imagined showing it to our children. But now, in light of the news about Allison, I see what a ridiculous, childish pipe dream that was. He's getting ready to graduate and marry someone else. And now I get to spend an entire summer seeing what I've lost firsthand. Ginny and I are just heading to the bar when James returns from a run. His shirt is off, revealing a long, lean torso covered in a fine sheen of sweat. And any reservations I had about the job or spending a summer around him are obscured in a sudden haze of lust. His hair is standing up a little in front, and he's just the tiniest bit flushed, the lines of his jaw and cheekbones slightly sharpened. He doesn't look like a normal guy after a hard run. He looks like a fitness model posing as a guy who's just done a hard run. A single bead of sweat trails down his chest. I watch its progress, envious. Gross, Ginny says, wrinkling her nose. Poor Elle hasn't been in the house long enough to be subjected to that. I am probably best off not seeing it, but not for the reasons Ginny thinks. The Pink Pelican, my purported place of employment, is an open-air bar/restaurant a few long blocks from our house that does a decent lunch business and a massive Friday/Saturday drinking business. She introduces me to Brian, the manager, who tells me to take a seat at the bar.
We definitely have room for you,
he says, grinning in a way that makes me shudder.
Let me have you fill out some paperwork.
If he gives you an option, whispers Christy, a waitress working the bar area. Ask for a shirt at least one size up from what you normally wear. I think he buys them at a children's clothing store. This is getting worse and worse. A, nothing is going to come of my crush on James, and B, I don't really need to go from being hit on by one boss to being hit on by another. Particularly since I don't really need a job at all. The unspoken agreement I have with my dad is a sizable allowance and an Amex he pays off in exchange for me keeping my head down and doing what I'm supposed to do. And aside from the fact that my dad didn't like Ryan, my ex, I've done just that. Although he seems to be holding the Edward thing against me a bit. so I guess I can tack that on to the list too. He's not going to, expect anything, is he? I ask Ginny. Nah, she says. But the uniform is ridiculously skimpy, so just brace yourself for a fair amount of eye-fucking. I can't believe James is okay with that. He was always very protective of her. Of both of us, actually. Christy laughs. Ginny is the only one Brian doesn't leer at. James must have scared the shit out of him. Same way he did to every other guy within the city limits, sighs Ginny. You have a boyfriend, I remind her. Ginny and her boyfriend, who's in Spain for the summer, have been inseparable since the day they met back in high school. They've already named their children and discussed who will take leave when they have them. It's just ridiculous, she gripes. I mean, he acts like these guys are in their 40s and I'm 10. It's kind of sweet in a way. Says the girl who can sleep with anyone she wants, says Ginny. Not anyone, apparently. But I keep this to myself. Brian comes back with the paperwork and a t-shirt.
You look like a small,
he says, handing it to me. A pair of cut-off jean shorts and heels will round out the uniform. Classy. Wearing this would be a trial for almost anyone, but it will be one in particular for me. I don't mind looking like my mother, but I've always loathed the kind of cross-contamination that seems to accompany it. I'm not the girl whose picture hangs on 1,000,000 bedroom walls. But sometimes it seems I'll have to spend the rest of my life proving it. I've gone out of my way to dress conservatively, to tone things down. Though with the current media portrayal of me as some kind of teenage Lolita-style seductress, it looks like I should have spared myself the trouble. I put on my uniform at 5 o'clock that afternoon and squirm with discomfort as I look in the mirror. The shirt is, as predicted, way too tight. I have my mother's long legs, and between the tiny shorts and the high heels, the effect is just ridiculous. I'm embarrassed to even go downstairs to find Ginny, whom I'm supposed to shadow tonight. I hear her on the back deck and reluctantly head that way. I suppose if I'm going to have to suffer the perusal of hundreds of strangers in this get-up, I can suffer the perusal of my roommates. Besides, Ginny's dressed for work too. This can't really be the big deal I'm making it. She's sitting with James and Max, who both stop talking and stare at me in surprise. This does not dramatically boost my confidence.
You can't wear that,
James says flatly.
The hell she can't,
counters Max. He looks at me approvingly.
You were made to wear that uniform.
Ginny rolls her eyes. James, you know what the uniform looks like. Why are you making her feel bad about it?
It doesn't fit right,
he argues, his jaw grinding.
Just wear some jeans tonight and a white shirt, and I'll talk to Brian.
Ginny snorts. There's no chance Brian is going to let one girl wear jeans while the rest of us wear Daisy Dukes. And she has to wear the t-shirt. We all do. You're going to get her fired on her first day.
Ignore your surrogate father over there, says Max. I, personally, would give you a very generous tip.
James drives us over, though his shift begins an hour after ours. He marches directly to Brian's office, and Ginny snickers as he goes. I'm sorry, but misery loves company, she says. Although this is overboard even for him. I hear raised voices coming from Brian's office, and then James storms out. Brian follows, looking me over with a level of appreciation I find somewhat unsettling.
She doesn't look like a whore,
he tells James before walking away. I barely trust myself to speak as I turn to James. You told him I looked like a whore?
No,
He says hurriedly, catching the look on my face.
I just said I thought it made you feel like one. It seemed like the uniform was making you uncomfortable.
I meet his eyes. Well, now it is. He rubs the nape of his neck, looking away.
I'm sorry,
He says.
I never meant to make you feel bad. I've always objected to that uniform, especially once Ginny had to start wearing it. And you just look. It fits you differently is all.
He concludes. I didn't know James was capable of awkwardness. I let his words settle over me, creating a small seed of warmth in my stomach. I could be misunderstanding him, but if I'm not, it's possible that James Campbell has finally, after all this time, decided I'm attractive.
Chapter 5. James. My father left me a voicemail last night during my shift, and I returned his call in the morning. He doesn't bring up the internship, thank God, perhaps correctly surmising that my mother and Ginny have run the subject into the ground. Instead, he brings up a topic that's possibly even worse. I heard Elle is there, he ventures. He says the words reluctantly. I'm guessing he wants to discuss this as little as I do. Yeah, her parents want her to stay out of the spotlight. I guess you heard what happened with Edward Ferris? I don't know what he's thinking, my dad says. She's a child. I know exactly what that anchor was thinking. It's what pretty much every male in my house was thinking last night. The problem is she doesn't look like a child, I tell him. As I'm sure you can imagine, your mother is not happy about this. It will be best for all of us if she'd just go back to D.C. You mean it would be best for you and Mom? No, I meant all of us. I think you and Ginny should ask her to leave. I kind of expected this response, but find that I'm unwilling to execute it. We aren't doing that, I say flatly. She just drove all the way here, and she's never done anything to either of you. James, your mother, you know how she is, and she's very, very disturbed by this. I'm sure she's making his life hell, raving about the evil Graysons and all the ways they've extended their grubby reach into our household, and I know how he worries, how we all worry, when she gets upset. Everyone deals with stress in their own way, but my mother's way is less healthy than most. Dad, I get that, but we are 3 states away, and Mom's issues are not Elle's problem. Fine, he says with an exasperated sigh, but this is all on you. If anything goes wrong, I'm holding you responsible. My stomach sinks. They asked me to watch Ginny, and now it looks like I'll be watching Elle, too. Kind of a problem, given that the best thing I could do would be not look at her at all. That night, I get cut early and head home. I follow the sound of voices on the back deck to find Elle, golden and glowing, hair spilling around her shoulders, along with Ginny, Max, and our next-door neighbor, Martin, who's too fucking old to be hanging out with a couple of teenage girls. Elle laughs that husky laugh of hers, and I don't even have to look to know that douche is thinking about her in a way he should not. She sounds older than 19, and she looks older than 19, and what this means is I'm not just going to have to worry about college douchebags working here for summer, but perverts like Martin, too. He and Max both need to be reminded how young the girls are. I turn to Ginny. I thought we'd already discussed the fact that you two aren't old enough to drink. Right, says Ginny, like you didn't drink when you were 19. I did drink, and I acted like a fucking idiot, which is why it worries me, given that I'm tasked with babysitting you two all summer. Babysitting? Ginny demands. Did you really say babysitting? I was just on my own for nearly a year. I pop open a beer. You do realize that living in a dorm with a curfew where all of your meals are provided and your parents are paying for all your shit isn't exactly on your own? Al laughs. James, aren't your parents still paying for all your shit too? Touché, Al. The difference is that 5 years ago I was living in a foreign country alone, while you were still writing Harry Potter fan fiction and arguing about which house the Hogwarts Sorting Hat would place you in. She laughs. Husky again. I like the sound of it. The fan fiction was necessary. It was just too painful to imagine Hermione ending up with Ron. In fact, it's still too painful. I might just write some more. Let me guess, says Ginny. Hermione is with Harry? Elle shakes her head. Harry's too predictable, she says. I kind of picture her with Ron's twin brothers. There's the start of a smile around her mouth that almost looks dirty, like she could say a lot more about what she envisions than she is at the moment. The look alone is enough to require that I subtly readjust myself, and I'm probably not the only one. If I intended to remind everyone here how young she is, I've failed miserably. I'm even starting to forget it myself.
Chapter 6. L. When James comes into the kitchen in the morning, he finds me scowling. This thing smells like ass, I tell him, holding the coffee pot away from my face. Are you using this as some kind of death chamber for rodents or something? He gives me a half smile, which I think I like even better than his full smile. My reproductive parts like it better, for sure.
Max makes matcha in it. He says it's healthier than coffee.
Max has enough weed in his possession to fund the militia of a small to moderately sized country, but he's going to quibble about the health benefits of matcha versus coffee.
Come on,
James says with another grin.
There's decent coffee down the street.
I slip on flip-flops and follow him out the door, taking a deep breath of humid air, thick with the smell of pine and sea myrtle. I love the beach. When I'm here, it feels like all the normal shit doesn't matter. He glances at me.
What normal shit?
I don't know. Worrying about everything. About how I'm perceived and how I look, and whether someone thinks I'm doing something wrong.
Why would you worry about any of that?
He asks. I shrug. I don't know. Looking like my mom. Everyone assumes things. Every awful thing she does becomes my awful thing. That poster? It's as if I'm the one who did it. She's practically naked, which means every guy who's ever seen that poster thinks he's seen me naked too. Sometimes it feels like I have an evil twin out in the world, destroying everything and leaving me to pick up the pieces.
She did that poster a long time ago,
he soothes.
No one is going to think it's you.
But they assume things. Like, there are these rumors about her. Everyone knows she broke up my dad's first marriage, and I guess she didn't have the best reputation before that. People assume the worst about me because of her, so I'm always trying to go to the other extreme. But here, it's like I don't have to do that. I can be anything I want, and it just doesn't matter. Like I'm invisible. He stops in front of the coffee shop, frowning.
You're never going to be invisible, Elle.
I sigh. I just meant, it's like no one cares. No one's watching here. We get our coffee and nab a table outside.
I guess I get what you meant earlier,
he says.
Not that I feel invisible, but when I'm here, it just feels like time stops. Like it's not counting against me.
Why would any time count against you?
You know, you're on a schedule. College, law school, work summers at the place you'll end up for the rest of your life. Aside from being here, the only time I've ever felt like I've gotten a break from the whole thing was when I worked in France after undergrad. It's just nice to be free of everyone's expectations.
I'm surprised you didn't just stay in France. His shoulders sag, and he runs a hand through his hair.
The expectations remain long-term, whether I'm in France or not. No matter where I go, I'm still going to be disappointing someone if I don't eventually do it all exactly right.
I think about that. In some ways, it's a good problem to have. I wouldn't mind having parents who cared so much about my outcome that they were actually paying attention to what I did. But at least this way I'm choosing a future for myself instead of letting someone else dictate it. If you're not doing what you want, then you'll always disappoint yourself. And if someone's going to wind up disappointed, make sure it's not you, because you're the one who has to live with the consequences. He raises a brow as he rises.
Yet you're here hiding out instead of getting another internship, because it's what your parents wanted.
He goes inside for a refill, and I remain in my seat, thinking how wrong he is. I'm not here hiding out because my parents told me to. I'm here because I want to be a reporter. But there's another thing I've always wanted just as much. In fact, I think, watching him hold the door for someone as he walks back out, I'm pretty sure I actually want him more. When Edward calls that afternoon, I know it for a fact.
Elle,
He says heavily when I pick up.
I'm glad I caught you. Are you home?
He sounds so normal, so adult. It once again seems absolutely impossible that he was hitting on me, in spite of the way things look. I want to be angry at him, but I just don't have it in me. No, I'm at the beach. My parents wanted me to make myself scarce while things settle down.
That's excellent advice,
He says.
I'm sorry about this. I know how crazy it must seem to you.
What I want to hear him say is that none of this is how it appears, and that he plans to tell everyone that. But of course that's hoping too much. He's going to wind up with some carefully crafted statement designed to minimize the impact on him. And I'm collateral damage.
Give it a few days to blow over,
He says.
Once this dies away, I'll make it up to you, I swear.
I agree, hoping his plan to make it up to me doesn't somehow involve his penis. But after we hang up, I realize I'm hoping it doesn't work out. Whether he's marrying that girl or not, I'm not ready to give up on James just yet.
Chapter 7. James. I'm working the bar, and no matter where I stand, all I seem to see are long legs and a perfect pouty mouth. There is always a moment when I forget that this is Elle. Elle, who is only 19, and who would be off limits no matter what her age. My physical reaction to her always comes first, followed far too late by the part of me that's disgusted by it. She did not have the easiest childhood. I wanted to protect her then, and that part of me still exists. That other thing, the part that shouldn't be there, is something I'm praying will just go away. She comes up to the bar needing a drink order. Her shorts are riding up along her inner thighs, and for a single moment, I'm transfixed by the idea of it. The softness of her skin there. How it would feel like velvet under the pad of a single finger. My mouth pressing to her neck. Her gasp against my ear as my hand rises. I swallow hard and flinch before I look toward her. "Did I fuck up another order?" she asks, watching my face. I shake my head, sliding the drinks her way. No, it was fine. Rough day? If by rough you mean fucking up right and left. How did I ever think I was going to anchor a broadcast, James? I can't even manage to get people silverware before their meals are through. It'll get easier. I smile at her, and my eyes snag where they should not. I told Brian to get you a bigger shirt. He did. It doesn't look bigger. Leave her alone, James, says Christy, coming up on Elle's left. Her shirt's just fine. I bet she's getting better tips than the rest of us combined. This pisses me off, far more than it should. Everything where Elle is concerned is pissing me off, including Max. He's been my best friend since college, but I also know how he is with women. Ginny is so much younger than him, I've never really had to worry about the two of them together. But if I'm capable of thinking the things I am about Elle, he is too. Later, after Elle's shift has ended, he shows up at the bar, something he's never done. The shot of tension crawling up my spine is beginning to feel familiar. "Where's our new housemate?" he asks. "I thought she was working tonight." "Please tell me that's not why you're here." He raises a brow. "Dude, I know how old she is. Chill. I'm just surprised Brian doesn't have her working cocktail with you. She'd be popular." That hadn't even occurred to me, and I hope to God it doesn't happen. I frown. She's new. No way could she keep up over here. "I'm pretty sure the male half of your customers won't give a flying fuck about whether she keeps up," says Max. I slam the fridge door harder than I should. She's barely out of high school. He leans back in his chair and looks at me a moment too long, a small smile on his face. "Yeah, so you keep saying. What's your deal?" "She was like a sister to me growing up. If you're saying something I wouldn't want to hear about Ginny, then assume I don't want to hear it about Elle either. Which brings me to my point. I don't want a bunch of older guys hanging around Elle and Ginny. It's one thing if we're having a party and I'm there, but I don't ever want to come home again and find them drinking with some douchebag 30-year-old. I wouldn't have let anything happen, and you know it," he says. "You've been tense as fuck for days. I think you need to get laid." "Excellent suggestion, asshole, but my girlfriend is 4 hours away." He raises a brow. Max lectures me about Allison almost as often as my parents lecture me about leaving the internship. My summer would really improve if they'd all shut the fuck up. We walk back to the house together once I'm off, and find Ginny and Elle on the back deck. "You two are the lamest 19-year-olds I've ever met," says Max. "Why aren't you out?" "I have this thing called a job, Max," says Ginny. "A real job that occurs during daytime hours and requires more than the ability to pour beer. And also, Elle is lame and is still moping about her ex-boyfriend." Elle rolls her eyes. "I'm definitely not moping about Ryan." "Where'd you even get that?" Ginny shrugs. "You aren't interested in any other guys, and you don't want to go out. That spells moping to me." Max drops into the chair beside her and drapes his arm around her shoulders. "I want to hear more about this ex-boyfriend of yours," he says. "I need to know what he did wrong so I don't mess up when we're a couple." I growl, and he looks at me and throws up his hands. "I'm kidding!" He turns back to Al. "But seriously, what did he do? So I'll know once we're a couple." "We had different thoughts on fidelity," she says. "Oh my God," Max cackles. "He cheated on you? What a moron." "I like how you emphasize the word you," scoffs Ginny. "Like it's okay to cheat, but not on a girl who's attractive." "He didn't cheat on me," Elle replies, but it was clear that a summer apart was going to be an issue. "So he wanted me to give up my internship and travel with him." Ginny shrugs. "I don't think that's so awful." "Maybe not," Elle says, her voice quiet and certain. "But just once in my life, I want someone who puts me first." And I knew right then that he was never going to be that person. Our eyes meet as she says it, and behind that set jaw, I see something fragile about her that I wish I didn't. It's something I saw in her face, even when she was little. I still remember the way her mother would simply forget to come pick her up from our house, the glance the housekeeper and nanny exchanged when someone finally showed up. I think of all this as our eyes lock, and I find myself hoping one day she will find someone who loves her the way she deserves. I know for a fact that person can never be me.
Chapter 8. L. It's the second week of kindergarten. I wait in the carpool line with my classmates, watching as the mothers descend to hug and kiss their offspring, as if they've just returned from war, oohing and awing over today's art project, the way they do each day. My mom has never oohed or awed. She arrives each day flustered and slightly irritated, because she thinks she shouldn't have to come get me at all. But maybe today will be different, because I at last have something worthy of praise. I've built a hotel out of cardboard boxes and toilet paper rolls. So extravagant, my teacher held it aloft for the rest of the class to admire. It's a fragile thing, carried with 2 hands, and even then at risk, and I can't wait to show it to my mom. I wonder if it will be enough to make her ooh and ah this time. Kids walk away with their parents, hands clasped and swinging. Ginny's nanny, Marta, hovers close by, hesitating for a moment before she and Ginny turn and walk away. I curl my arms around my stomach, a habit when I get nervous, and something I do often since my mother fired the nanny. Maybe I should call her, my teacher suggests. Her smile is overbright. Instead of disguising her concern, it highlights it. My parents' carelessness is a source of shame for me. If I were a different child, a better one, maybe they'd care the way they're supposed to. So I lie. I tell my teacher I was told to walk home today. She scolds me for not saying so sooner. I make it to the end of the block, but that's where my knowledge ends. The houses on both sides look familiar to me. I turn right solely because I don't want to have to cross the street. But after a block, something feels wrong. This street is too long. I start to turn, and a big kid on a bike knocks my art project out of my hands, yelling at me to watch where I'm going. I look down at my feet. My building lies shattered on the sidewalk, beyond saving. The world is all tall homes and empty sky, cars that fly by without slowing down. The truth sinks into my stomach, into my bones. I am alone in the world. No one will fix my things when they break. No one will help me find my way home. That's when James appears, looking in dismay at my projects scattered all over the sidewalk. I start to cry, in part over the ruined project, in part because of the look on his face, which tells me something I think I already knew. Life is not supposed to be this way. I'm not supposed to be here lost and alone, the way that I am. His friends yell at him to hurry, and he waves them on, dropping his bike and kneeling to the ground to pick up all the pieces.
We can fix it,
he promises. I wake remembering this, realizing that at heart, James is still that same boy. The same boy who's going to marry someone else. I remain vaguely depressed when I get downstairs, and it must be obvious, because Max sees me and insists I accompany him to yoga.
You're way too serious for someone your age,
he informs me. The odds of me accepting life advice from a college dropout are slim, but I agree to go. If I'm really going to stay here all summer feeling heartbroken about James, I will probably need a little outside support. When we return, Ginny is running around getting ready to leave for work, and James is reading, his brow furrowed in concentration.
What would you guys do without me? Max asks. I'm guessing it would be all Downton Abbey reruns and Scrabble tournaments. I'd kick your ass at Scrabble, says James. I'm sure you would, but the fact that you'd even brag about that is a perfect illustration of my point, counters Max. We're having a blowout tonight, by the way, since you're all off.
As opposed to what you host every other night of the week? Ginny asks. Max's parties irritate Ginny to no end. Actually, everything about Max seems to irritate Ginny to no end. Mostly, she's just appalled that he's not more like her. That he dropped out of college only 1 semester shy of graduation, and appears to have no interest in returning. That he spends his winters as a ski instructor and his summers tending bar, and seems completely content. These are decisions Ginny finds unimaginable.
I'm doing it for you, Jin, he replies, to help you remove the large stick that seems to have accidentally been wedged in your ass.
How do you think you'll ever support a family, living the way you do? He grins.
What part of my behavior has led you to think for one moment that I'm interested in having a family?
So all you want out of life is to bang a different girl every night? She demands.
No,
he says with a shrug.
If we're talking about ideal outcomes, I'd bang 2 or 3.
He's such a pig, Ginny says that night as we get ready for the party neither of us wants to attend. But at least there will be lots of men. Did something happen between you and Alex? The idea is almost unthinkable. They are as alike as 2 people ever were. No, she says. But I can look. Besides, I meant for you. I think I'm over men for a while, I tell her. What I really mean is that I am over all men but one. Albeit, a man who has a girlfriend, and often doesn't seem to notice I'm in the room. You can't let that thing with Ryan kill your mojo, she says, heading toward the stairs. It has nothing to do with Ryan. There's just enough drama with my family to keep me busy for one summer. That's exactly why you need a man, she counters. To take your mind off things. I look down from the landing to the crowd below, wondering if finding someone to take my mind off James isn't such a bad idea. But I find everyone I can see curiously lacking. I suspect what they're lacking is that they're not James. Gross, Ginny whispers. Let's go around the back way. Martin is here. Martin is our strange next-door neighbor, significantly older than the rest of us. He doesn't seem to work, and spends most of his day just hanging out on his front stoop, engaging whoever walks by in awkward, unending conversation. We wind our way to the back deck and sit with James and Max. I don't say much, content merely to be near James, and I stare a little when I can get away with it. People come and go all night, but it's really just the 4 of us for the most part. I briefly wonder why Max insists on these parties at all. He only seems to want to sit here needling Ginny, no matter who else comes.
I still can't believe, says Max, observing me, that idiot boyfriend of yours told you he couldn't go without getting laid all summer.
Ginny snorts. Right, like you could? You wouldn't even make it a week.
I could for the right girl, Jin, he purrs. Why don't you dump that tool you're dating and find out?
She rolls her eyes. Please.
Oh, what's that?
Asks Max, holding a hand to his ear.
Did you fail to write me into your 10-year plan? I think you might have forgotten the following bullet point. Sexual awakening that occurs once I suspect my high school boyfriend sucks in bed.
I already have something that makes me happy. You're just shitting on it because you don't. He arches a brow.
Or maybe you just think he makes you happy because you're too scared of who you are when all of your boxes aren't checked.
How very philosophical, Max, she says, her voice dripping with condescension.
I like to keep a few of those lines in my back pocket. They're good for seducing girls from liberal arts schools,
he replies with a grin. If the girls you've brought home so far have ever set foot on a college campus, I'd be shocked. James just laughs. His eyes are softer, almost liquid, in the moonlight. He's sprawled out in the chair he's too big for, an easy smile on his face. It's impossible not to be drawn to him in moments like this. Ginny and Max are consumed by their bickering, which I sense they both secretly enjoy. They're going to do this all summer, aren't they? I ask James.
Yep.
He sighs.
Maybe I should have stayed at that internship after all.
You don't mean that.
No, he says. Nothing could be worth working there again.
Why did you hate it so much? I ask. He takes a quick glance at Ginny, but she's too busy arguing with Max to notice.
I just didn't care about the work,
he says.
I don't want to give up my whole life to help some rich asshole avoid criminal charges. They've made most of their money defending jackasses like Edward Ferris, you know? Shit never even goes to trial. My father goes running at anyone about to print a story or say something damaging to his client, usually something true, and threatens them until they shut it down. It's disgusting.
You don't have to do what your parents do. There are millions of ways you can use a law degree.
Not ways that make money, though.
You'll be fine, I tease. You can just room with Max for the rest of your life. He grins at me.
Don't think I won't kick your chair over just because you're a girl.
I laugh, and in the moment, being with him feels right, and easy, and slightly miraculous, as if I finally lined up all the notches and ended up in the perfect place. I open my eyes, though, to find he's no longer smiling. He's looking at me in a way he never has before, eyes heavy-lidded, mouth slightly ajar. He blinks hard and the look disappears. Then he rises and goes inside without a word.
Chapter 9. James. This is why I can't drink around her, because I relax and find myself telling her things I shouldn't. And then she makes me relax further, and I find myself thinking things I shouldn't. Like just now, as I watched her throwing her head back to laugh. In one breath, I'm complaining about babysitting this girl, and in the next, I'm thinking of all the things I'd like to do with her mouth. Just fucking outstanding. I run on the beach as hard as I can, trying to drive Elle from my head. I return home to find the party dwindling. Max is the only one of my housemates who's still awake, thank God. He cocks a brow at me. It's 2 a.m. Why the fuck did you go running? I shrug, collapsing into a chair. Just needed to clear my head. Quick question. This thing you're trying to clear out of your head, is it blonde, about 5'10", legs for days? Fuck off, Max. I'm gonna take that as a yes. If you want her so much, why not just go for it? I look at him blankly. I don't know, maybe because I have a girlfriend, or because I used to babysit her, maybe because a year ago she was still in fucking high school. You keep bringing up her age like she's 12, when she's only a few years younger than you. What's really going on? There's a world of difference between 19 and 25. You're getting hung up on nothing. I'm not dating a freaking college freshman, especially not her. I told you my parents hate her family. My mom is fragile enough without bringing that into the mix. I don't get it. Elle is impossible to hate. What did her parents do to yours? I shrug and tell Max I have no idea, which isn't entirely true. Because the summer my mom started hating the Graysons was also the summer my parents separated temporarily. And I can't help but think those things are related. I've been trying to avoid Elle, to not think the wrong kind of thoughts about her. Tonight and this conversation are like a reminder. I need to try harder.
Chapter 10. L. I enjoyed my internship, parts of it anyway, but it never compelled me to leap from bed the way I do now, knowing that James sits just downstairs. The mental image of him, all lean muscle and intense stares, is better than a shot of caffeine. He's sitting at the kitchen table, and his posture is relaxed into what I've already come to think of as the James sprawl. Too big and too long for normal people furniture, his legs spread wide, his arms are everywhere. Max is talking smack, and James's mouth is turned up, a smile about to morph into laughter. I remember that look. It affects me even more now than it did then. And then he sees me, and the laughter dies in his throat. The smile fades. I tell them both good morning, and watch as James's face shifts from happiness to consternation in 2 seconds. What the hell happened last night? What did I do wrong?
Good morning,
he says with a civil tone and wary eyes. He stands to leave, making some excuse so poor he'd have been more convincing saying nothing at all, and is nearly out of the room when my phone rings. I pick it up, flinching at the unmistakable sound of my former boss's voice. Hi, Edward. Max and James stare at me and make no attempt to pretend they're not listening. I'd like to walk out to the deck, but that might imply I have something to hide.
I think I found you something,
Edward says.
Why don't I come by your place tomorrow night and we'll talk? I'll bring dinner.
Oh, I'm still at the beach. Is that what I should have said? Probably not, but in the moment my mind is blank.
No problem, he says. I'll call you next week, but let me know if you come home sooner. I miss seeing your face.
I hang up and lay the phone on the counter, avoiding eye contact with everyone.
What did he say?
Asks Max. I shrug. He's going to find me something else. James's voice comes next, low and suspicious.
Then why don't you look happy?
He wanted to come to my dad's place to discuss it with me. I hear James's hiss from across the room.
If I ever run into that guy, he's going to discuss it with my fist.
Max is more sanguine.
She's a pretty girl, James. It won't be the first or last time it happens. Consider this her chance to learn how to deal with it. Girl is the key word, James growls. He's old enough to be her grandfather.
That's a bit of a stretch, but what I like least is the fact that James seems bound and determined to see me as a child. Max and I go to yoga again. In spite of his constant references to dating me, well, actually dating is a somewhat unspecific term for what he references. I've discovered that Max is harmless. We have an easy back and forth, a kind of Luke and Leia vibe that could never be more than friendship. On the way home, I'm so drenched in sweat that it looks like I took a swim. If Ginny's Skyping with Alex and won't let me in again, I'm going to kill her. More than once, I found myself locked out for Ginny's chats. Mostly to Alex, but occasionally to Allison, oddly enough. I've never once heard James talk to Allison, but Ginny seems to chat with her every day.
Skyping? Are you serious?
I shrug. He's her boyfriend, and they're apart all summer. Why shouldn't they talk?
The only times I've ever Skyped a girl, There was nudity involved, and a lot more than that.
I laugh. Not in a million years would either of them do that. Especially not Alex. He and Ginny are so alike, they scare me sometimes.
Yeah, that's perfect. I bet the two of them can get together and have no fun for hours, or even days at a time,
he says.
In my opinion, the last thing she needs is to date someone just like herself.
We walk into the backyard to dump our yoga mats. It's not until we're feet away that I realize James is lying in the grass doing sit-ups. Shirtless. He seems to have twice the number of muscles a human torso should contain. And his arms, flexed as he pulls forward. Jesus. I'm pretty sure modern science hasn't come up with a name for all the muscles in his arms. He may be a new species entirely.
Well, well,
whispers Max, grinning as he catches me staring.
What's this?
I narrow my eyes. I was just startled.
Sure,
he says.
I always drool when I'm startled, too.
James sees us and sits up, casting a narrowed eye at our yoga mats.
When did the two of you become workout buddies? When the opportunity to stand behind Elle in downward-facing dog became a possibility?
Max replies. I groan. That had better not be why you're always behind me.
Fine. Tomorrow you can be behind me. I'll be doing yoga in your cut-off jean shorts, FYI.
I laugh, but James, standing in place with his arms folded across his chest, does not. He is, in fact, glaring at both of us, as if we've done something wrong.
Yes, James,
Max says with a weary sigh.
I know she's 19. It was a joke. It better be,
James replies, walking off across the yard. Once again, it feels like he's pissed at me, and I have no idea what I've done. Chapter 11. Elle. Toward mid-June, after a couple weeks on the job, I'm promoted to waiting tables in the bar area, as opposed to the restaurant. It's not exactly ideal, given that James has been acting like I have the plague for the past week. And I find it hard to imagine how I got promoted in the first place, because I still totally suck. I struggle to remember all the shorthand and find myself checking with Christy or Ginny constantly. The whole thing is humbling. A few weeks ago, I was setting up interviews with heads of state. Now I'm getting bitched at because I didn't put the dressing on the side. Congrats, says Christy, who's working the section with me. You'll make amazing tips. I have no idea why Brian put me over here, I reply. My waitressing abilities aren't exactly stellar. James rolls his eyes.
Your waitressing abilities had nothing to do with it.
Ashley, the third girl working the bar, titters at this. Of course, giggling is her response to pretty much any words that come out of James's mouth. But it has a particularly vicious bent when aimed at me. I'm not sure why, but Ashley seems to have taken a disliking to me from the moment I walked in the bar. And today, she is only slightly less rude to me than James himself, who actively looks elsewhere when I come to place my drink orders, providing terse answers at best. Okay, what's going on? I ask him point blank. Why are you being so unfriendly all of a sudden? He stiffens.
I'm not unfriendly. I'm just trying to do my job.
Well, you managed to do your job and not treat anyone else this way. Plus, you've been weird at home.
I don't know what you're talking about,
he says. And then he walks away. Yeah, because walking away in the middle of a conversation isn't unfriendly at all. Adding to my misery, as the evening wears on, is the fact that my earlier assumptions were correct. I am definitely not ready to be waiting tables in the bar area. I've broken 3 glasses and screwed up innumerable orders. I'm standing across from James when Brian comes out to talk to me about my latest slip-up. I'm sorry, I tell him. I keep messing up the abbreviations.
No prob,
he says, coming around behind me and rubbing my shoulders.
Don't let yourself get all tense. This is supposed to be fun.
It's slightly awkward having my boss, a married father of 2, stand in the middle of the bar giving me a massage. James scowls, and I feel a little ill, wondering if he, like everyone else who knows my mom, thinks I enjoy this kind of shit. I manage to escape Brian's hands and go check on my tables, but I hear a bottle break behind me and look back. A very heated conversation has ensued between James and Brian, with James now towering over Brian, his face a study in focused rage. It ends with Brian retreating angrily to his office, while James stands there with clenched hands, looking like he's figuring out what to punch and how many times. Christy sidles over to me. Well, that was exciting. That's the kind of excitement I can live without, I reply. So what's up with you two? She asks, a little secret smile beginning on her face. Are you dating? Dating? God, no. Nothing is going on. He looked awful upset for it to be nothing. I glanced toward him at the bar, still steely-eyed and angry and impossibly good-looking. Something flutters low in my stomach. He sees me the way he sees Jenny. A little light comes into her eyes. You've got it bad, don't you? I could deny it, but why? I would guess my crush on James had been amply evident to anyone who's seen me with him any time since I was 4. You're not going to say anything, right? I ask a little desperately. He's not interested, and it would make things super awkward since we live together. She laughs. I'm not going to say anything, but I wouldn't be so sure about the not interested part. He stares at you way too much for that. I wish I could believe her. Jenny and I head to the beach together on Saturday, both of us luxuriating in an entire day with no one to answer to. I'm sorry, she says as we walk there. I feel like I never see you. When I invited you down, I had no idea I'd be working so many hours for the senator. I smile. It's all good. I'm still at the beach. We lay our towels down, and she breathes a sigh of relief as she collapses on hers. There's nothing like this, she says. She really is working a ridiculous number of hours. I don't know how she stands it. I have to say, being at the beach doesn't seem to be paying off for you or your brother. You work too much, and he just doesn't seem to like the beach in the first place. Jenny's forehead scrunches. James likes the beach. He never goes. Sure he does, she argues. He's here all the time with Max. I think they were out here yesterday even. You were working. A thought strikes me, one so painful I'm tempted not to even ask. Does he only come to the beach when I can't? I framed it as a question, but already I know the answer, so it shouldn't hurt as much as it does. No, she says haltingly. She's lying. Her eyes are too wide, too worried. Of course not. It's just a coincidence. He acts like he hates me. You're imagining things, she says. Not everyone is going to salivate over you like Max does. Max doesn't salivate over me, I argue. Her laugh is short and unhappy. Elle, I think you're so accustomed to being worshipped by anyone with a penis that you don't know what life's like for the rest of the world. He's just not treating you like you're special. And no offense, but it's probably time you experienced how the rest of us live." There's something close to spite in her voice, and it surprises me. We've spoken a lot over the years, but we haven't spent more than a week together since I moved from Connecticut. And this new, bitter version of Ginny is one I'm not particularly fond of. I'm still mulling this over later as I fold my clothes in the laundry room. James walks in, and there's a flash of surprise on his face. After it comes the inevitable look of misery, as if just seeing me here is enough to sour his whole day.
"I'll come back,"
he says, turning out of the room. "I'm all done," I call to his retreating back. "The washer's yours."
"I'll come back,"
he says again, without ever even turning his head. That is not normal for James, or anyone else. What it is, for me, as pathetically infatuated with him as I am, is devastating.
Chapter 12. James. I remember the night Elle arrived. We were expecting her, but I sure as shit wasn't prepared for her. She walked onto the deck, and the whole world seemed to fall silent. Like in one of those World War II movies when a grenade explodes, and all you can hear in the remaining emptiness is the hero's pulse. For just a moment, I forgot what we were talking about. I forgot the year. I may have forgotten my own name, until a single thought flew through my head. She looks like Kelly Evans. That's when I realized it was Al. Little Al, she of the wire-rimmed glasses and Harry Potter t-shirts. And then all I wanted in the world was to scrub my brain of the approximately 190 dirty things I'd just imagined doing before I realized that this was the kid I used to babysit. I wanted to punch myself in the face just for thinking them. And I wanted to punch Max twice because I knew he was continuing to think them. She said hi. Her husky voice made something fire deep in my stomach, and I blinked again because it just didn't seem possible that the awkward, angular little girl I knew way back when had turned into this. Later, after she and Ginny went inside, Max turned to me. "Damn, dude." "I know," I replied. "Why are you acting like someone just gave you a month to live?" he asked. "The hottest girl either of us has ever laid eyes on just walked onto the deck and told us she's our fucking housemate. That girl is only 19, so here are the rules. You don't touch her. You don't flirt with her. You don't even think about her in a way you wouldn't think of your own sister." I knew I was asking the impossible, because I was already breaking that last rule myself. Now, not quite 3 weeks later, it's so much worse. Everywhere I turn, I see her. I walk into the fucking laundry room, and there she is, holding the tiniest scrap of a thong in her hand. That was 24 hours ago. I've spent about 23 of those hours thinking about that thong, pulling it to the side with her on her hands and knees in front of me, sliding it down her legs as she stands against the wall, or just tearing it in half in my impatience. My dad calls and asks how the girls are, as if they're in grade school. It only makes me feel worse. "This is all very hard on your mom," he adds. "She's not eating a lot. I want it to not be my fault, and I already know it is. I didn't think the internship thing would hit her so hard. It's that. But you know, anything related to the Graysons sets her off too. It almost feels like he wants me to ask. He wants me to say, what happened with Elle's family? Except I don't. Because if my assumptions are correct, it will only make me dislike my father and feel worse for my mom. And if I feel any worse, I won't be able to do what I plan to do next.
Chapter 13. L. I'm sorry I haven't called. My mom gushes breathlessly when she finally picks up the phone, as if I'm one of her girlfriends and not her only child. Things have been crazy. I'm used to my parents' complete lack of interest in me, but for some reason it still stings, even after all this time. That I haven't heard from my father since that testy phone call a few weeks ago doesn't surprise me. He's always operated under the assumption that I was old enough to take care of myself, even when I was barely old enough to know what the phrase meant. And I guess he has his hands full. What with his most recent tabloid cover, titled The Downfall of an Icon, his girlfriend, future baby, and job status. But my mom, too, has been mysteriously absent, which hurts and troubles me simultaneously. I've spent so much of my life pulling her, stumbling drunk, from unsavory situations that when it takes her a while to return my calls, I panic. Is everything okay? I ask. Couldn't be better, she squeals. I'm on tour. On tour? My voice is regrettably loud. All three of my housemates glance at me. Do you remember how I dated Tommy McPhee before I met your father? Tommy McPhee is the lead singer of Thunder Jungle, this rock band that went through a brief period of intense fame in the late 80s/early 90s, before fading into relative obscurity. They still tour, and even put out a greatest hits album, although I can't imagine what they filled it with, since they had 3 or 4 hits at most. I've seen a few pictures of my mother with their squirrely lead singer. I'm pretty sure she's at least 5 inches taller than him, but his hair is so big it makes up the difference. Yeah, I remember, I say cautiously, wondering where this is going. Well, we kind of rekindled our friendship, she says. If he's just your friend, I say, biting down on the word, then why are you on tour with him? My housemates glance at me, sensing the change in tone. Well, I suppose he's actually kind of my boyfriend. We're just waiting to announce it. I'm hoping your father can finish his contract negotiations before it comes out. Did it never occur to her to mention it to me? If we weren't having this conversation right now, would she even have told me before it appeared in the tabloids? I'm surprised you care, I reply, since you're getting a divorce. Half that money's mine, she says primly. It's funny how she's suddenly capable of acting like an adult when there's money on the line. I listen to her babble on about concert dates and how rad it's been, before she asks if I'd mind staying somewhere other than the townhouse. Tommy's friends are coming to town, and they really need the space more than you do. She doesn't even know I fucking left. I wonder if my father does either, though, and he's actually been in D.C. this whole time. It's hard to say who I blame more. I'm at the beach now, so it's fine, I tell her, even though we both know she wasn't really asking me to leave. She was informing me that I needed to. I hang up and sit there, stupefied, looking at the phone in my hand. What was that about? Jenny asks. Is your mom on tour? Yeah, I say, grimacing. With Thunder Jungle. Apparently she's dating the lead singer, and now all of his friends are coming to the townhouse, so I can't be there. No shit, exclaims Max. Oh my God, they were my favorite band as a kid. He then proceeds to jump on the couch and sing their biggest hit, Night of the Dragon, a song that largely involves screeching only those 4 words again and again, with a sporadic refrain of, "You won't know what hit ya." "Didn't your mom date him back in the day?" Jenny asks.
"Hey," says Max. "Was that your mom in the video for White Hot Love?"
He runs to get his laptop and is back 20 seconds later, trying to pull up the video on YouTube, with Jenny and James behind him, waiting.
"Found it,"
says Max, watching me turn away.
"Don't you want to see it?"
"Are you kidding me?" I ask. No, I don't want to see my mother dancing like a skank all over a dude wearing a leather vest and no shirt. But both Jenny and James have crossed the room to watch over his shoulder.
"God, your mom is hot,"
whispers Max, no longer joking.
"She could be your fucking twin."
At which point James shuts the laptop.
"What?"
asks Max, bewildered.
"You want to be pervy about her mom? Be my guest,"
says James.
"But don't bring her into it."
And he storms out of the room. The 3 of us look at each other, and only Max seems to find the whole thing amusing. Once again, it's nice that James wants to defend my honor. I'm just not sure why he seems so pissed off about doing it. I grab a chair, content just to have James near. He teases Jenny, and as the laughter bubbles in my chest, I realize that no matter how he's treating me, these are my favorite moments. These evenings spent in the darkness and the swampy heat, waiting for tendrils of a breeze to graze us. They're not just my favorite of the day, but of the summer, of the year, of many years. There's something whole and content in me. Max has suggested that I never live in the moment, that I spend most of my day wishing my life was different. And at times like this, times when I want absolutely nothing, I realize he is right. Ironically, it is Max who does not share my contentment. No sooner does he arrive than he receives a text and jumps to his feet.
"I'm out of here,"
he says. "Where are you going?" asks Jenny. "It's 1 a.m.
"If you ever acted like a normal college student, rather than a 40-year-old soccer mom, you wouldn't need to ask me that."
He leaves, and she grips the arms of her chair with her eyes blazing. "You know, what Alex and I have is what everyone wants," she says, her voice clipped. "All these people flirting and hooking up right and left, acting like it's so much fun and telling me I'm missing out. All they want is to be where I already am."
"Settle down, Jenny," says James. "No one means anything by it."
"Don't you tell me to settle down," she shouts, jumping to her feet. "You're listening to him too. I know you are. He's probably the reason you keep breaking up with Allison. And if she hadn't talked you back to your senses, you'd be doing the same thing he is." She storms inside while I sit there, my entire circulatory system screeching to a halt. They broke up? He lets out a tired exhale.
"I don't know what her deal is this summer,"
he says.
"She's so volatile."
I struggle for a moment to focus on what he's saying. It's difficult, with my brain gleefully probing the fact that he wanted to break up with Allison. "She won't admit it," I finally say. But I think she's starting to sense that she's missing out, being with Alex.
"She'll get over it,"
he says.
"They're so well suited for each other. They believe in all the same shit. Politics and all that."
"You should write romance novels," I tease. My voice goes low and breathy. "Oh, Fabio, I love the way you share my political views." He laughs but shakes his head.
"When it all comes down to it, after all the infatuation shit goes away, that's probably more than most people have." You're better off that way anyhow. Love makes people stupid.
I wonder if he's thinking of his parents. I never saw them fight, but it also doesn't sound like they've been happy for a long time. What you're describing doesn't even sound like something worth having, I counter. I'd rather be alone than just have some like-minded companion around all the time. He looks at me, and for a moment it's as if a part of him has really listened, and maybe hopes I'm right. I rise reluctantly. I should go check on Jenny. I take one step before my toe catches onto something, and I fly forward. He tries to brace my fall, but he can't before I've practically landed on top of him. Oh my God, I'm literally smothering him with my cleavage. Not embarrassing at all. He flinches, draws in a quick breath as if he's been injured, and is trying not to show it. Sorry, I gasp, struggling to get up, to ignore his tight clasp on my hips and his breath on my skin. My hands are on his shoulders as I push off. His perfect, broad, taut shoulders. Even under extremely humiliating circumstances, I can't stop mentally molesting him. Did I hurt you?
No,
He says, but the word is tight and controlled. My foot caught on something, I explain.
nails.
He says hoarsely as I stand. Huh? I'm the one who fell, but he's the one who sounds breathless, his eyes dark and heavy-lidded. He clears his throat.
There are nails popping up on the deck. That's what tripped you. I'll fix them.
He jumps to his feet.
I'm going running,
He says. I'm sorry, I whisper, but he's already halfway down the stairs.
Chapter 14. James. What the fuck is wrong with me? Aside from actually assaulting her, it would have been impossible for me to handle that worse than I did. I got too comfortable, let my guard down. We were having a good conversation, the kind I might have with a friend. And yeah, that led to the dangerous thoughts that always come up around her. I wish she was older. I wish things were different. She was playing with this chain around her neck, the charm falling again and again to that warm cleft between her breasts. And every time it fell, I pictured the same thing, my nose buried there, the smell of her soap heightened by the damp heat of her skin. But I was good. I was responsible. I shut each of those thoughts down, again and again, hopeful that things could just be normal with her if I did it enough. And then, out of nowhere, she was in my lap, and I was hard enough to break nails, my mind so consumed with all the ways I could take advantage of the situation that I could barely form words. I go for a long run, but I don't come back feeling calm or resolved the way I have before. I feel fucked, because if I stay here, I'm gonna mess up. At this point, it's almost inevitable. There's a reason recovering alcoholics avoid bars and gambling addicts avoid Vegas. Same reason I need to be somewhere Elle is not. The next morning, my mother calls, cutting into my thoughts of Elle with more thoughts of Elle. She needs to go home, my mother announces. I tried asking nicely, and now I'm telling you. It's perfect, isn't it? I wanted her to go, and now my parents are going to demand it. And yet, I know there's not a chance I'd be able to do it, or allow Ginny to do it either. On what basis? Ginny invited her for the summer. On the basis that I don't want anything to do with that family. It's my home. I don't have to give any more reason than that. She's 19, Mom, and she has nowhere else to stay. Besides, she's nothing like her parents. That's not my problem. I will not lift a finger to help any member of that family. Besides, I'm sure she can find someplace else to stay. They always land on their feet. You're being unfair. She's nothing like her parents. I've seen Ginny's pictures. Elle looks exactly like her mother. That doesn't mean she is her mother. Remember what a nice little kid she was? It's no more fair to hate her because of her parents now than it would have been then. Besides, you know what a shitty situation she's in. Her situation doesn't surprise me at all. I don't believe for a minute that there was nothing going on with Edward Ferris. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I am skating on thin ice, and beneath that ice lies the thing we never talk about. The real reason she hates the Graysons so much. I didn't want to hear it from my dad, and I wouldn't dream of asking my mom, because it takes so little to set her off. Mom, Elle is nothing like that. At all. There isn't a chance in the world she was having an affair with Ferris. Are you sure? She snaps. Or maybe she's got you wrapped around her finger the way her mom does every other man alive. I really hope you're not implying what I think you are. There's a long pause. James, I know you wouldn't. Just don't underestimate her. Women like that have this power over men. They just snap their fingers to get anyone and anything they want. Given how much time Elle is inside my head, I'm hard-pressed to argue with her. She's so fucking compelling. She could convince you all the things you'd have to give up to be with her don't matter. For the first time, I am capable of truly imagining that my father cheated. Because Elle makes me want all manner of inadvisable things. Mom, she's a kid. You're worrying about nothing, I tell her, before we hang up. Maybe it's a lie. Maybe it's not nothing. But I'm going to make sure it doesn't go any farther than it has. One of us has to leave the beach, but I refuse to let it be her.
Chapter 15. Elle. He didn't even say goodbye. It wasn't until I got to work that I learned he'd gone to D.C., and that's when I learned he might stay. Do you know why he took off like that? I asked Ginny. I don't want to believe this could have something to do with me, but the timing of it is troubling. Did he realize I fell in his lap by accident? Or does he think it was a ploy of some kind? Doesn't he know me better than that? Of course he doesn't. He hasn't seen me in 5 years, and I came back here looking just like someone with a very different reputation. He said he had an interview there, she says. I told him it had better be at a damn law firm. At the rate he's going, he'll wind up tending bar like Max for the rest of his life. An interview? So he'll, stay there? She shrugs. I have no idea. He'll have to at least come back for his stuff. Because if he thinks I'm packing all his shit before school starts, he's dead wrong. He asked Brian for the whole week off, though, so I assume he'll be gone that long at the very least. I'd have thought a reprieve from his recent belligerence would be welcome, but it's not. The night drags on without him behind the bar. By the second day, I am a mess, troubled as much by his absence as the realization that only a total masochist would prefer the sting of rejection over nothing at all. On the third day, I don't even want to be here anymore. Ginny and I get back after work on the 4th night and find him sitting on the back deck like he never left. It feels like the sun has just burst out after the longest winter. You came back early, I say. Or are you just here to get your stuff? He looks at me, holding my gaze longer than he ever has before.
No, I'm staying. Did you miss me?
We didn't even know you were gone, replies Ginny, though the question was clearly addressed to me. Why are you back so soon? I thought you were staying there a week at least. He glances at me again and looks away.
There's something about the beach. I just couldn't imagine staying away.
To answer your previous question, I say softly, yes, we missed you. He closes his eyes, leaning his head against the back of his chair and sighing.
I missed you too.
He says it as if it's a bad thing, but all night long, every word he speaks seems addressed to me. He goes back to being a dick the very next day. Ginny and I walk into the house from the beach, and he's sitting there waiting, arms folded across his chest.
You got flowers.
He says this as if the flowers have inconvenienced him somehow. I turn to look toward the kitchen but see nothing. Ginny, behind me, asks the question. Are they invisible flowers?
In the laundry room,
he grumbles. Why the fuck would you put her flowers in the laundry room? She demands. I don't bother listening to his response while I go in search of them. The bouquet is massive. My first thought is that they can't be for me. Ryan has given me flowers before, but he's more the type to steal them from someone's yard, or grave, than this. And this bouquet is hardly a come back to me college girlfriend one anyway. It says something more along the lines of, marry me, Kim Kardashian. It's that big. Like a bouquet that ate all the others around it right before it left the shop. I approach the card cautiously. Maybe my father apologizing? File that under things least likely to happen in this lifetime. The card is written in curling feminine script. Clearly a flower store employee did the work, but its contents make my skin crawl. Ugh, I groan. I grab the whole vase and march to the trash can, where I am body blocked by Ginny. Stop, she screams. That's like $500 worth of flowers. Are you crazy? I shove the vase at her. Fine, I say. Now they're yours. But I don't want to look at them. She sets them down and grabs the card off the counter, reading it aloud. Elle, you are the springtime I dreamed of so desperately during the cold winter chills. Edward, did he write that? What the hell does that even mean?
It's Wagner, says Max easily. Act 1 of the Valkyries.
Damn, Max, replies Ginny. The drugs haven't killed all your brain cells after all. James's voice comes next, a low growl that sends a chill up my spine.
Why the fuck is he sending you flowers?
I round on him. Why are you acting like I've done something wrong? His jaw sets.
I didn't mean that to come out the way it did. That guy just makes me sick. It's time you told him to cut this shit out.
I don't need you to tell me that, I snap. But there are really no words to express the dread I feel at the prospect. I wait until they've all left for work to make the call. I also time it, conveniently, during Edward's show. I leave him a voicemail thanking him for the flowers, but telling him it needs to stop. I'm really not interested in that kind of a relationship, I say, flinching even though he can't respond. I know, as I hang up, that I should have been more clear about this from the start. From the very first time Edward called me, I should have stated, unequivocally, that I was not interested. It was childish not to. I suppose if I want James to think of me as an adult, I might want to consider acting like one. Chapter 16. L. A few afternoons later, I walk into the den where the guys are collapsed on the couch. James is shirtless and tan, legs spread wide. I have a brief image of all the things I could do to him in that position, and find that I'm actually shaking my head to dispel the thought. If he's going to act like I don't exist, the least I can do is try to pretend he doesn't either. I have a friend coming into town this weekend, I announce. Do you mind if he crashes here? James does not look pleased by the question. His brows come together as his jaw sets.
He?
Asks Max. Yes, I sigh. He. The truth is that he is Ryan, my ex. When he texted to tell me his band was coming to town at the end of June, I was tempted to delete it, but I couldn't. It's impossible not to be friends with Ryan. Even people who want to hate him can't quite pull it off. He sucks you into his orbit, no matter how hard you resist, and with his looks, he sucks you into other things, too. Things I'd rather avoid. God knows I could use a distraction from James, but Ryan is a particularly dangerous distraction. Max is still smiling.
And is he someone who will be staying in your room, perchance?
James's face gets stormier still. I don't care where he sleeps. I don't even care if you say no. He's asking me, I say, holding my phone aloft. So I'm asking you. Max looks at James and grins even wider.
Sure, he can stay,
he says with slightly too much enthusiasm.
Any friend of Elle's is a friend of ours, right, James?
James turns his glare toward Max, and then back to me.
He stays on the first floor,
he warns. God, his voice is hot when he's being bossy. It makes my insides completely liquid.
He sets one foot on those stairs, and I'm throwing his ass out.
I roll my eyes. You know, if you're trying to preserve your sister's chastity, I'm pretty sure that ship has sailed. Max laughs.
Yeah, James. Stop worrying so much about Ginny. Whatever. First floor or he leaves this house missing parts, says James.
I am not able to get off the schedule on Friday, the night Ryan gets in. He's already at the house, being entertained by Ginny and Max, when James and I head home.
So who is this guy anyway?
James asks as he climbs into the driver's seat. My ex-boyfriend, I tell him. The door slams a little harder than it should.
You didn't mention the whole boyfriend part before, he says. So why is he here?
He has a gig somewhere down at Dewey.
Gig?
He hisses.
Is he in a band?
To listen to him, you'd think I just said Ryan was out on parole. Yes, Dad, he's in a band. And he has a tattoo, if that's your next question. His jaw grinds.
What band?
Far Too Far, I say.
They play here every summer, he says, as if this is a bad thing. So how old is this guy?
I don't like his demanding tone, or the way he seems to think I owe him these answers. And yet there's something compelling about it, too. I just wish it was jealousy on his part, and not some misplaced big brother type concern. Jesus, James, you've now asked me 4 questions more about him than my dad ever has.
That's because your dad is a selfish asshole.
Well, yeah, he's kind of got me there. Fine, he's 22. James rolls his eyes. Every answer I provide seems to wind him tighter. Why are you acting like I'm bringing home a 50-year-old?
I'm not,
he says, hands gripping the steering wheel.
Are you going to see him play tomorrow?
I shrug. I hope so. I told Brian I needed to leave early. He follows me into the house, tensing at the shout of laughter that comes from the deck. Ryan sits in one of the lounge chairs, so relaxed with Max and Ginny, you'd think he'd known them forever.
"There she is," shouts Max. "Are your ears burning, Elle? I had no idea you were such a wild little thing."
I don't even want to know what they were discussing. Ryan smiles, but it fades a little as James walks up behind me, standing closer than he should, as if we're together. They lock eyes before Ryan decides to ignore James entirely, pulling me in for a tight hug.
"Hey, beautiful,"
he says, kissing my cheek. I'd forgotten how he looked to me when we first met, before I knew what a narcissistic ass he could be. When all I saw was his gorgeous face and his washboard abs, how amazingly blue his eyes looked against his tan, his dark hair, and his perpetual 5 o'clock shadow. I've questioned the fact that I stayed with him as long as I did, but I can definitely understand it right now. When he pulls back, he looks James in the eye and raises a brow.
"Who's your bodyguard?"
I introduce them, but neither makes a motion to shake the other's hand. Just a quick nod on both sides, each slightly threatening.
"The guys want to see you,"
says Ryan, turning back to me.
"Can you rally, or are you too tired?"
"It's late," barks James.
"And she just worked nearly 8 hours.
Ginny laughs. "Jesus, James, you sound like you're 90. She turns to me and Ryan. "I want to come, if his bandmates are as hot as he is."
"We're all irresistible,"
Ryan says, tucking my hair behind my ear.
"Right, babe?"
I laugh. No comment. But yeah, Ginny, you'd probably want to come, if you didn't already have a boyfriend. She stands anyway, and there's a gleam in her eye that probably shouldn't be there. I'm not sure if I'm a worse friend if I let her go, or if I discourage it. But I have a feeling she's about to do something she'll regret. Upstairs, she sits on the toilet lid, talking a blue streak while I shower. "Those pictures you sent don't do him justice. If I'd known how completely delicious he was, I would have told you not to break up with him." "He can be a complete dick," I counter. I'd be willing to live with that." I poke my head around the curtain. "Why is it that you keep acting like you don't have a boyfriend you're crazy about?" "I'm not," she replies testily. "Why am I not allowed to enjoy myself like a regular college sophomore without everyone assuming there's a problem?" When I emerge from the bathroom, she hands me a dress. "You're wearing this." It's her dress, and she's a lot shorter than me. "That dress is gonna end just under my ass," I tell her. She giggles. "I know, but someone needs to sleep with your ex tonight, and it won't be me." "It won't be me either," I reply. "And you need to stay right by my side so Ryan doesn't get a chance." Her smile fades, replaced by something unhappy and a little suspicious. "What would be so terrible about sleeping with him?" she asks. "It's not like you'd be cheating on someone, right?" "No," I say. "I just don't want to go down that road again." She doesn't look entirely appeased. "Fine," she says. "James's head would explode if you walked out wearing it anyway." I decide to wear the dress after all, and James's head pretty much does explode. James looks every bit as grim as he did earlier when we get downstairs. Apparently my ex's charm doesn't work on everyone, and his face falls entirely when he looks toward us.
"Damn, babe,"
says Ryan, walking toward me slowly.
"I've never seen that dress before."
"It's Ginny's."
"Ginny?"
says Ryan.
"You're in charge of her wardrobe from now on." "That's not a dress. It's a shirt,"
grumbles James.
And not even a long one.
Max shouts at us to have fun as we head to the front door. I can still hear his slightly maniacal laughter when we step outside. Ryan's bandmates make room for us when we get to the bar. All 5 of them met at Cornell, where I met them as well, and they seem to be on the 5 to 8 year plan. Despite what I consider excessive ambivalence about the Ivy League educations their parents are underwriting, they're all pretty good guys. Once Ginny is happily situated with the boys, Ryan pulls me aside.
So what's the deal with her brother?
I shrug. He's just overprotective.
Are you dating him?
No, he thinks of me like a little sister.
No, he doesn't. He thinks of you like someone he's either screwing or dying to screw.
I wish I didn't feel the momentary thrill those words elicit. You're completely wrong, I say. He used to babysit me. He acts like that with every guy who comes near me or Ginny.
If that's true, then why didn't he seem worried at all about Ginny coming out with us tonight?
I shrug. Maybe he just figured because we dated that you weren't a threat to her.
So am I?
He asks, sidling closer to me.
A threat?
No, I scoff, stepping back a little. You've probably caught more diseases on this tour than medical research has even uncovered.
You know I always use condoms.
You don't wear them for everything, I say pointedly.
I can't catch anything that way,
he argues. I'm not sure that's true. I'm also not going to risk finding out. Well, I can, so the answer's no.
Damn,
he says.
You still give the best blowjob I've ever had. I trained you well.
I'd assumed he was hooking up right and left all summer, but it still stings to have it thrown in my face. I'm glad you've had ample opportunities to compare and contrast, I snap.
I'd give it all up if you'd come on tour with us,
he offers, suddenly earnest.
In a heartbeat.
I thought he might suggest it, and I thought it was possible I'd still be tempted. But I'm not. Not even close. There's only one person I want, and I'd give almost anything to be sitting with him on the deck right now. I stay only on principle, but when they move to the next bar, I announce that I'm going home. I ask Ginny if she wants to come with me, and her gaze flickers to Paul, who she's been sitting beside for the past hour. I think I'll stay out for a while, she replies. She's been drinking, so I know from experience that there's no point in arguing with her. Fortunately, I can trust Ryan and his friends not to push her into anything she doesn't want to do. Ryan pulls me aside and asks me to come with them, tucking a curl behind my ear like he did earlier. For just a moment, he's the sweet version of himself, the one who played me songs on his guitar and brought me flowers when I got my first D on an exam. But he's also the guy who admits he can't keep it in his pants unless I'm there to play watchdog. The guy who never made me a priority. And most of all, he's not James. I walk home, feeling defeated in a number of ways. James is waiting when I get inside, holding a book in his hand that he doesn't seem to be reading. Were you waiting up for us? I ask. He shrugs.
I didn't trust that guy. Where is he anyway? And where's my sister?
They went to some other bar, I say. They'll probably be home in a while. I sit on the chair opposite him and kick off my heels. The movement catches his attention for a moment. He'd never admit it, but I think he likes my legs.
Why would you date a guy like that, Elle?
He asks suddenly.
Why are you even still friends with him after he told you he was going to cheat?
Because he has good qualities too. And to be honest, I kind of understood what he was saying about the tour. When he's on stage, he's irresistible. Even to me. Probably even now. He has these beautiful girls throwing themselves at him after his shows. He was just being realistic, more than anything else. But I don't want the pressure of being with someone who always has a dozen other offers anyway. James's eyes hold mine.
Any guy who's with you should be able to get 100 offers and not think twice.
A shiver runs up my spine at the intensity in his voice. Goosebumps spread over the backs of my arms. I stretch out my legs, ostensibly to survey the state of my pedicure. Actually, it's a small test of Ryan's theory. I want to know if James will check out my legs again. He does. So quickly I wouldn't have caught it if I weren't watching. I'm going to bed, I tell him. There's something shifting and restless in him. You're going for a run, aren't you?
Yep,
He says, tension creeping into his voice.
How'd you know?
I shrug. I just did. You get this look on your face. I bend over to pick up my heels, with a sudden certainty that he's going to look at my ass. God knows he'll see more than he planned on, with the length of this dress. I hear it then, just the tiniest strangled noise from his throat. I go to my room, and he leaves. And it's not until I'm lying in bed that I realize the most telling thing of all. He wasn't waiting up for Ginny. He was waiting up for me. Chapter 17. L. All the goodwill I felt toward James is eradicated the next morning by a single text from Brian, informing me that I'm closing tonight, something that has never happened before. Irritation sets my stomach burning, because this is undoubtedly James's fault. Fucking with my work schedule to keep me away from guys is taking his protector bullshit 10 steps too far. Ginny blinks at me in confusion as I throw on my clothes. "What time is it?" she whispers. She sounds a little rough. 9:30. Did you have fun? She nods slightly and then grabs at her head. Shit, it hurts to nod. It was that fun, huh? She opens her eyes warily and swallows. I hooked up with someone, Elle. Are you okay? I can't believe I did that, she says quietly, pushing her face into her pillow. I mean, not once in 3 years have I cheated on Alex. How was it? Kinda good, she sighs, but this fact only seems to trouble her more. Who was it? I ask, wondering for a moment if it's Ryan, wondering if it would bother me. Paul, she says, the drummer. Of anyone she could have chosen, Paul is the most unlike Alex of any of them. He gets a new tattoo every week, smokes a ton of weed, and appears to have no intention of ever graduating. I guarantee he's never been to a Young Democrats meeting on campus, and he's certainly not their president. I think Ginny has some wild oats to sow before she settles down. Ryan drags himself off the couch when I come downstairs and wraps his arms around me from behind, kissing my cheek. Hey there, he says. It feels so natural, as if we never broke up, as if this is the kitchen in his apartment, like any other day. He also has morning wood, just like a regular day. I'm not sleeping with you, I laugh. I'd settle for something else, he says, only half joking. Come shower with me. He bites my earlobe, making me shiver in spite of myself. His mouth moves to my neck, and I find myself relaxing into him, my bones going loose. God, it's been a long time. Okay, it's been 6 weeks, but it feels like a long time. Nope, I whisper, but it's a little breathy.
You'll change your mind after you see me play,
he says. He's right. I already know this. His hands are still on my hips, his mouth on my neck, and I know that seeing him play is all it would take to sway me. I'm closing tonight, I say. I just found out. A door shuts down the hall, and he releases me.
We're back in a few weeks. Will you come see us then?
He asks. Definitely, I reply, casting an angry look at James's room. Tell me when, and I'll put in for time off today. After breakfast, we all head to the beach. To my surprise, James comes with us, looking so good in his swim trunks that for just a moment I stop hating him. Max and Ryan walk ahead, carrying a cooler and laughing, as if they've been friends since high school. Typical Max, and also typical Ryan. Why are things never awkward for those guys? I'm guessing neither of them has had a moment like I'm having right now, walking beside James with 100 accusations in my head, demanding to be heard. I got a mysterious text from Brian this morning, I tell him, informing me that I'm closing.
I'm closing too. I'll give you a ride.
It seems to me that's the least you can do, I say bitterly. Since you're the one responsible for the schedule change, you don't want me to watch Ryan play.
I have no idea what you're talking about,
he says, and then he has the nerve to smile.
Musical appreciation enriches us all. Why would anyone try to stand in your way?
That's a good question, James. Maybe you should answer it. There is no answer, just that same smug look of quiet triumph that begs for a good slapping. Max looks back and forth between us and then stops, pointing at this bush we pass every day, which is covered in purple flowers that weren't there the week before.
You see that? He asks. That's the New England aster. It doesn't normally bloom until September or October.
The depth of Max's useless knowledge never ceases to amaze me. What's your point, Max? Sighs Jenny. Because I feel sure there's a point there.
My point,
Max continues,
is that things don't bloom because they're told it's the correct time. They bloom because the conditions are right.
What the hell are you talking about? Demands Jenny. Because the rest of us haven't been smoking pot all morning, so we can't decipher your cryptic little comments.
James knows what I mean.
Max grins, walking ahead, and based on the way James stalks off ahead of us, it appears Max is right. What's his deal? Asks Jenny. He's been moody for weeks. Max laughs.
I think your brother has some demons to exorcise.
What demons? Jenny demands. Max's gaze flickers over to me before he shrugs.
We all have some parts of ourselves we struggle with.
Jenny snorts. I don't see you struggling with much.
The fact that I'm a less principled man than James,
he says with a sigh,
is hardly a mystery.
Chapter 18. James. We are 4 hours into work, and not one word has left Elle's lips that isn't a drink order. It's making me crazy. It was a dick move, setting her up to close tonight, yet I feel zero guilt about the whole thing. She said Ryan is irresistible on stage, and it just took 30 seconds with the guy for me to see he wants her back. I'm saving her from herself. And I'm saving me, too, because the idea of her sleeping with him makes my desire to punch him in the face almost unbearable. We close the bar in silence. You ready to go? I ask. I can tell just by the way she folds her arms across her chest and levels me with her gaze that she's about to tell me to fuck off. And just so we're clear, I add, you are not walking home alone at this hour. So either you walk with me or you ride with me, but either way, we are going home together. She walks out. I find her a minute later, waiting next to my car with her arms still folded across her chest and a mutinous look on her face. Are you really going to spend the whole summer not speaking to me? I ask. Over this? Are you admitting you did it? No. Well, I still think you did, but no. Going the whole summer without speaking to you seems a little unrealistic. I open her door and find myself smiling as I walk to the driver's side. It's wrong. How cute I find her irritation. We head down the road, and her silence continues. So exactly what portion of the summer will you refuse to speak to me before forgiving me for doing something I've never said I did? What do you care? She asks. You avoid me unless you've been drinking. She's right, but somehow it sounds worse hearing her say it aloud. I've tried really hard to be pleasant. Her frown deepens, and her eyes grow so sad it's hard to look at her. That's kind of the point, James. You're not supposed to have to try. Being in the same room with me shouldn't be a struggle. I pull into the driveway. You're twisting what I said. It's okay, she says quietly as she opens the car door. I'm used to it. She doesn't come out to the back deck after we walk inside, and I'm not sure what I could possibly say in my own defense anyway. I have a sudden memory of some grade school award ceremony of hers and Ginny's that my parents made me attend. Elle won 3 awards, more than anyone else, and when the ceremony ended and all the parents swarmed the stage, she stood there alone. She didn't bother looking for her parents. She was just looking for an exit. Her head hung low. My parents were off hugging Ginny, but it struck me that Ginny had enough care, enough adoration, and that Elle, who deserved just as much, had none. I felt so bad for her. I never thought I'd wind up being one more person she feels rejected by.
Chapter 19. L. The next morning, Max still hasn't come home, so I'm leaving for yoga by myself when James emerges from his room.
I'll walk with you, he says. I need better coffee than the shit we drink here.
I'm guessing it's about our conversation last night. He's trying to prove he doesn't avoid me. All it really proves is that he doesn't want it to appear he avoids me. But I'll take it. We take the boardwalk, though it's not the most direct route. Early in the day like this, when the tourists are still asleep and Funland is closed, Rehoboth is a different, more peaceful place. Even the water seems calmer. I enjoy my walks with Max, but this is better. James's presence makes almost anything better for me. I assume, when we part at the studio's door, that I will not see him again, but later he comes to the beach with me, as if he's trying to squeeze a whole summer of civility into one day.
What are you reading?
He asks when we've laid our towels down. Madame Bovary, I reply, sliding it toward him.
Are you reading it because you think you'll enjoy it? Or are you reading it because you think you're supposed to?
He asks. I shrug. You know, it's just one of those books you always hear about. He grins.
So it's a supposed to book?
I guess, I reply. But hopefully I'll enjoy it too.
Do you ever do anything just because? And not to further yourself in some way?
He asks. You sound like Max, I reply. What are you reading then, Max Jr.? He looks surprised for a moment and then grins sheepishly.
2 treatises by John Locke.
Seriously? I laugh. You're reading John Locke and giving me shit? He smiles wide, his eyes crinkling at the corners.
You've got a good point. Maybe a little bit of Max would do us both some good. Did you know he's got an IQ of, 150 or something?
I'm not surprised, I reply. Every once in a while he says something almost profound.
He ought to go back to school. I'm worried he's never going to find his path, or whatever it is he claims he's doing.
And now you sound like Jenny. He groans.
No, actually, I sound like my mom. I think I'd rather be Max.
A short time later, James falls asleep on top of his book, and I watch him. The way his long lashes sweep his cheeks, and his lower lip falls open, begging me to run my thumb across it. It's one of the best days of my life, and I would swear he enjoys it nearly as much. That weight he always carries seems to disappear, his smile spreading as easily as spilled liquid. And then we run into Jenny as we're walking back to the house, and I can see the weight of his worry return. He speaks to her and hurries away, as if he was just caught doing something he's forbidden to do. Chapter 20. L. Edward calls me 3 times over the next 2 days. I ignore him until he texts that he has a job for me. He's found my one weakness. Well, I think, looking over at James, he's found one of my weaknesses. I no longer trust that there's anywhere in this house where I won't be overheard, so I walk toward the boardwalk before I dial his number.
I'm glad you're finally calling, Eleanor,
he says. His voice is soothing. He doesn't sound angry or offended, which is a relief.
I didn't mean to upset you with the flowers, or with what I wrote.
He's so apologetic, I feel a little guilty. You didn't upset me, I say.
I know,
he says.
It's okay. You and I are in very different places in our lives. I get it.
Relief whistles through my lungs. You said you might have a job?
Yes,
he says.
How do you feel about morning television?
It's as good as, maybe even better than, working his show. And as much as I don't want to leave James, I think he's proven pretty conclusively that my hopes will amount to nothing. That would be amazing.
Yes, it's definitely a good starting point,
he agrees.
This producer is an old friend of mine, and I think she can find something for you. Come up to the Hamptons this weekend, and I'll introduce you.
All that relief and excitement whistles right back out of me like a deflating balloon. I don't think that's a good idea, Edward, I say.
The press has moved on, Eleanor,
he says. I hear something tighten in his voice.
There's nothing to worry about.
But I told you I don't want anything, I search for a word to describe what he wants, and settle for a euphemism. Romantic.
If I'm going to lobby to get you this, we need to make it happen in the right way.
Can't we do that over the phone? Or in the city?
You don't sound like you really want this,
he says. Of course I do, I argue, and then I resort to a lie. But I think my boyfriend would be really bothered about that.
What boyfriend?
He asks, and I hear all the irritation he was restraining burst to the surface.
That singer? I thought you broke up.
I've never told him anything about Ryan. How does he know? Come to think of it, how did he even know my address to send the flowers? I've gone from feeling awkward and unsettled to totally creeped out. Edward, I say firmly, I can't come up there.
You're making a bad decision,
he warns. Except it feels like less of a friendly warning and more like a threat. That's when I hang up. I walk back toward the house slowly, wishing I had one person I could tell about this call. Ginny was that person once, but she's not anymore. And the person I want most to tell, oddly enough, is the one who'd go ballistic, James. He looks at me curiously when I get inside, as if he knows I'm hiding something. He hasn't shaved today. It's so good on him that my eyes catch on it, on him, as if I'd actually run my palm over his jaw. I look at him, and I'm glad I can't let Edward get me a job. I'm glad I'm stuck here to pine for him fruitlessly. And this is perhaps the greatest evidence of all that I really need to leave. Ginny and I get home from the bar that night to discover that Max has invited his 150 closest friends over in our absence. She storms out to the back deck where he sits with James, looking far too pleased with himself. Have I mentioned how much I love working a double shift, only to walk in and find people having sex in our downstairs bathroom? She demands.
I'm sorry, he says earnestly. I told them to use your bed, but I guess they didn't listen.
I should have gone to Spain with Alex, she says as I take an empty chair. Instead, I'll get to spend my birthday fighting strangers for a space on my own fucking deck. Ginny's birthday is coming up in just a few days, and until this moment, I'd forgotten that she will want us to pull out all the stops. It'll still be fun, I coax. What do you want to do? We could go out, or have a party at the house. She shoots a dirty look at Max. A party at the house would be just like every other night.
You're welcome,
he says. She yawns. I have to call Alex at 7, so I'm going to bed.
That relationship of yours just gets better and better, doesn't it, Ginny?
Goads Max.
Almost as good as James's. Where is the lovely Allison these days, anyway? We haven't had the pleasure of her company yet.
James closes his eyes.
Working. It's almost like you're not in a relationship at all,
Max says, walking inside after Ginny, with a hint of laughter in his voice. I know it's none of my business, but I can't help myself. How can his thing with her sound so serious one moment, and not at all the next? A little bird told me you're planning to propose, I say. James snorts.
A little bird named Ginny thinks a whole lot of things that aren't even vaguely true, and she mouths off about most of them. But that one's new even to me.
So you're not? Proposing, I mean? My heart rate doubles at least. He shakes his head.
Jesus, no.
He laughs in exasperation.
Like my life isn't enough of a fucking mess. Where does Ginny get these ideas?
I'm beginning to think she gets them from Allison, but I keep my mouth shut. You just bailed on an internship. That's not a mess. Not like the kind I'm in, anyway. He grins.
Yeah, yours is kind of a train wreck, isn't it?
I smack his arm and he laughs. It's a low rumble in his throat, and it completely unseats me. I could be in the middle of a funeral and start thinking about bad things if I heard that sound. If only I had Ginny offering me a daily lecture on the perils of failure like she does you, I say. Her lectures to James are tedious even to me, so I can't imagine how tiresome he finds them.
My parents make Ginny look restrained.
He sighs.
They think I'm going to turn into Max.
No, they don't. He sighs.
They will once they know the worst part.
I raise a brow. What worst part? He hesitates.
You won't say anything?
I nod.
I'm not going back to law school.
For a moment, I am absolutely speechless. But, You've only got a year left.
I fucking hate it, Elle. I've always hated it. But I was going to gut it out anyway, until my grandfather died this spring. He just retired. He and my grandmother were going to spend the next 2 years traveling. They had these amazing plans. But instead, he spent his whole fucking life in that office, doing shit I seriously doubt he enjoyed. And then he died.
And you don't want to be him, I conclude quietly. That makes sense to me. He looks at me, something pleading in his eyes that makes me feel, for the first time, as if I'm the older of the two of us.
Does it?
Of course it does. Your family is so intense and goal-driven that I'm sure it's hard to see. But there are millions of jobs out there, and many of them could make you happy. It'd be insanity to agree to the job you know won't.
Can you not say anything to Jenny yet? This is as big a deal to her as it is to my parents. She was banking on me taking over the law firm, so she'd be off the hook. At this point, she's probably imagining that it's me and Allison taking over,
he adds with a groan.
So she's going to fucking flip out.
When are you going to let them know? I ask.
As soon as I can tell them for certain what I'm doing in its place.
Which is what? He glances at me.
Last week, I didn't go to D.C. just to visit friends. I was mostly there to interview with the FBI. They made an offer. I'm waiting until I get the official letter to tell my parents.
You're leaving? My voice cracks as I ask the question. He shakes his head.
Not until the next training opens for agents. Late September.
Relief whistles through my chest. With my fear out of the way, I look at the future he's creating for himself and see how absolutely perfect it is. James is a natural protector of things. It's in his nature. Even as a kid, he watched out for me more than my parents ever did. I can't think of a better job for you, James. What parent wouldn't be proud of that?
My parents,
he says flatly.
My mother will take one look at the kind of salary I'll bring home as a government employee and weep as if I've died.
I'm pissed off on his behalf. His parents' status-conscious bullshit is well and good, but he shouldn't have to dread telling them that this is what he wants for himself. Only you will be stuck with the life you choose, and you only get to choose once, so they don't get a vote. His eyes rest on me.
It's weird, but somehow I knew you'd be the one person who gets it.
Max would understand.
Max could understand, but not really, because I'm not sure he gets the concept of wanting to feel like you have a purpose. But I knew that you would.
I grin. See how wise I am? By the end of the summer, you'll be coming to me for all of your advice. I twist the chain around my neck, a nervous habit. I wonder if he'll ever stop making me nervous. His gaze flickers to the chain and back to me, and there is fleeting panic and regret on his face before he closes his eyes.
You're dangerous, Elle.
How so? I ask. He doesn't open his eyes.
You just are.
Chapter 21. L. James handles the restaurant reservations for Ginny's birthday. A harder task than it sounds, since her birthday is on the 4th of July. I'll bake the cake, I offer.
And I'll plan the huge house party for the night before,
offers Max. You know her so well, don't you? I ask.
I know her better than she knows herself,
he says, and I suspect he actually means it. The only sour note, for me, is the fact that Allison is coming down for the event. Ginny couldn't be more giddy about this. She is video chatting with Alex when I go upstairs to get ready for work, and Allison's arrival is all she wants to talk about. You'd think Hillary Clinton was staying with us. On my part, of course, Allison's arrival here is roughly as welcome as a herpes outbreak. Max seems to feel similarly when I mention it to him.
That's the last thing James needs right now,
he grumbles. Why? I ask.
He's already confused about school, and all she's gonna do is show up and make him feel guilty and more confused. He spent the whole year surrounded by people like her, who have their heads up their asses, he replies. That's why this summer's been good for him. You and I are good for him. He told me about the FBI thing, and I think the only reason he admitted it to me at all is because he told you, and the world didn't end. He needs more of that in his life.
I was just being honest. He was born to protect people. Although I'd say Jenny and I have experienced more than our fair share of his protectiveness this summer. Max gives me a long, pointed look.
I'm not sure he's actually trying to protect you.
What do you mean? I ask. His smile is evasive.
I can't give away all of James's secrets, now can I?
Jenny is in full scrub-down mode when I get back from the beach on Friday. Don't even think about dropping anything there, she says as I swing my backpack to the ground. Why exactly must I continue to hold my fairly heavy bag?
Because my sister is an idiot,
comes a voice from the couch.
She seems to have confused Allison with the Pope.
And you're a lazy sack of shit for not helping, snipes Jenny. James sits up and rolls his eyes. He's unshowered, unshaven, and still wearing yesterday's clothes. I can honestly say I've never seen him look so disgusting, and it doesn't diminish his appeal one iota.
Who needs a clean house?
He says, gesturing to himself.
When you have all this to look forward to.
Are you, planning to shower or anything? I ask, scrunching my nose. As if I give a shit whether he cleans up for his girlfriend. He shrugs.
Eventually.
Isn't she coming any minute now? He turns the channel to ESPN.
No clue.
I exchange a glance with Jenny, and she rolls her eyes while pretending to shoot herself in the head. Can you make sure his bathroom is clean? She asks. I can almost guarantee you that his bathroom is not clean, I tell her. Well, then can you go take care of it? She huffs. You seriously expect me to go clean your brother's filthy bathroom so his girlfriend won't be grossed out? Oh, sorry, media princess. I forgot you're too good for that.
Stop being a bitch, Jenny,
James says over the TV.
And both of you stay the fuck out of my room.
I go upstairs to shower. I need to get ready for work anyway, but mostly I want to stay out of the line of fire. God only knows what Jenny will expect next. I dry my hair, put on some makeup since I'm working cocktail tonight, and my tips tend to be specifically correlated to my appearance, and throw on my uniform. I hear Jenny's shout of joy, which tells me Allison has arrived, and I hesitate. I kind of don't want to meet Allison looking like this, looking just like my mom. Fuck it, I sigh, realizing I've caught Jenny's hero worship. Maybe there are some unsavory parts to my past, but I am doing my best to come back from them. I go to a good school, I work hard, and, most importantly, I am not my parents. So I refuse to be intimidated by this girl just because she made law review. I haven't even met her before I completely regret my stance. I get downstairs and can see her on the deck from inside the house, perched on the arm of James's chair. She is long and elegant, her sleek black hair straight out of a shampoo commercial. She's still in the suit she must have worn to work, and despite the drive, her clothes look like she just pulled them off the dry cleaner's hanger 10 minutes ago. I'm wearing what I can only assume is a t-shirt purchased from Baby Gap. I am not my mother. It's just a uniform. I've done nothing wrong. Bracing myself, I slide the door open. Her eyes shoot straight to me, as if she's been waiting for this moment, expecting it.
Allison,
James says, glancing quickly at me and away.
this is Elle, Ginny's best friend.
How lovely to meet you, she says, her eyes roaming over me. Her smile is like an alligator's, all teeth and a clear intent to attack. She makes a point of giving me yet another once-over. Ginny said you worked together. Apparently it's not at the senator's office. You look like you just walked off the set of a rap video.
That's the uniform, Allison,
says James. His sharp tone wipes the smirk right off her face. At the bar you work at? She asks him. Well, she must get plenty of tips, dressed like that.
That's the uniform she's forced to wear,
he says, the words clipped and angry.
the same one Ginny is forced to wear. So maybe you should tone it down some, huh?
She looks incredibly displeased now, and I get the feeling she blames me for all of it. At least I no longer have to feel guilty about wanting to steal her boyfriend. Work goes poorly as usual. I spend the entire night apologizing to someone, and the entire time I'm also thinking about James back at home with that witch. When the tray of frosted mugs and pitcher of beer I'm carrying hits someone in the head and falls on me, I'm pretty much ready to write the night off entirely. Except I'd rather be at work than forced to see Allison and James together. She might be a bitch, but she's beautiful and elegant in a way I will never be and can't begin to compete with. She seemed on the deck like an adult. My first reminder in a while that there really is a difference between 19 and 25. And they've been apart for 2 weeks, so if they aren't all over each other yet, I imagine the moment is approaching when they will be. When I finally get home, I discover that Max was not joking about hosting a pre-birthday bash for Jenny, and I'm in no mood for any of it. I smell like an unappealing combination of grilled meats and cheap beer, and all I want in the whole world is a shower and bed. Except when I get upstairs, Jenny's got the door locked. I knock, but no one answers, so I return downstairs to find Max. Nice job, I tell him. Ginny loves her party so much, she's barricaded herself in our room and won't let me in. I need a shower, and I'm sure as hell not using the outdoor one with a bunch of strangers around. And I need a t-shirt.
You can borrow something of mine and use my shower,
he suggests.
If you leave the door unlocked, I might even join you.
I nod. Thanks for reminding me to lock the door. I grab a t-shirt from his drawer and enter the bathroom. To my infinite surprise, it's actually clean, and he has nice stuff in the shower. Although most of it appears swiped from an upscale hotel. I take my time, hoping that if I'm in there long enough, Ginny will have unlocked the door so I can go to sleep. The lights are off in the bedroom when I emerge.
You can stay,
says Max. It's dark, but I can hear the smirk in his voice, accompanied by a female giggle, which alerts me that he is not alone. Pass, I groan, walking to the door. Have fun. I open the door and swing into Allison. Her face is so smugly triumphant, I begin to think she must want me to hit her. No one is safe around you, are they? She crows. Just like your mom. I stare at her. What the hell are you talking about? I know your type, Elle. You make a point of stealing what isn't yours. I head to the back deck, rage burning its way through my chest. I hate her for saying it, for comparing me to my mother. And I also hate that in a small way it's true. I'd steal James from her in a heartbeat if I could. James is there when I get outside. I sit, taking a curious sideways glance over at him. He looks worn, the stubble, the circles under his eyes. He never did shower. He still looks like shit. Granted, he looks like gorgeous shit that I would do very, very bad things to given the chance, but for him, it's not his best look. What's up with you? I ask. Your girlfriend's here, but you look like someone just shot your dog. He shrugs and looks over at me. His face in the moonlight looks both young and old, resolved and torn.
I broke up with her. In May. She asked me to wait, to not make any rash decisions, because she thinks this is just me freaking out. And my parents gave her a fucking internship at their firm. So I thought it would make it weird for everyone involved if I ended things while she's still there. But then I broke up with her again last week. That's why she's here, even if she's claiming it's for Ginny. I don't even want to be in the same room with her.
I'm so thrilled I could burst into a song and dance number right here on the deck.
I used to be more like Ginny,
he continues.
I knew exactly what I wanted and how I was going to get there. And if I had doubts, I just ignored them and plowed through. I'm not sure what it says about me that I can't seem to do that anymore.
I'm not sure that's the best way to go about things anyway, I tell him. I mean, look at Ginny. She's ignoring some pretty clear signals that she wants something other than Alex. Because she's telling herself that in the grand scheme, he's what will make her happy. But if her experience with him is entirely composed of things that don't make her happy now, how could that be true? She's so devoted to the outcome that she won't allow herself to question it. He meets my eye then, and it's just like the time we spoke about law school, the time he said I was dangerous. He looks at me as if he's surprised to find me here at all, as if he's suddenly seeing me for the first time, in a good way.
You're so young, but sometimes I listen to you, and it feels like you're the one who's older. You say things that I've thought when I'm at my best, at my clearest, but you say them with so much certainty that I believe them coming from you.
That's my newscaster voice. I smile. I've been trained since birth to deliver complete bullshit with authority.
You could still do that, you know, he says. People will forget.
I don't know. I sigh. A part of me still wants it, and another part thinks that no matter what I accomplish, people are always going to think of me as the intern who slept with Edward Ferris. 20 years from now, there will continue to be some doubt about whether I truly earn the position I'm in.
There'd have been doubt anyway, he says gently. Look who your dad is. Or was. There was always going to be some question of whether you'd gotten where you were because of yourself or because of him. There probably isn't a single female on TV who hasn't had someone suggest or think that she used her looks to get where she is.
I suppose, I say. It's not just that, though. The way they covered it all up. The way they made me the guilty party when they knew I wasn't. Even the way they initially tried to cover up my father's affair. It's just kind of repugnant. I don't know that I want to be a part of that. He reaches out and rests his hand on my arm.
You won't be, because that's not the kind of person you are.
Before I can ask what he means, the sliding door opens. His hand falls away quickly, but not quickly enough. Allison stands there, arms folded across her chest. "Am I interrupting?" she asks coolly. "No," I reply, standing to leave. I allow myself one look back at him, and our eyes meet for a single moment. I'm not sure which of us looks more unhappy as I go inside.
Chapter 22. James. Elle goes inside. Allison is staring me down as if she just caught us having sex out here. And I probably look guilty as hell, because even if we were doing nothing wrong, my head is not in the right place where Elle is concerned. I'm guessing Allison knows it too. She laughs, but the sound is bitter. "So how is that? Dating a teenager. It must be weird for you after spending most of your year around actual adults." I exhale heavily. I knew this was coming. Elle and I are not dating, as I've told you before. She rolls her eyes. "Yeah, you became super distant the minute she arrived here, but I'm sure that was a coincidence." In the recesses of my brain, I wonder if this is true. If right from the start, my attraction to Elle is what hammered home the fact that I was never going to want Allison that way. I wanted to end things last spring, remember? You convinced me to wait, and I gave it a shot, and it just wasn't working for me. You gave it a shot? What kind of shot did you give it? You took off from Connecticut the first day of our internship. I throw up my hands. What did you want me to do, Allison? Stay at a job that was going to make me miserable so I could remain with a girl I'd already ended things with once? Do you know how awkward it is for me there now, James? I work for your parents, and not only did you up and run, but now I'm the girl their son dumped. I squeeze my eyes shut and pray for patience. I'm sorry about that, Allison, but I told you I didn't think working together there was a good idea. I told you the situation with my parents was a little tense, and you ought to intern somewhere you'd want to work after graduation. Exactly, James, and I wanted to work there with you. I exhale heavily. I could not have been more clear about my intentions when Allison and I started dating. I wanted things to stay casual. But Allison doesn't have a whole lot of experience with not getting her way, and she seemed to assume she'd get it with us, too. I'm sorry, I tell her. I know this isn't how you wanted things to go, but I think we'll both be better off in the long run. Don't think you're going to spend the whole summer fucking some brain-dead model and come slinking back next fall. Anger spikes in my chest. I'm not sleeping with her, and I have no idea where you got the idea she's brain-dead. But given she's at the same Ivy you went to, I'd watch how far you go with that. Yeah, and I'm sure that's her appeal, right? Her big, luscious brain. I'm not having this conversation with you, I tell her, rising. You can take the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. Her eyes widen. Are you serious right now? I drove all the way down here, and we're not even sleeping together? I tell her I am completely serious and walk inside. If I'm turning down my first chance to get laid in nearly 2 months, I'm either really over Allison, or I'm way too into someone else.
Chapter 23. Elle. The next morning, I get up to make Ginny's birthday cake. I'm still annoyed that she locked me out of the room for so long last night, but I stifle my irritation. I even start waffles, since that's her favorite breakfast. The smell of baking draws my housemates into the kitchen. First Max, then James, and finally Ginny. "Isn't Allison great?" she squeals as I pour the batter onto the iron. I reply, a noise that means nothing at all, but one I know she will take to mean agreement. Allison emerges last, dressed like she's heading to the ladies' tea at the country club. White capris, a cashmere tank, a scarf around her neck. Meanwhile, James is now shirtless and still wearing Thursday's shorts, which he may or may not have gone running in. I'm heartened by the fact that he sure doesn't look like a guy who's trying to get laid. Allison fixes her icy smile on me and comes to the opposite side of the island. "I can take over," she says, pulling the waffle iron away from me and reaching out her hand, fully expecting me to hand over the batter. I'm kind of stunned. Who the fuck does she think she is? Walking into my fucking kitchen and trying to take over my fucking waffles. I grab the waffle iron by its cord and yank it back to me. "I think I've got it. Thanks," I say. "Are you sure?" she asks. "Because it smells like something's burning." "Boys," I call out, "do you smell anything burning?" They both say no. I try not to gloat. "Fine," she snaps. "I'll set the table." Set the table? Are we the Rockefellers now? I raise a brow at Jenny, cutting strawberries, but she doesn't acknowledge it, acting as if she hasn't heard a word of our conversation. And if she did, I'm sure she'd fall squarely on Team Allison. "You barely have enough plates," says Allison with a sigh. "And where are the napkins?" "We just use paper towels," I reply. She opens the refrigerator. "And no juice either. Jenny, do you want to walk to the store with me?" Jenny drops her strawberries so fast, you'd think she was a puppet led by Allison. James sighs.
This isn't brunch at the Ritz-Carlton, Allison. We'll live without juice.
Allison stops in place, but instead of replying to him, she turns to me. "Are we safe leaving you with Max and James?" she asks. "Is it only married men you seduce?"
Allison,
says James, and there is no longer flexibility in his voice.
That's enough.
I am momentarily speechless. "You told her about Edward?" I finally ask as the door shuts behind them.
No,
he says.
Ginny must have. Dude, says Max. What the fuck is going on? I've never been a fan of Allison's, but that was fucked up, even for her. She got the wrong idea last night about something, and now she's losing her shit over it. Got the wrong idea about what? Asks Max.
James glances at me swiftly before his eyes drift shut.
She's threatened by Elle. As well she should be, quips Max. No woman wants to walk in and find her boyfriend sharing a house with a freaking model, especially one with a rack like Elle's. Shut up, Max, says James. Tell me where I'm wrong, he argues. Allison's dislike bothers me more than it should. Probably because I know she views me the same way people in my office did, as some kind of man-stealing slut. But honestly, what's upsetting me right now has nothing to do with that. What really hurts is Ginny, and her complete defection to the other side. She didn't try to defend me in the least. I pull the cakes out of the oven and set them on top of the stove. I'm out of here. Where are you going? Asks James. Elsewhere, I say. I'll be back in time for the party. I head upstairs for my purse, but before I've even grabbed it, James appears, filling the entire frame of the door. Don't leave, he says, sitting on the end of Ginny's bed. Don't lend credence to what Allison says by running off like you've done something wrong. Because you haven't. I'm not running off, I say quietly. But for whatever reason, I seem to create tension for Allison. This is your weekend with her, and neither of you should have to deal with that. It's just 2 days. You're not creating the tension. It was already there, and she wants to blame it on you.
I don't understand how you ever could have been with someone like that.
You've seen her at her absolute worst. To be honest, I never dreamed she would be as awful as she's been the past 24 hours. I feel like I don't even know her. But I haven't been into it, I think, all year. I wanted to be, because everyone loved her, and because it was all so easy. But I just wasn't.
I get the whole thing about trying to make something work, but all year, I ask? How could you have gone with it that long?
The problem is, everything at school sucked. Going to class, studying, being with her. I couldn't separate it all out. I don't think I had any idea how bad it was until I got here.
You just needed time apart? I ask. He shrugs.
I realized it wasn't fair to her. I'd forgotten how it was possible to feel about someone. What it was like to really crave something, instead of just accept the things you have.
He glances up at me suddenly as if he said too much. Is that why you're not showering? I ask with a smile. So she won't feel like it's such a loss? He grins.
Maybe. I hadn't really thought it through. But yeah, I guess this is the first time in my life I've gone more than 2 days in the same clothes.
She may be a keeper if she's willing to put up with you looking like that.
So you'd have kicked me to the curb?
He asks. I look over at him, tan and shirtless and unshaven, and before I can pull it back, I just tell him the truth. No, I say softly. Our eyes hold, and I swear I see him shudder in response. James has made reservations at a small Italian restaurant I've never heard of for Ginny's birthday. Apparently lots of other people have heard about it, though, because he had to call in a few favors to get a table. He, Allison, and Max head there early to set things up, leaving Ginny and me alone for the first time since this morning. If it weren't her birthday, I'd say something about what happened, but I decide to let it go. She, oddly enough, is the one who seems to be holding a grudge. The whole time we're getting ready, she's giving me sidelong glances, the way strangers do when I'm with my mom. Only there's no admiration in the looks she's sending my way. I put on one of the new dresses I bought for my summer in the city. White, completely backless, held together by 2 clear straps that are practically invisible. A dress my mother talked me into buying. At the time, I was horrified. Now, primed to put Allison in her place, I'm grateful. Since my mom is apparently an expert at stealing men, maybe just this once, her advice will turn out worthwhile. I am, however, regretting the strappy gold sandals she convinced me to purchase. If I'd known I was going to have to walk 6 fast blocks to the restaurant, I might have chosen something else. Ginny, I can't keep up with you in these things, I complain. Maybe you shouldn't have worn them, she snipes. I wish you hadn't worn the whole outfit, if we're being honest. What's wrong with it? Has it ever occurred to you that maybe I don't want to spend my birthday standing beside someone who's 8 inches taller? I stop. Are you saying you don't want me to come because I'm taller than you? Her jaw shifts. No, I'm just saying I don't understand why you need to wear heels on top of everything else. I don't even like being this tall. You know that. It rules out like half of all available men. Max and James are both tall, she says with a bite to her tone. Her irritation makes no sense to me, but it's not as if that sharpness in her voice is a novelty. It's been there to some degree ever since Allison arrived. We finish our walk to the restaurant in silence and are ushered onto the back brick patio. Ginny goes off to greet her guests and help Allison, who appears to be swanning about. spreading shit on the table, and I am left face to face with James, the mere sight of whom makes me feel slightly weak-kneed. In khaki pants and a collared shirt with the sleeves rolled up, he is the single best-looking man I've ever seen in my life. The sea blue of his shirt stands out against his tan, against the gold flecks in his hair, the warmth of his eyes, a warmth that changes once they lock on me.
Wow,
says Max, walking up beside him.
That dress is... holy shit. I think you're actually even hotter than your mom. How is that dress even staying up?
James asks, his voice tense with displeasure. Max elbows him.
Stop being a dick, dude. Tell her she looks nice.
James hasn't told me I look nice since my first communion, so I'm not holding my breath. I reply. Is everything all set?
Everything aside from the fact that you're missing half a dress,
grumbles James as he turns toward the table. He takes charge of the seating, placing Ginny at the head of the table, flanked by Allison and Max. In the center are friends from the Pink Pelican, and by some unbelievable stroke of luck, one Allison must be enraged by, I am at the other end next to him. This makes tonight the best thing that's happened in weeks, even if he's going to spend the whole time bitching about my dress.
I have a jacket in my car,
he suggests. Enough about the damn dress, I tell him sternly. Seriously.
Fine,
he mutters, more to himself than me.
I need a fucking drink then.
He grabs the wine list and sighs.
I know nothing about Italian wines.
I slide it toward me. If you want red, I'd go with the Super Tuscan. Viticcio is good. If you want white, go with the Alto Adige Pinot. Maybe you should let the grown-ups take care of this one, Elle, calls Allison from her end of the table. You're not even old enough to drink. I picture sending my knife whistling down the table into her eye. I don't even think I'd feel guilty. Not old enough to drink here, I amend. They're not so worried about it in Italy. And I also have Ryan's 23-year-old cousin's driver's license, if that argument doesn't work with the staff. When the waiter returns, James nods at me.
The blonde here has spent more time in Italy than the rest of us combined, and she says that the Viticcio is good.
The waiter glances over.
You don't look Italian.
I shake my head. I just spent a lot of time there as a kid. He grins.
And did you learn any Italian there?
Un pochito. He asks in Italian where I stayed and why I was there, and I reply in Italian. It's been a long time since I've spoken it, but I like the feel of it tripping off my tongue. Though I eventually wound up with some bad memories of Italy, I had many amazing ones first. When he finally leaves the table, everyone is staring at me.
What the fuck was that? Asks Max. You speak Italian?
I shrug. Some, I guess.
That wasn't some,
he says.
You're fluent. How much time did you spend there?
I shrug. My father covered the Vatican for a while. You're conveniently forgetting how you summered on that dude's yacht there, too, says Ginny. With your mom's friend, Flavio. I stiffen a little. I go out of my way not to think about some of the things that happened on that yacht, and I don't really care for her tone. She makes it sound like my mother was some yacht bunny sleeping with whatever wealthy man would give us a room. Or perhaps I'm just feeling sensitive about it, because I secretly wonder if it's true. The wine is decanted. I expect James to make some snide crack about my age when the waiter pours it into my glass, but he does not. I sip and it rests in my stomach, heavy and warm.
Any other hidden skills I need to know?
He asks,
Did you also climb Everest and go through sommelier training?
You mean you haven't? His low laugh sends a trill of delight rocketing through my stomach.
So, are you going to order for me too, Elle?
He asks, his mouth close to my ear, his voice quiet. It sounds dirty somehow. Do you want me to order for you, James?
I like hearing you speak Italian,
he says.
Say something.
Ti sei dimenticato di comprare il latte.
That sounded dirty,
he says. You just have a dirty mind. I said you forgot to buy milk. He laughs.
Say something else.
Il mio pastello è grande.
What was that?
He asks. My crayon is large. He gets a sly grin on his face.
Je promets que mon crayon est plus grand,
he says, close to my ear again. French spoken too quickly for me to follow. He's right. It sounds positively filthy.
I promise my crown is larger,
he translates with a smile so dirty, I find myself squeezing my thighs together. I'm having the best moment of my entire summer, until it's ruined by a chair sliding between James's and mine.
I'm Domenico, the owner,
the guy says in Italian, talking only to me. For one horrible moment, I worry that he's going to card me, but instead he angles the chair, shutting James out entirely.
My waiter's in back telling us all of your flawless accent, he says. So I had to hear it for myself.
I think he was being kind. I smile. I just spent a little time there as a kid.
We don't get a lot of Italian speakers here,
he says.
And certainly not beautiful ones.
The smile he flashes makes me want to edge my chair farther away. We speak for a few minutes about the coast, and then he asks if I want to see their garden after the meal. I agree with some trepidation, sensing he has something he wants to show me there besides organically grown herbs.
What was that about?
Asks James when he leaves. I shrug. I guess they don't get a lot of people in Rehoboth who speak Italian.
Yeah,
he says, his jaw tight.
I saw the way he was looking at you. I'm pretty sure this isn't just about his desire to speak Italian.
I wish he was wrong, but I'm fairly certain he's not, especially when Domenico sends over several bottles of wine we didn't order. My guess is he'll be asking me to pay in other ways, later during my tour. But I forget about that as the meal progresses, too focused on James beside me. He seems to lean closer as the night goes on, his thigh pressing more heavily against mine, his hand brushing my fingers. Or perhaps I've just had enough wine that I can think of nothing anymore but his proximity. Fireworks explode overhead once it's dark, and I see now why James insisted on getting us a table outside. We tip our heads back to watch.
This must seem kind of lame, after watching them in D.C. every year,
he comments. I breathe in deeply, my contentment residing in my chest like a physical presence. I like it. I don't remember ever having a better Fourth. I don't look at him as I say it, but I sense that he's no longer watching the fireworks.
Me either,
he says, his voice barely audible over the explosion above us. After the fireworks, we sing Happy Birthday, and Jenny opens her gifts. From Max, a 10-inch vibrator and anal beads.
Seriously, dude?
James asks.
In front of me? Ginny is on the cusp of blooming sexually, Max argues. It's a cause for celebration, not shame.
Domenico returns as we're paying the bill and asks if I'm ready for my tour. I rise reluctantly. I've had plenty of experience fending off advances, but it doesn't mean I relish the task.
Where are you going?
James demands. My shoulders sag. He wants to show me their garden.
Awesome,
he says, rising to his feet.
I love gardens.
Domenico's grimace makes it clear this was not what he had in mind. He places a hand on the back of my arm and turns us toward the garden, without acknowledging James at all. He shows me the garden, with James right on our heels the entire time.
He's your boyfriend?
He asks in Italian. When we switch languages, James comes to my side, his hand resting lightly at the small of my back. Yes, I lie.
He's very possessive.
He smirks.
Perhaps he senses you're ready to move on to a real man?
I smile. I don't think that's it. We head back down the stairs, and when a waiter stops Domenico, James pulls me around the corner. To my surprise, he's angry.
Are you going to keep flirting with him all night?
He hisses. I'm not flirting, I retort.
I know flirting when I see it, whether it's in English or Italian.
All his earlier softness is gone, and his eyes are dangerous in the moonlight. It excites me and angers me at the same moment.
He's way too old for you.
I roll my eyes. He's only 30, I say, turning to go. And why would it possibly matter to you? His hand circles my forearm, pulling me back to him. Our eyes meet, and everything that was in his face just moments before has shifted, replaced by something that isn't angry or distant at all. Like a blurry photo made clear, the things I've seen in his face so often have sharpened. And, oh my God, all those times he seemed so aloof, I think I was seriously misreading him. There's no time to process this. There is only the thrill of his hand threading through my hair, tilting my chin upward, the bright need in his eyes, the whisper of his exhale over my skin before his mouth brushes mine, setting nerve endings sparking like tiny shivers over my surface, while his lips, warm and soft and searching, open to me. His tongue teases, commanding me to take him in, and when I respond, brushing his tongue with the lightest flick of my own, his body coils tight. I feel the sound he makes, low in his throat, a hum that makes my whole body feel overheated and ripe. He grabs my hips and pulls me against him, and suddenly I am part of his moving pieces. The quick rise and fall of his chest, his arms caging me in. A gust of air blows around us, salt and pine mixing with the smell of his soap, the starch of his shirt.
"Elle,"
he murmurs, the sound of it almost pained. His breath is against my ear, his lips pressing to the corner of my jaw, to the soft skin beneath, pulling a shaky inhale from me, then a low whimper as his hands slide over my bare back and below my waist. His mouth finds mine again, the kiss harder this time, urgent, backing me to the wall. The old brick grates against my skin, pain that seems to heighten the pleasure of everything else I feel. His impatient mouth and the heat of his chest and his hands cupping my ass. I arch forward, tasting the salt on his skin as I press myself to the part of him that is hard and ready. And his answer is a groan that seems to vibrate through his chest. A voice shatters the bubble we're in like an explosion. Ginny is approaching, calling our names, and we jump away from each other and stand there, gasping and shocked.
"I'm sorry,"
James says. I've never seen anyone look as horrified as he does now.
"Fuck. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have..."
"Everyone's been looking for you," huffs Ginny. "What were you doing?" Allison, behind her, is pale beneath her tan. and seems to know exactly what we were doing.
I'm sorry.
James whispers, and then he walks away without another word, with Allison behind him. What just happened? Ginny demands. Nothing, I reply. Ginny looks from their retreating backs to me. We're going to Max's bar, she says stiffly. I think it would be easier for everyone if you didn't come. I will be hurt by this later, but right now I'm too dumbfounded to process it. So she walks away as I stand there, stunned by what happened and how it ended. I lean against the wall and remember it, the moment he pulled me against him, his fingers running through my hair, the whisper of his breath and his soft mouth, and the way he said my name, as if it had sat on his lips for a long time, waiting to be set free. I remember it all in exquisite, excruciating detail, including the part where he looked at me in horror and apologized.
Chapter 24. James. Ginny and Allison both stare at my face, which undoubtedly has the truth written all over it. I must have been out of my mind to seat Elle next to me. I knew I'd fuck up if I spent too much time around her, but I did it anyway. Sat there listening to her laugh and leaning in close to smell her damn shampoo. And if you ever want proof that you're too far gone over a girl, it's the point where you catch yourself sniffing her head. I should have realized right then that I was taking things too far, that the longer I was there, the more I'd want from her, the more I'd want to submerge myself in the moment and forget everything else, all the other things I want from life, things that don't include sleeping with my sister's teenage friend. What the fuck just happened? Allison asks. I tell Allison and Ginny it was nothing. Neither of them appears to believe me. Nor should they. It was the opposite of nothing. It was the shittiest thing I've ever done. And I did it to someone I've always tried to look out for. We get to the next bar. Max asks where Elle is, and Ginny's face clouds over. She decided to go home, she replies, making my stomach sink even further, since I'm undoubtedly responsible. Can I talk to you? Allison demands. Reluctantly, I follow her outside the bar, and she rounds on me the moment we reach the sidewalk. The truth, James. I want the fucking truth. What's going on with you and Elle? I feel like we've had this conversation, I reply. Maybe because we have. Several times. It's nice that you want to stay tonight because of Ginny's birthday, but this is the last time I'm going to defend myself to you because we are no longer together, and I don't have to. Nothing is going on with Elle. Nothing is going to happen in the future either. You're a liar, she seethes, drawing stares from passers-by. You think I don't see the way you look at her? My feelings are irrelevant, I snap. I'm not going to act on them. Her skin pales, and it's only then that I realize I've admitted more than I should. Ginny walks out to find Allison staring at me, caught between fury and tears. What's going on? I'm leaving, Ginny, says Allison. Thanks to your friend. Oh, and remember how I told you about Elle's mom? How she seduces people, breaks up marriages? Well, James thinks she did it to your parents, too. That's why they separated. That's why your mom's been sick all this time. Because of Elle's whore of a mother. I'm speechless. So is Ginny. She looks like she's been hit. But Allison just shrugs. She needed to know before Elle does the same thing to her. And then she turns and walks toward the parking lot, leaving a disaster in her wake. Ginny looks small and scared, her eyes welling. James? Her voice cracks, and it hurts my chest. Is that true? She shouldn't have told you that, I say. It was just a theory. I have no idea. Oh my God, she says, clutching her stomach. Of course that's what happened. Mom started hating the Graysons right when Dad left, and then the Graysons moved, and then she got all psycho about her weight. You thought that all this time and never told me? It's just a theory, nothing more. Why haven't you asked them, though? I don't want to know. What possible good would that information do? Mom's a disaster, and Dad's been the only one holding this family together for years. I don't want to start hating him, too. And anyway, it's all in the past. It's not in the past, James, she gasps. Mom was never the same after that summer they separated. All because Elle and her mom. What does Elle have to do with any of it? I say, my voice hard. Are you responsible for our parents' choices? She says nothing. And even if it's true, I continue, Elle's mom would only own half the blame. The other half is on our father. Ginny finds her voice again. Dad would never have done something like this on his own. It's them. Do you know how many times in my life I've liked someone who couldn't even see me because he was so blinded by Elle? Allison warned me about this months ago. I should have listened. Warned you about what? I ask, trying to restrain my anger. That Elle's pretty? I'd think you'd have figured that out on your own. No. That women like that constantly seek affirmation by moving from one guy to the next, usually one who belongs to someone else. Give me a break, Ginny. You've known Elle your entire life. That is not her. No? Then explain why she's here hitting on you when you have a girlfriend and is also sleeping with Max. Something cold steals over me. Sleeping with Max? Ginny raises a shoulder. Allison told me. She caught Elle coming out of Max's room last night. That doesn't mean she was sleeping with him. Oh, really? So what happens when you take a girl back to your room during a party and shut the door? She came out wearing his clothes. Rage feels like it's swallowing me whole. Not just rage at Max, which I could maybe justify, but at Elle, too, which tells me all the reasons I'm pissed are the wrong ones. Well, there's nothing going on between me and Elle. There sure as fuck better not be. Can you imagine what this would do to Mom if you're right? My God, how could you have let Elle come down here at all? Why didn't you stop me? Because Elle has nothing to do with it, that's why. And you can't say anything to her about this. She has no idea. Why the fuck not? Maybe it would do her some good to see how much damage bullshit like her mother's does. I know you're mad, but it's not fair to take it out on her. Don't you think she suffered enough thanks to her parents? And Elle hates that people compare her to her mom. If she thought you were doing it too, she'd be devastated. Ginny clenches her jaw, and then her shoulders sag. She knows I'm right. Fine. But if I get the slightest hint that you're hooking up with Elle, I'm going to tell her everything. And it won't be a pleasant conversation. Capiche? She goes back inside, and I stand there, stunned by how colossally I've fucked up. I think of Elle as the little kid at that award ceremony again, by herself. No one to celebrate her wins, to tell her she was doing something right. No one to fall back on. A decade later, and she's still alone. And now, her best friend is turning on her because of me. I'm gonna stay away from her, even if it kills me, because I can't stand to be responsible for anything else that goes wrong.
Chapter 25. Elle. I go downstairs the next morning with my stomach turning. How much of that is my hangover, and how much is flat-out dread? I'm not sure. Max and James are already up, sitting at the kitchen table. James pulls the paper toward him and stares at it fixedly as I walk by. What, am I Medusa now? He can't even freaking look at me?
What happened to you last night?
Max asks.
You totally disappeared on us.
My best friend stabbed me in the back? That's what happened. I wasn't feeling well.
You got another flower delivery,
James says. His voice is flat, but there's an edge just beneath it.
I assume they're from Edward. I thought you were going to tell him to cut that shit out.
After everything that happened last night, he thinks he can kick today off with accusations? Fuck you, James. I did. I go to the laundry room to get the bouquet. It's even bigger than the previous one.
Wow,
says Max, walking toward me.
I know you give an amazing blowjob, Elle, but that's...
There's a sickening thud as his body hits the wall. James has him pinned by his throat, and I stand speechless, my brain racing to make sense of what has happened.
And how, says James, would you know that?
Max throws his hands up.
Jesus, settle down. I know because Ryan told me.
James still stands there, unappeased, holding Max to the wall, as if he's been frozen in that position. Let him go, James, I whisper. He didn't do anything wrong. James doesn't budge. Let him go. When he finally releases Max, I turn and walk out, my face so warm I can almost feel it pulsing. I hate this. I hate all of it. I can't believe Ryan told Max that, of all things. I can't believe Edward is still calling, still sending flowers, as if we had some kind of torrid affair. Given how limited my experience is, this summer is beginning to feel like one long after-school special about the dangers of being a slut. Except I don't think I ever was one. Mostly I hate that James, the one person I've actually kissed since school ended, seems so willing to believe the worst of me. When I get back upstairs, I find Jenny in bed with her books around her jaw set with tension, just like her brother's is so often. They really look absolutely nothing alike, but they both react to stress poorly. Allison and James broke up, she says. I hope you're happy. I roll my eyes. I had nothing to do with that. He broke up with her last week. He was just confused. Whose interpretation is that? Yours or Allison's? Because it sounds not one iota like what I heard from James. Since when are you and James so close? She asks. But then, I guess you're close to everyone, aren't you? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, she says. I get the feeling, however, that the opposite is true. She's so stiff with rage. It's as if she can't decide what accusation to hurl first. But maybe you and your family should learn to keep your hands to yourselves. Are you shitting me? Are you seriously trying to compare me with my father? No, she says coldly. I don't think anyone related to you is all that innocent. I wait all day for James to explain what happened the previous night and why he ran. But I don't actually lay eyes on him until I get to the Pink Pelican that afternoon. I look toward the bar just in time to catch him turning away, his jaw locked shut, as if he can somehow cage me out. If there were a noise associated with your heart breaking, I'd be making it right now. All night he avoids me, and it's so much worse than the early days when I felt invisible. Now, it's as if I am so noxious to him that he can't stand to look. When I walk onto the deck later, after work, I'm not even in a chair before he's rising to leave, mumbling something about going for a run, though it's after midnight. I want to go back in time. I want to go back to a time before I knew he would reject me and Ginny would turn on me. Before I knew what it was like to feel impressed against me, to imagine I heard raw need in his voice as he groaned my name. I want to go back to a time when he was a distant memory, and not this thing I feel inside me, as real as the fists he's clenched as he walks past. It's been an eventful month, but this is the first thing that feels like more than I can bear. I call my mom the next morning, and shockingly, she answers. "I'm so glad you called, Elle," she says. "You'll never guess what I'm being considered for." Please don't let it be another of Tommy's videos. My mom is still very pretty, but I don't need the whole world watching her slither over a car in a bikini again. It'll feel like it was me doing it, and that's how everyone who sees me will act. Real Housewives! I flinch. It's actually worse than my mother in one of Tommy's videos. A syndicated show filming her drinking too much and screaming at other women, with her random hookups a topic for morning shows, and the other, more chaste wives. They're doing Real Housewives in D.C. again? No, she says breezily. I'll need to move. Probably Beverly Hills. Exciting, right? Sure, I reply. That's great. But hey, I was just calling to tell you I'm going back to the townhouse in Georgetown. I hope that's okay. What? She asks, sounding distracted. Things just aren't going well here, I reply. My voice sounds tinny in an effort not to cry. She isn't paying close enough attention to hear it, though. Tommy's friends are still at the house now. Check back with me in a week and maybe they'll be gone. She hangs up, leaving me feeling more hollow than I did before we spoke. My mother's helplessness always ensured that I'd be wanted somewhere, that I'd have something or someone to call home. I sometimes resented how much she needed me, but it's only now that she no longer does, that I realize I needed her too. Chapter 26. L. When Max and I return from yoga the next day, I discover that Ginny is in our shower, so I use the one outside. I wrap myself in a towel when I finish and step out, only to run smack into James. Not a graceful collision, but a full-on crash, through which I barely managed to keep my towel around me. For a fraction of a second, his hands are pressed to my bare arms, and I'm remembering the other night before I can stop myself. There's something heated, feverish in his gaze. And then he jumps away from me, like I'm some kind of crazed stalker.
Jesus, he snaps. What the hell?
I struggle to recover, forcing everything I feel into something that resembles anger rather than agony. I bumped into you, I retort. I didn't run you over with a car. Why are you flipping out? I expect him to back down, but he doesn't.
And why are you out here in nothing but a towel?
He hisses. I cannot believe he's overreacting like this. I gesture behind me. This is a shower, Einstein. It's what humans do to cleanse themselves.
Yes, I'm aware that it's a shower,
he says.
That doesn't explain why you think it's okay to go wandering around outside naked.
I'm not naked, I snap. I can remove the towel if you're unclear on the difference. He blanches.
No one needs to see you walking through the house like that.
I let out an irritated huff. Max isn't even home, and he doesn't need to make it sound like I'm inflicting some horrible, blinding vision on people by walking by with my arms and legs visible. You're an asshole, I say, and I storm off before I do what I'm very inclined to. Drop the towel entirely and let him contend with that horrible, blinding vision. The door is still locked when I get upstairs. I pound on it until Ginny answers and ignore the indignant look she gives me as I dress. I only want, in this moment, to be as far from her and James as possible. I walk on the beach, ruminating over all of it. Ginny's anger, and most of all, James. He's treating me like some kind of danger, like a small wild animal intent on causing harm. How exactly am I at fault for what happened? I didn't pull him into me. I didn't run my hands through his hair or grab his ass. I wasn't the one hard enough to break cement. I see a guy running in the distance, shirtless and barefoot. He reminds me of James, and that's all it takes for my anger to revert to the sadness it's really been all along. All the things I cared about a few months ago, my grades and my career and my internship and Ryan, they feel like weak substitutes, something to fill the time until James Campbell chooses me. And for whatever reason, despite the other night, it appears he never will, ensuring a future full of weak substitutes. The runner comes closer. He has brooding eyes and dark brows and a perfect mouth, and there is only one person alive who possesses those things in James's precise quantities. I brace myself for another onslaught of rejection, but instead he slows and comes to a halt a few feet in front of me, looking troubled.
Hey,
he says. He pulls out the shirt he'd tucked into his waistband and wipes his face with it.
I'm sorry about earlier.
He speaks haltingly. 1,000 questions fly through my mind, and I'm guessing I won't get the chance to ask more than one of them. Why are you treating me like this? I ask finally. I have to pause to avoid that telltale crack in my voice. You're acting like you hate me.
I don't hate you. Of course I don't,
he says, rubbing a hand over his eyes.
I've wanted to apologize 1,000 times, but there is absolutely nothing I can say. There is no apology that could ever be sufficient. So instead I've said nothing, and that's so much worse.
Apologize?
For what happened. I shouldn't have...
He falters again, as if even alluding to it is so painful he can't bring himself to do it.
I can't tell you how much I regret it.
I wince. I didn't think I could feel worse than I already did. How flattering, I mumble. He rubs at the back of his neck.
I didn't mean it like that. I just meant it was wrong, and I've spent so much time trying to keep you safe, and that I was the one to take advantage of you like that sickens me.
You didn't take advantage of me, I reply. I'm not a kid. He flinches.
You're 19, Elle, and I'm 25. So yeah, that's taking advantage, whether you see it that way or not.
That's ridiculous.
No, it's not.
His jaw sets.
And I'm sorry I got mad about you being outside in a towel. But here's the thing. Guys are dogs. Even the good ones. Even me. Even Max. Even my father. You're this deadly combination of incredibly beautiful and a little naive. and you just don't see it.
So you're saying that what happened at Ginny's birthday was my fault?
No, I take full responsibility for that. People do lots of stupid things when they're drinking, and we'd been drinking a lot. I'm just saying it makes me crazy that you're so naive, and it makes me crazier that I was the one to take advantage of it.
I'm not that naive, James, I counter, remembering all the times I had to drag my semi-conscious mother away from Flavio's disgusting friends. And you're making it sound like I'm a moron. Like I'm outside hitchhiking in a halter top or walking around the house naked. And I'm not.
Ginny told me you considered going to the Hamptons when Ferris invited you.
I throw my hands up. He implied that he wanted to set me up with his son, and he's my dad's age. I think it was a reasonable misunderstanding.
Maybe it was, but she also told me the shit he said to you, and you should have known.
Thanks, James, I rasp, because I don't feel like a big enough asshole as it is. I start to turn, but he grabs my arm. I hate that even at a moment like this, I'm still so absurdly conscious of him, of his bare chest and his vivid eyes, and the place where his skin touches mine.
I'm sorry,
he pleads.
You're right, and this is coming out all wrong. I'm just trying to say that I feel protective of you, and you might not think you need it, but I do. I still remember the little girl who came to me crying at camp.
Everyone was little once. It doesn't mean they still are.
I know,
he concedes.
And I'll try to be better about it. Just please keep in mind that you're pretty. No, not just pretty. You're absurdly beautiful. And you haven't been on your own that long, so you need to be careful.
If I'm so pretty, I blurt out, then why was kissing me such a mistake? He hesitates.
Elle, you're 19. I just don't see you that way.
I feel like I've been hit. Not that I hadn't surmised as much by the way he practically ran screaming from the restaurant when it happened, but still, it hurts. So you're not attracted to me? I ask.
There isn't a straight male alive who isn't attracted to you,
he says hoarsely. So what's the problem? I persist. I hate myself for pushing this, but on the other hand, it seems there's nothing left to be lost. He pinches the bridge of his nose.
You can find someone attractive and still not want to be with them,
he finally says. Ouch, I say quietly.
Elle, you can't take it personally. You can have anyone alive.
Not anyone, I say, meeting his eye. Not the person I want. I turn to go back to the house, knowing he will let me go, and knowing he will watch me the whole time I'm walking away. That's the part I don't understand.
Chapter 27. James. My entire life I've done the right thing. I went to good schools, joined the right clubs. I'm the guy parents like, the one who got their daughter home on time in high school and can be counted on to do the appropriate thing. I was voted most likely to succeed. I was not even a contender for most likely to wind up in jail. Elle walks away, and I stand here watching her, feeling slightly ill. I don't know who I've become this summer around her, but I know I want it to end. Max had the decency to wait until Elle was out of the room yesterday before he laid into me. I deserved way worse from him than I got, under the circumstances. "What the fuck was that?" he asked, once we were alone. "I could ask you the same question," I shot back. "I was pretty fucking clear with you that Ginny and Elle were off limits. From what I hear, you decided to ignore that." He shook his head. Then please, fill me in and don't leave out a single detail, because if I'm forgetting about hooking up with one of them, I want to remember every delicious second of it. So you're saying you didn't sleep with Al? Because she was apparently seen leaving your bedroom in your clothes the other night. Dude, your head is so far up your ass, I'm not even sure there's a point in talking to you right now. But no, I have never laid a finger on Al. She had to shower in my room because your sister locked her out. Something that happens way too often, by the way. If you want to correct the problem, make your sister stop Skyping with Alex up there all fucking day. There's only one thing they're using Skype for. I flinched. I can't believe you just put that image in my head. She's 19. I'm sure they're just talking. It's funny, said Max, though you're so sure it's innocent. She's the same age as Al, and you sure seem to imagine Al capable of almost anything, don't you? I wanted to argue with him, but he was right. Being around Al is making my brain short-circuit. It's turning me into someone I no longer respect. I need to get shit under control. Or I need to leave the beach. Those are my only options.
Chapter 28. L. I wanted things to change. The result, however, is almost worse. James stops running off when I walk in the room. Instead, he stays, and I have to watch him struggle to be polite, with his strained smile and minimal eye contact. I still long to seek him out when my shift is ended, and he's sitting on the deck, but it's muted by dread of what I know I'll find. The way his smile will flicker out upon seeing me, the way he'll grow solemn and watchful, removed, as if I'm some danger he must guard against. Ginny apologizes, but she does so stiffly. I'm sorry about what I said. But why did you say it? I ask. And why on earth would you blame me for James and Allison breaking up? He broke up with her last spring. It had nothing to do with me. She struggles with this. Flashes of hostility and uncertainty, both present at the same time. I don't know, she finally sighs. Allison said some stuff, and I got carried away. You've known me since we were 4, Ginny. That should trump the opinions of some girl who's bitter that she got dumped. She bites her lip. Maybe, she admits, but I don't feel like she means it. As if my Campbell-centered problems aren't enough, almost simultaneously my credit card is declined, and Edward emerges on the cover of a tabloid because his wife is leaving him. There's another picture of me, slightly less grainy than its predecessor. Corinne, one of the few nice people on Edward's show, texts to say she thinks it's only a matter of time before my name gets leaked, so I need to be ready. I don't panic immediately about the credit card, but there's a whisper of worry up my spine. For the first time, it occurs to me how little I seem to know about my parents. If it's possible that my mom's dating an aging rock star, and my dad is marrying a girl roughly my age, it's also possible that he hasn't been the beacon of financial responsibility I thought he was. I stand on the deck and take a deep breath before I dial his number, knowing it will be a struggle to sound civil. It would have been anyway, but under these circumstances, his absolute failure to even try to contact me during all of this, it's twice as hard.
I've been meaning to call,
he says. What stopped you? I ask.
Your life isn't the only one that's gone haywire, Elle.
I'm not surprised by his attitude. That's vintage Andrew Grayson. He's everyone's best friend and biggest supporter until he registers even a hint of criticism. I guess that's the reason I've never dared argue with him until now. because I didn't want to lose the small amount of affection he seemed to have for me. But I'm no longer sure it's worth holding on to. Whatever, I reply. I'm not calling about that. My Amex got declined this morning. What's up?
I changed your limit,
He replies. His tone is both defiant and uncertain at once, as if he's trying to defend something even he doesn't believe. Changed it to what? 0? Because I only tried to charge $20.
Your credit limit is now $250, and it's for emergencies only. Holly thinks you need to learn some responsibility,
He says. Responsible like her, perhaps? Should I get knocked up by my married boss as well? I spit out.
I'm not going to listen to this,
He says.
If you want the privileges of being my daughter, then damn well stay put and do what I say next time, instead of running off to Delaware. And you're going to have to reimburse me for the current balance of that card.
I'm so staggered I can't speak. The arrangement we had is one he suggested. No, encouraged. I'd spend summers and breaks interning, and he'd cover my expenses. I never got paid a dime during all those years I worked for him. And what is the current balance on that card? I ask.
About $3,000,
He says. $3,000? I haven't charged anything close to that amount.
I haven't paid it off in a while. I think it's probably those work clothes you bought in New York.
You told me to buy those work clothes. You said, go see Anne at Saks. She'll take care of you.
You can send me smaller monthly payments until it's paid off. I'm not trying to be a monster.
Too late, Dad. I laugh. And you know what? You're not getting a dime from me. We had an agreement.
You're going to ruin your credit,
He warns. It's your account, I reply. So I'm pretty sure it will only ruin yours. We had an agreement.
Is that all you can say?
He asks. No, I can say other things, I reply. Here's one of them. Go fuck yourself. I hang up and slam my phone against the deck. The glass on the front of it cracks, and I bury my head in my hands and weep. I thought the universe would come to right the wrongs done to me. The shame of the whole Edward thing, the loss of my internship, my parents' divorce, and the ensuing humiliation. Most of all, the fact that James doesn't want me. But the universe doesn't give anything. It seems right now that all it does is take. That night, miraculously, Brian suggests there are extra shifts available if I'd like to pick them up. I'm still leaving the beach, but until I can go home, the money will help. Toward the end of my shift, I stand with Christy, watching her last customer nurse his 2-hour-old beer. Her boyfriend, Matt, has been off for over an hour, and he sits at the bar waiting for her with decreasing patience. Jesus, she sighs. He's never going to leave.
I've got this,
says James. He changes the channel from baseball to HGTV, and mere seconds later, the guy is waving for his check. Christy goes to the back to settle up, and James turns to me.
Did Brian tell you there are extra shifts available?
He asks, not quite meeting my eye. Yeah, he told me, I say. It's perfect. I've had too much time on my hands here.
Don't push yourself too hard. I've got money saved up from last summer if you're ever in a pinch.
There's no way this is a coincidence. You heard my phone call, didn't you? He shifts uncomfortably and hesitates, as if he's trying to decide whether or not to lie.
I didn't mean to.
he says.
I was lifting weights under the deck.
I probably sounded like a spoiled brat.
No,
he argues.
Your dad is an asshole, in 100 ways. He always was. I can't tell you how much I enjoyed listening to you tell him off.
He grins.
You've got quite a mouth on you, Elle. I never thought I'd hear the kid who could name every single My Little Pony character tell her dad to go fuck himself.
I laugh, a little unwillingly. Not my finest moment. He smiles then, reluctantly, before turning away.
It was one of them.
Chapter 29. Elle. I know when I see that my mother is calling me, of her own volition, that I will not like what she has to say. She asks how I am without waiting for me to answer, which I suppose is for the best, since I wouldn't have a single positive thing to tell her. James remains wary. Ginny is out of town for the next week, traveling with the senator, but she barely managed to say goodbye when she left. My mother goes on at great length about how rad Tommy's new album is. I somehow manage not to mention that no one has used that word since the last time he was famous, and I passively watch Max and James through the glass door as they get ready for a full day of golf and partying. Max's plan, of course. So I have something to tell you, she says. I wanted you to hear it from me and not the papers. Yes, that would be a novel way to learn bad news, Mom. Tommy and I are engaged. I feel curiously removed, unsurprised, as if I've been waiting for this moment. It's always been as if I'm the parent and she's the headstrong teenager, making one bad, impulsive decision after the next. I guess I should be relieved it's not cocaine addiction or pregnancy. James shoots me a questioning glance on his way to the shed. You've only dated him for a few months, Mom. When you know, you just know. She sighs happily. It took you 9 months to choose what color BMW you wanted, but you can pick a husband in 2? I thought you'd be happy for me, she says. Or are you only happy when there's a wedding in Grand Cayman you get to attend? What are you talking about? Oh, she says uncomfortably. Nothing. No, it's not nothing, Mom, I reply. Who's getting married in Grand Cayman? But I already know. I ask because I want her to tell me I'm wrong. Something she does not do. Your father? They emailed save-the-date cards, which is so tacky. But what do you expect from a child bride? I sit there holding the phone in front of me when our call ends. There's a sharp pain in my chest. I wish I could cry to blunt its edge, but nothing comes. What the hell is happening to my life? It's as if the world has spun too hard enough that I've been cut loose from every single thing that tethered me. Some of those cords were thinner than others. Ryan I'd known less than a year. But Ginny, my parents, I've known them the longest. And it seems as if they've all decided, simultaneously, to set me free. James climbs back up the steps with his golf bag.
Everything okay?
He asks. Yep. I nod, but the word is vacant, a shell for all the things I really feel. He pulls a chair up beside me and slides the phone out of my hand.
No, it's not. Who was that?
You should go, I reply. You're going to miss your tea time. He reaches his hand out, and it circles my arm. The pad of his thumb, just the tiniest bit rough, runs over the smooth skin of my wrist.
What's going on?
he asks.
I'm not leaving until you tell me.
I pull my arm from his grasp. It's a little late to act like you care now, don't you think? My voice isn't angry. It's empty.
Elle,
He croons, and the sound of it tweaks something in my chest.
of course I care. Please tell me what's wrong.
I sigh, staring at my chipped pedicure, because I can't meet his eyes. My mom's getting married.
Wow,
He pauses.
that's fast.
My dad's getting married too, apparently, I say flatly, glancing at him. The words don't seem real. He didn't invite me to the wedding. He looks at me blankly.
Jesus, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, I sigh. Me neither,
Let's go do something today.
he suggests.
We could take the ferry to Cape May if you want. Have you ever been?
That's sweet of you, James, I say, with a smile that is small but real. But you've already got plans.
Max will understand.
I shake my head. I'm fine. I'm working a double today anyhow. Max pokes his head out.
Dude, let's roll.
James stands reluctantly.
You sure?
I'm fine,
Things aren't always what they appear.
he says quietly.
Don't start interpreting all this yet. Your parents love you. They just happen to be in a shitty place right now.
What about you, though, James? I ask silently. I generally hate working doubles, but today it's a blessing, preventing me from dwelling on my mother's impulsivity, or the fact that my father seems to feel I'm a mistake he's moving on from. Worse than any of that, though, is the idea of James staying out with Max. What if he brings a girl home? What if he doesn't come home at all? The house is dark when I get back, and it feels lonelier than it should. The only calls I got all night were from Edward, who's taken to leaving voicemails on my phone that I no longer bother listening to. I've just reached the kitchen and kicked off my shoes when James stumbles through the front door. Alone. The relief I feel provokes a bizarre desire to burst into tears. I didn't cry about my dad's failure to invite me to his wedding, but this, James home alone, would be enough to make me weep for hours if I allowed it.
Hi.
He says, bleary-eyed but keeping his distance. He's as drunk as I've ever seen him, yet he still remembers to be wary of me. You're shit-faced, I say, walking to the refrigerator. He gives me a drunken half-smile.
Possibly.
Where's Max?
I left him.
Says James, running a hand over his face.
I was worried about you. You were so sad earlier.
I'm touched by this, and I don't want to be. That's sweet, James, but I'm fine. He walks forward and bangs his shoulder, then leans against the offending wall and stares at the ground. You need to go to bed. I set my water on the counter and go to him, wrapping an arm around his waist and attempting to pull him, a nearly impossible feat as he outweighs me by at least 80 pounds.
Don't,
he warns. He tries to shrug me off, but staggers sideways instead, pulling me with him. He smells like fabric softener, bourbon, and the sea. I never realized how amazing that combination could be until now. Stand up straight. You've got to help me here. I can't do this by myself.
I don't want you to help me,
he argues. You're being ridiculous, I say. Come on.
Elle,
He grumbles.
I'm trying so hard. Just don't.
Trying so hard to do what? I huff in exasperation as I continue to tug him toward his room. Because you're sure not trying to walk. He leans sideways against the wall and closes his eyes.
You, he says. Trying to stay away from you.
My heart pounds thick and sluggish in my ears, and suddenly I am no more capable of propelling us forward than he is. Why? He pulls me into him, his hands at my hips, resting his forehead against mine.
I can't even think when you're in the same room.
He sighs.
I want you so much, I can't even think.
That airborne feeling I had when Max suggested James might like me? It's nothing compared to this. This is a wave slamming into me so hard and so fast, I don't even have time to brace myself. You said you didn't like me that way, I breathe. He closes his eyes.
I lied. I don't want to think about you that way for a lot of reasons. But I do.
The words come out mumbled, but they feel real. His hands move to my face, long fingers resting against my jaw and cheekbones, holding me steady while his head lowers. I should stop him. He has no idea what he's doing. I should stop him. He leans in and finds my mouth, softly at first. A sweet, unhurried kiss, his tongue opening my lips, his hands sliding back into my hair.
God, I love your mouth,
he groans. He sucks at my lower lip, wrenching a gasp from my throat that surprises even me. I really should stop him. I know I should. And then his tongue finds mine once more, slow and insidious, making the whole world fall away, aside from the pressure of him against me. His hands leave my hair, roll down my back until they rest at my hip once more, and then he pulls me against him, where I can tell with absolute certainty that one part of his anatomy is ready to see this through to the end. But he doesn't know what he's doing, and this isn't the choice he would make sober. I pull away. Come on, James. You're drunk. I tug him again, and this time he follows me to his room. I pull the covers down, but as he falls backward, he pulls me with him, and we land together with me on top, unable to remember why I shouldn't be here. My breath stutters to a halt as his fingers run along my jawbone, his eyes fixed on mine, half question and half plea. It's another moment of weakness on my part, a split second of hesitation that gives him the opening he needs. He threads his hands through my hair.
You're so beautiful, Elle,
he whispers.
You're so fucking beautiful, it hurts to be around you.
He pulls my head toward his. His mouth is firm and pliant at once, his hands cradling my head above him. I will pull away in a minute, I swear to myself. But God, this is a good kiss. I never want it to end. He flips me so I am under him, so he is pressed between my legs, and the moment I feel him there, I begin to forget about stopping.
I want to do so many things to you. I don't even know where to start,
he says hoarsely. He finds my mouth again, catching my breathy whimpers as he continues to press against me. The kiss is different than before. There's something dark and desperate about it, something that seems to wipe away thought. I respond, allow myself to fall into the heat of it, to arch into his roaming hands and thrill at the pain noise he makes as I do so. His hand slides over the outside of my t-shirt, cups my breast. He uses his thumb against it, and even through all the layers of fabric, manages to draw my nipple into a hard point. The look on his face as he stares at it, at the reaction he's wrought, rests somewhere between devotion and awe. Fuck, he groans, leaning down to capture it between his teeth. I breathe his name out on a gasp, and the hem of my shirt begins to rise. I hear my own shaky inhale as his fingers brush my skin, his mouth and teeth pulling ever harder, while his hand climbs past my rib cage. Once we're undressed, there will be no stopping this. There is no natural end point but one, and he will hate me tomorrow if I let it happen. James, stop, I whisper, arching against him even as I say it. I've never wanted anything to continue so badly in my life. He stills, but remains above me, coiled with tension. Not like this, I whisper. Not when you're drunk. He looks surprised for only a moment before his face falls in horror.
Oh, fuck,
he hisses, rolling off me like I'm on fire. James, it's okay, I whisper. He's face down beside me.
No, it's not okay,
he says.
I'm so fucking sorry.
Don't be sorry, I plead. I want this. I just don't want you to be drunk when it happens.
It can't happen,
he says.
It will never happen. You've got to leave.
Why? I demand. Just tell me why.
Too many reasons. Just trust me, this can never happen. I fucked up so many things, but this tops all of them.
That's ridiculous. If we're attracted to each other and we're both single, what possible problem could there be? He groans.
God, you're not helping.
He turns toward me, brushing my hair behind my ear, his hand sliding back around my neck. That same pain look on his face I've seen so often, but never this close.
You've got to go,
he says,
before I do anything else.
James, you didn't do anything wrong. His eyes flicker to my mouth, and his hand tightens in my hair. For a second, I feel certain he's going to kiss me, but instead he releases me entirely.
Please,
he says. When I don't move, his eyes narrow, and his tone grows dangerous.
Now, Elle.
My pulse drums quickly for a breathless moment in which I consider defying him, consider bridging the distance, forcing him to see me as an adult, no matter how badly he doesn't want to. My desire and his thicken the air between us. Pushing away and leaving him is one of the hardest things I've ever done. I should be proud of myself, but really I feel nothing but regret.
Chapter 30. James. I wake up with my head pounding. I swear to God, I spent the whole night dreaming about her. I don't feel like I've even gone to sleep yet. For a moment, I lay there, trying to sort it all out, feeling feverish in my attempt to remember every detail, because so much of it still seems real. My pillow even smells a bit like her shampoo, for God's sake. And then I remember one particular part, the one where she said, "James, you're drunk." And I realize, fuck, I groan. Fuck. She and Max are sitting at the kitchen table when I leave my room. I feel her eyes on me. I avoid eye contact with either of them while I try to figure out what the fuck I'm gonna do about this. Max tips his chair back. "You look pretty rough, dude." "No shit," I say, walking past them to the coffee. "How many shots did we do?" "I lost count at 15. What happened to you anyway? I look away for 1 minute and you're gone." "That band sucked." I turn away to pour the coffee, flinching. I really don't need to hash out the whole night in front of Al. I've never seen you drink like that, Max says. You were just in a weird mood from the moment we got there. I can no longer stand the unbelievable awkwardness of doing this with her here. I grab my coffee and stand beside her. Can I talk to you for a sec? I ask, my voice stern. Obviously, I can't blame her for a fucking thing, but we're all better off if Max thinks I'm about to lecture her. She doesn't meet my eyes. Sure. She follows me to the deck with Max crowing something about her being in trouble that we both ignore. I take a chair and stare at the ground, drawing a blank with where to start. An apology would be best, but I don't even remember what the fuck I did. Last night, I begin, glancing at her sideways. Did we sleep together? I ask hoarsely. Her eyes narrow. No. And you don't need to make it sound like you're asking if we dismembered a body in the woods. If we had, it wouldn't be the worst thing you've ever done. It would be, I reply. It would hands down be the worst thing I've ever done. She's out of her chair before I even realize I've said something wrong. You know what? She asks, her voice raspy, as if she's going to cry. Fuck you. My hand wraps around her wrist. I'm sorry, just wait, because you're taking that all wrong. I stop to gather my thoughts. It's not that I don't want to. If my memory of last night is correct, it was pretty clear I wanted to. It's just, you're young and... Seriously? I'm not that young, James. You're only 2 years older than Ryan. I guarantee you that I could walk inside right now, and Max would agree I was adult enough to do anything I offered to do. I feel my hands tighten around the arms of the chair. Don't even fucking think about it. I'm just making a point, which is that your objection to my age is bullshit. I sigh. It's not just your age. There's other stuff, too, with my family. My mom's already having a rough time, and this would send her over the edge. Her mouth opens, and for a moment, no words emerge. Are you honestly telling me that who you date would lead your mom not to eat? I understand her disbelief. I wish I could tell her my suspicions, but God knows the last thing Elle needs this summer is one more family drama on her shoulders. I'm shocked she's held up dealing with the ones already there. I know it sounds far-fetched. Just suffice it to say there's some other stuff you don't know. So, did you mean the things you said? I close my eyes. There are very few things in life worse than doing awful shit while you're drunk and being unable to remember it clearly. I don't remember what I said, and I don't want to know what I said, but yeah, most likely it was all true. I glance at her. So, are you going to tell me what happened? What do you remember? I lay my head against the back of the chair. I don't want to tell you because I'm not sure what was a dream and what wasn't. Why would you assume any of it was a dream? I look at her and sigh. Because it wouldn't be the first time I've had fairly vivid dreams about you. She grins. Really? That hardly makes me unique. I'm sure every guy who's ever met you has had the same. Look, I remember kissing you, and I remember you telling me to go to bed. And then, we were in my room, and there was more, but it's all vague. That's the part I'm less sure about. I give her a pleading look, but she remains silent. She's enjoying my discomfiture way too much. So we didn't sleep together? No. Did you, God, this is fucking agony. She's really going to make me spell it out. Did you give me... Her shoulders settle, and she laughs. No, nothing happened. I stopped it because when it happens, I want it to be something you actually remember the next day. I shake my head. It's not ever going to happen. She laughs, and the sound is slightly evil, like Max hatching a plan. If you say so.
Chapter 31. L. After work that night, Christy persuades me to go out. Since Ginny is gone, and I know James will likely just avoid me, I've got no reason not to. I follow her to a bar 2 streets over from work, and I laugh when I walk inside. I can't believe you chose a bar that is exactly like the Pink Pelican. What you apparently haven't learned about Rehoboth yet is that every bar here is exactly like the Pink Pelican. Look, she says, nodding inside. They even have a hot bartender. I could do without another hot bartender, I reply. I'm just glad I finally get to try out my fake ID. Her eyes widen. I had no idea you weren't of age. You seem so much older. Raising yourself will do that, I suppose. After we get our drinks, we fight our way through the crowd and manage to grab 2 bar stools against the wall. So what's the deal with you and James? She asks. I swear I'm not going to say anything, but there's totally something weird going on with you two. I tell her everything and discover it's a relief to let it all out. This whole summer has been locked up inside me, since I can't share so much of it with Ginny, and it releases like a popped balloon. That's bizarre, she concludes. I get the age thing, but what's this weird things you don't know? I honestly have no idea. Maybe he has a brain tumor. I saw that once in a book. The dude had a brain tumor, so he'd hook up with a girl, but he refused to commit. I laugh. I'm pretty sure it's not a brain tumor. Other possibilities? He has PTSD. He has a crazy wife locked in an attic. Or you guys are competing for the same scholarship in your small Appalachian hometown, she says, ticking them off on her fingers. He's never been married, lives in NYC, and has never served in the military. But I'm pretty sure you nailed it. You don't know that he's never been married? We live in a 3-bedroom house. I feel like I'd have heard a crazy wife at this point. Anyway, she concludes, the important thing is this. If he slipped up twice, he's going to slip up again. And you know what they say. I raise a brow. I didn't know there was a saying about repeated hookups. She slaps my hand. No, dummy. The 3rd time's the charm. So we just need to make sure there's a 3rd time. On Saturday night, Brooks is having a party. One I know James is attending, which means it's one I'll be attending once I get off work. James leaves before I do, without even a glance in my direction. I swear he says goodbye to every person on the floor but me. Once I'm cut, I go to the bathroom to change into the dress Ginny talked me into at the start of the summer. I look at myself in the mirror and decide that if I'm going all Kelly Evans tonight, I might as well not half-ass it. I dig the makeup out of my purse. Christy, still in her uniform, waits at the exit to drive to the party with me. She grins. Wow, Elle, I didn't know we were pulling out all the stops for this thing. You have a boyfriend, I remind her. I don't. So that's what tonight is? Find Elle a man night? She asks with a sly grin. Or is it more specific to a certain bartender we know? I laugh. It's possibly a bartender we know. She bumps me with her hip. 3rd time. Tonight's the night. I hope so. God, I hope so. The little seed of hope I started with last weekend is a dangerous thing. It's grown like a weed, sprouted and bloomed inside me, until I can feel it pressing outward against my chest, my rib cage, as if I don't have enough space to contain it. What would it be like to actually date James? Those hints of sweetness I see in him, what if they were directed at me? What if I got to wake up next to him every morning, hold his hand as we walked to work? It feels like this is supposed to happen. Since the day he helped me pick up my shattered school project, I have wished this day would come. It hasn't even arrived yet, and already it feels like I'm on the verge of arriving home after the longest journey. I know he will be on the back deck at Brooke's house because he always wants to be outside. I make a beeline for the rear with Christy at my heels. "In a hurry, Elle?" she asks. I grin at her. "That obvious, huh?" The back doors stand wide open, and James is the first thing I see when I step through them. That's when I discover he already has company. Ashley. She's sitting there with a smug smile on her face, tracing a pattern on his thigh with the nail of her index finger. He sees us and looks away, laughing at something she said. All of my silly daydreams, my certainty, they fall apart like a house of cards, fluttering flat to the ground, as low as they can go. The sight of them together makes me feel broken inside, unable to keep all my pieces together in any reasonable way. James and I haven't held a real conversation since the morning after we hooked up, but I really believed he would come around. And now I'm faced with proof he won't. Christy takes one look at my wounded face and puts a beer in one hand and a Jell-O shot in the other. "Don't let her bother you," she says. If he was actually interested in Ashley, he'd have taken her up on it before now. Because believe me, Ashley's always had that on offer. Let's go talk to Brooks's friends. They're all hot. Give James a taste of his own medicine. She turns on her heel and heads toward a big group of guys in the corner. All I want to do is leave, but it would be too obvious. I follow numbly in her wake, hoping alcohol will heal some of the pain. We are welcomed with open arms into this group of strangers, which tends to happen when you're at a party that is 75% male. Jenny joins us a few minutes later. I didn't even know she was home, and I sort of wish she wasn't, given the running commentary she's got going about James. Ugh, please tell me this is just a one-night stand and not some summer-long rebound. I know he misses Allison, she tisks. But with Ashley? Good Lord, I hope he wears a condom. Given how upset I am, leaving would be the mature thing to do. Certainly more responsible than drinking heavily and watching him out of my peripheral vision. But as James has pointed out so many times, I'm nowhere near mature. With cold-blooded practicality, I slam my second beer and choose the best-looking guy I see. The one who, as it turns out, is only a year younger than James. Within minutes, he's getting me drinks, asking about school, and after a few of those drinks, I'm perched on his lap. His name is Justin. He's in med school. And if the fact that he's already trying to figure out how many hours apart we'll be once school begins is any indication, he really, really likes me.
"You know who you look like?"
he asks. I groan a little inside. "That model from the 90s?" I ask. His brow furrows.
"No. The girl from that zombie movie." The one where she's not a zombie, and she helps this zombie boy turn human again.
I may have found the only guy alive who hasn't jerked off to a picture of my mom. I drape an arm over his shoulder. You're my favorite person right now. Justin somehow procures liquor instead of keg beer, and soon I'm drinking vodka tonics far too fast. It doesn't matter. There's a persistent knot in my stomach that never leaves. We do some shots, and then I'm back in Justin's lap.
I really liked that zombie movie,
he says, putting his mouth against my neck. I think you're confusing zombies with vampires.
I think as long as you're letting me kiss you, I'm okay with that,
he answers. When James appears in front of us, I feel a shot of triumph. If I were being particularly honest, getting James's attention is probably the only reason I'm in this guy's lap at all.
I think you've had enough,
he says, pulling the plastic cup from my hand. I suspect he's had enough too. Thanks, Dad, I reply. But I think I've got it under control. I yank the cup back from him and proceed to slosh it all over the front of my dress. His eyes travel over me before I've even had a chance to assess the damage myself.
Inside, now,
he demands. Justin looks up at James.
I don't know what your problem is, man, but she seems pretty happy right where she is.
James grabs my hand and yanks me up. I could resist, and a part of me knows I should, but the bigger part of me doesn't want to. He marches me into someone's room and closes the door.
What the fuck are you doing?
He hisses. I'm having fun, I counter. And since when do you care? I thought it just can't happen with us.
It can't,
he says, nostrils flaring.
But I'm staying away from you for your benefit, not mine.
I narrow my eyes. Well, guess what? It can happen with my new friend out there. And his lap was pretty freaking comfortable, so I'm going back to it. Before I can even inhale, he's backed me to the door, his body pressed against mine, his hands pinning me at the hips. His mouth descends, equal parts anger and desire, his hands digging into my skin. There's a whimper in my throat as I open to him, the hard assault of his lips, his tongue. It's an angry, desperate kiss, and my response is a desire I feel everywhere, emanating out from my center to the tips of my toes. His mouth moves to my neck, and I gasp, leaning into him, our hips locked together so I can feel the hard weight of him against me.
You fucking torture me,
he says, his hands pulling my dress down past my shoulders, unclasping my bra. He groans as he cups my breasts, the tip of his index finger brushing against me, eliciting a small, shuddering cry. Things are happening too quickly, and yet not quickly enough. We are not like a new couple, tentative and unsure. It's as if we've been like this many times before, so far beyond the point of uncertainty that there is only action without thought. I'm thinking of nothing but the need for more, for the things that come next. He pushes my dress up around my waist, and I tug the top button of his shorts open with a single hand, my fingers sliding beneath the waistband of his boxers. And then someone tries to open the door behind me, the knob gouging my spine and sending me flying forward. James somehow manages to catch me and slam the door shut at the same time, but the moment it latches, he jumps away from me with a look of horror on his face that makes me want to cry and throttle him simultaneously.
God damn it,
he hisses, He digs his hands through his hair.
What the fuck is wrong with me? I can't believe this is happening again.
You're being ridiculous, I whisper.
My dad was right,
he says, sitting on the bed and staring at the floor.
It would have been so much better if you'd never come down here.
The last words are quiet, not really intended for me, but I hear them all the same. And they take everything I feel for him and twist it tight in my chest, make it so raw that I want to clutch at it. This phantom pain that hurts more than any injury he could have inflicted. I don't wait for him to apologize, though I imagine he will. I've heard enough. Whatever his body says, James doesn't want me here. Ginny doesn't either. And so I am done.
Chapter 32. James. Elle leaves, and I remain behind in the room, angry at everyone. At her, at that dick out on the porch, and at every other guy she will ever be with. Mostly, though, I am mad at my family. At my mother for the endless fragility that's had us all walking on eggshells for years, and my father for the chain of events he set in motion by leaving in the first place. If my mother hadn't gotten sick, I'm pretty sure he wouldn't have come home. And maybe he shouldn't have. Maybe my mother would have gotten over it, eventually. Instead, she spent the remainder of their marriage racked by self-doubt. She went away for treatment and came home, still far too thin, and not entirely better. She still stops eating, and we all watch it happen, wondering if she'll wind up in the hospital again, me blaming my father a little. I shake off my reverie. I've fucked up with Elle again, and this time, I think I really hurt her. I rush to the deck. She's gone. So's the guy she was with. Did Elle leave with that guy? I ask Christy. I try hard to disguise my panic. She puts both her hands on hips and glares at me. What the hell did you say to her, James? She was really upset when she came back outside. I fucked up. Where'd she go? I'm pretty sure that, thanks to you, she's going home. I sigh in relief. Okay. I'll find her there and apologize. No, says Christy. Not the beach house. She's going back to D.C. I thought I'd feel relieved if Elle was gone. I realize now, as my stomach turns over, that I couldn't have been more wrong.
Chapter 33. Elle. My furious walk home sobered me up pretty freaking well. I have no idea what I will find when I get to D.C. I called my mother on the way back from the party and left a voicemail saying I was going back to the townhouse, whether it's free or not. No one is at the beach house, so there will be no awkward half-truths to offer in explanation. It's the best way. I consider the possibility that I will never see James again, and it produces a sharp pain in my chest. I do my best to ignore it. If one thing's been made abundantly clear this summer, it's that James Campbell will cause me pain no matter what I do. I walk down to the porch and am pulling out the suitcase I stored in the trunk, just as James swerves into the driveway, blocking my exit. My teeth grind together as he jumps out of the car. You're blocking me in. He looks stunned, broken.
Christy said you're leaving.
Yes, I reply. Consider your wish granted. My voice breaks as the last words come out, and he closes the distance between us, his hands sliding into my hair, pulling me close.
It was the stupidest thing I've ever said in my life,
he breathes, forcing me to look at him.
I just didn't know it until I imagined being here without you. I can't do it anymore. I can't stay away from you.
His mouth covers mine, firm and demanding and certain. His teeth graze my lip and I open to him on a gasp, meeting his tongue, capturing the anguish sound he makes. He touches me as if he needs too many things at once, his hands everywhere, my hair, my hips, my legs. There have been so many false starts with us that I should question this, stop him, and ensure that this isn't one more foray into something he plans to end. But I don't. I can't. I've waited too long, and I need these things. His warmth and the pressure of his chest against mine, and the greedy noises he makes while he devours my mouth. I barely register our movement, across the yard, through the house, until I am in his room, falling back on the bed. He climbs over me, supporting his weight, but not so much that I can't still feel the solidity, the heat of him above me. He rests his forehead against mine, and his voice is both apologetic and determined at once.
Elle, there are two things I have to tell you before anything happens. First, we need to keep this quiet, okay? From my parents and Ginny especially. They would never accept this.
I swallow. Why?
My mom is going through some stuff, and Ginny is too. It's hard to explain. They're fragile right now, and I can't upset the balance any more than I already have.
I guess I understand what he's saying, but I can't say I love the fact that James dating me would be so unpalatable to his entire family. What's the second thing?
That it can't be more than this, no matter how badly I wish it were otherwise.
Because of my age? He hesitates.
Yeah, that's part of it. But also, I'm leaving. I'm waiting on the formal offer, but the FBI actually has an office in Paris. And since I'm fluent in French, that's where they want me. I can't afford complications.
I could continue to ask questions, but the truth is nothing he is going to tell me will change the fact that I want this. And there's this small, blindly optimistic voice inside me insisting I've got a month to change his mind, no matter what his hang-up about it is. And that's the part of me that wins. He lowers his head, and I stop thinking entirely. All I know is him, the weight of him, the smell of his soap and the rasp of his scruff against my skin, the heat of him between us, resting hard against my abdomen, his mouth moving to my ear, to my neck, his fingers brushing against my collarbone, sliding my dress down, a small groan in his throat when he does it. His hands move over me as he returns to my mouth, the small flicker of his tongue making me arch, wrapping my legs tight around his waist to feel him grow harder and heavier as his fingers glide over my calf.
Jesus Christ, it pisses me off thinking about you sitting in that guy's lap, especially dressed like this.
I would laugh, but there is no time. He grabs my hips and pulls me toward him so there's no space between us. And then he is cradling my neck and kissing me so hard that his words are driven from my head. My dress slides up, and his fingers brush my inner thigh. His touch is light, but enough to make me feel that things can't move fast enough. Like the 10 seconds it would take for him to be inside me is 10 seconds too many.
Elle,
he begins, and then the sound of the front door opening and slamming makes both of us freeze. We stare at each other with similar degrees of panic, listening to the clip of Jenny's heels coming down the hall. "James?" she calls. His door is wide open. Without a second to spare, we throw off our shock and scramble from the bed. I can play this off, but judging by the way his shorts are tented, he cannot. "Run to the bathroom," I say. She gets to James's doorway mere seconds after he shut the door behind him. "What the hell happened?" I turn away for 1 second, and you've both left the party. I tug at my dress nervously. "He's in the bathroom. I think he's sick." She knocks on the bathroom door. "James, are you okay?"
"Yeah,"
he replies.
"I'll be out in a minute."
She turns to me. "What happened to you and that med student?" "Nothing," I say. "I wasn't feeling well, so I took off." "Something must be going around," she sighs. "Well, go to bed. Let me know if you need anything." I hesitate. Ginny's arrival may have stalled things, but my body is still demanding what it was denied, no matter how impossible it now appears. "Go ahead," she urges. "He'll be fine." I walk away, feeling uncomfortable about the deception. And if it already bothers me that we lied, a secret relationship with James might not be as easy as I thought. Chapter 34. L. I give myself 10 seconds in the morning to relish all of it. His words and his weight above me, and the feel of his skin beneath my hands. Because right now, with the sun streaming in my room, I can only imagine him taking these things away from me again. I can only imagine finding him the way I found him before, full of regret. My limbs are sluggish as I shower and head downstairs. James sits at the table with Max, his gaze meeting mine for a moment before it flickers away. I beg him to smile, to find some small way to tell me my fears are unfounded, but he does not. When I hear him push away from the table, I continue on toward the coffee, but all I want to do is go upstairs and pack. Except he wasn't leaving. Suddenly, he's beside me, standing closer than normal. He slides his mug over, as if he's only here for a refill.
"Everything okay?"
he asks in a low voice. "Yeah. You?" I fill his mug and push it back toward him. His hand wraps around mine, warm and rough and firm, and holds it there, blocking Max's view with his body. I wait for him to pull the rug out. I wait for the phrase, "We need to talk," but it doesn't come. I venture a quick glance at him, and his mouth quirks up at the corner.
"Yeah, everything's perfect."
I stand there, trying to commit the moment to memory, his smile and the way he's looking at me, his hand wrapped around mine. These moments will likely be fleeting. I know that much. But I'm going to enjoy the hell out of every one of them. James quietly suggests the beach. I'm not sure if I'm relieved or disappointed when Ginny and Max decide to come with us. On the one hand, it will be impossible to hold a serious conversation, and on the other hand, it will be impossible to hold a serious conversation.
"You had to wear that bikini, didn't you?"
James groans under his breath when I come downstairs. "I thought you were all done staying away from me," I whisper back.
"That doesn't mean I need to spend 3 hours next to you dressed like that."
He sighs.
"Especially after last night."
He stands by my side as we walk, close enough that our hands brush, a small frisson of electricity that makes the surface of my skin come alive. I look at him out of the corner of my eye, his strong jaw and the curve of his bicep at rest, and feel something spasm low in my stomach. I'd be so much better off right now if we hadn't been interrupted last night. We lay our towels down, James not so subtly nudging Max aside when he walks up beside me.
"Want me to do your back, Elle?"
Max asks. James snatches the sunscreen from his hand.
I've got it.
You'd think, with the anticipation I'm feeling, that we were both in bed naked. I sit up and face away from him, hugging my knees to my chest, waiting for him to begin. His hands whisper over my skin, and the anticipation builds. He lifts the back of my bikini, sliding his hand beneath it, and I actually shiver. His low laugh in response brushes my ear. It's only when Max calls him on it.
Gee, James, I had no idea you were so thorough. Do my back next.
That he stops. Want me to do yours? I ask. He hesitates, and we exchange a look.
Sure,
he says, lying down on his stomach. I could spend hours applying sunscreen to him, memorizing the feel of his skin and the tightly bunched muscles of his back. And I probably would, were I not a foot away from Ginny, though she seems to have noticed nothing. So what happened with Justin? She asks sleepily. I feel James tense beneath my hands. Fortunately for us both, there's not much to tell. I told him I didn't feel well and took off. James relaxes. How'd he take that? She asks. I believe his exact words were, I have a bed at my place too. Can't blame a guy for trying, she says.
Yes, you can,
snarls James. Ginny scowls at him. Why are you eavesdropping anyway? No one asked for your opinion. I roll on my back and start talking to Ginny, but James's proximity is so distracting that I barely know what I'm saying. It's almost a relief when he and Max walk down to the shore to throw a football back and forth. Except my eyes follow him even then. Every muscle is delineated when he throws. Really not what I need right now. Why are you watching them? Asks Ginny. I shrug. I'm bored. Nothing else to do but watch. They're good. I thought she was over her mysterious unhappiness with me, but I see a flash of irritation cross her face before she finally puts her head down again. I glance back at James, and he's already looking at me. I want to pick up where we left off the night before, and I'm fairly certain he does too. It's hard to know for sure, though, until we've gotten a minute alone. James goes into work before me, and by the time I arrive, the bar is packed. It stays busy most of the night, but that doesn't stop me from focusing on James. No matter where I move in the restaurant, I'm conscious only of him, as if I'm the minute hand of the clock and he is its center. I look toward him and he turns, holding my gaze longer than he should, his mouth moving a mere fraction, that secret smile of his for once directed at me. We don't hold any kind of real conversation until later, when I turn from the deep freezer and slam into him. He grabs my hips to hold me steady. Hi, I say weakly. The moment I stand this close to him, my chest against his, and our mouths millimeters apart, my heart begins an irregular, fluttering rhythm. His lips move upward again, infinitesimally. He doesn't let go of my hips.
Are you sure this is going to be okay?
He asks.
I shouldn't be letting this happen. I know I shouldn't. I'm counting on you to tell me if it's not enough for you.
It's not enough for me, James. Stop worrying, I lie. I'm fine. He steps in then, his mouth closing over mine, a light kiss that shouldn't affect me nearly as much as it does. That's all I get? I ask.
When I have to walk back into a crowded bar in about 20 seconds? Yeah.
I shrug one shoulder. Your loss. I begin to move around him, but he pulls me back into place, tugging me into him and finding my mouth at the same time. He pushes my back to the freezer door, his fingers bruising my hips to pull me closer. It's a different sort of kiss, desperate and without thought, the way he kissed me at Brooks's party. The kind that makes the bright lights and the din of the kitchen seem to disappear. His eyes are dark when he pulls away, his hands still tight on me, as if he's not sure he's willing to stop.
Better?
He asks. Much, I say breathlessly. His eyes flicker over my mouth, rest there for a moment while he struggles with his indecision, and finally he releases my hips.
Soon,
he says quietly, almost to himself. His shift ends an hour before mine. He waits at the bar instead of going home, watching me out of the corner of his eye, making it impossible for me to behave naturally. My waitressing skills perhaps worsen, if that's possible. Are you meeting Max here or something? Jenny asks him.
No,
he says with a quick glance at me.
I thought I'd just hang out here and give you guys a ride home.
We don't need a ride, she says. I drove. He looks only at me when he replies.
Then I'll just be waiting at home.
She rolls her eyes. You don't need to wait, James. I'm 19.
Yeah, I know. I'm still going to wait.
She frowns after he leaves. He's acting weird, she complains. The sooner he and Allison get back together, the better. I choose to ignore that last bit. Weird how? I don't know, she says. He's acting all, happy and mellow. I've never seen him like this. You don't think he's doing drugs with Max, do you? I try to hide my smile, and I can't. Joy spreads through me, makes me feel airborne. I make him happy. So I'll continue doing something dangerous, hoping I can change his mind about what this might be.
Chapter 35. James. I've spent the past 24 hours feeling like my dick's about to break off. It's too much, and it's been building up for too long. Al makes me feel like I'm nothing but hormones and need, at the mercy of a primitive brain that wants nothing more than to keep her locked up in my room all day. I stop by Max's bar, just to pass the hour. He raises a brow. I'm surprised to see you here. I've come in before. He slides me a beer. Yeah, before you had someone to go home with. What are you talking about? You and Elle, dude. It's about time. I stiffen. I really thought Elle understood she needed to keep it a secret. Max is the opposite of secret. I still don't know what you're talking about. I saw you two on the beach today. If I had ovaries, I'd have gotten pregnant from all the eye fucking that went on there. Not to mention the effort you expended applying lotion to her back. I've had full body massages done in shorter time. You're imagining things. His jaw shifts, and he looks away for a moment. I can't believe I'm the one reminding you, but here it is. She's 19. And I don't know why you're pretending nothing is going on, but you'd better realize that all the pretending in the world won't mean it's not real for her. So if you don't like her well enough to admit you're with her, then you don't like her enough to sleep with her. That girl likes you, and it's going to fuck her up if you just take off at the end of the summer like it didn't mean anything. And if you do it, I'll fucking kill you. You can't kill me. I'm taller, and I weigh more. For her sake, he says, I'd manage it. He walks away before I can reply, and as appalling as it is to be lectured by Max, of all people, I know that he is right. But if I can't sleep with her, and I also can't give her up, Where does that leave us?
Chapter 36. L. I spend the ride home with Ginny, feeling like a kid who's just won a shopping spree in a candy store. There are so many things I want from James. I don't know where to start. I go straight to the shower when we get home, and then I join James and Ginny on the deck. His eyes sweep my face and then descend, stuttering briefly over my thighs before he raises them again, darker than they were before. My hair is still wet, and my face is bare, and I'm in nothing but shorts and a tank. But the way he looks at me makes me feel loose-limbed and feverish. "What's up with everyone needing to shower after work?" Ginny grouses. "Now you guys are both clean, and I smell like a walking hamburger." If she was more observant, she'd notice how guilty we both look. But she's too busy griping about work and Max to notice. For 30 minutes we sit there. He watches me. There's something feral in his eyes, which I like, and something conflicted, which I don't. Finally, Ginny yawns and turns to me. "You ready for bed yet?" I definitely am, but not in the way she's thinking. "No, not yet." "Come on," she whines. "I want to hear what really happened with Justin, away from prying ears." I shoot a quick glance at James and watch that muscle pop in his jaw. "I already told you what really happened," I say. "Absolutely nothing." "Well, of course you're going to say that with James sitting there acting parental. Come on," she whines. I take one lingering glance at James as I go inside. What she really wants to talk about is Max, and the fact that he is once again not sleeping at home. When I have no comment on that, she asks if she should break up with Alex. I tell her yes, I think she should. And she proceeds to argue about all the ways he's a perfect boyfriend and would make a perfect husband. My phone buzzes. James.
Can you come back down?
Me. When she falls asleep.
I can't wait that long.
You Campbells are very demanding.
You have no idea how demanding I can be.
That's when I know I can't wait for Ginny to fall asleep. "I'm dying to start my new book," I tell her. "Will the light bother you?" I ask this only because I know it will. Ginny's read some study about how light during sleep throws off your biorhythms and decreases your functional IQ. She won't even allow a digital clock in here now. She tisks. "You know I can't sleep like that." "I'll go downstairs," I tell her, and she smiles at me so gratefully that I kind of feel like an asshole for lying to her. Not enough to stop me, however. I get downstairs and tiptoe in through James's open door, closing it behind me. He's already in bed.
Thank God,
he groans.
Come here.
I walk toward him almost shyly, and when I get to the side of the bed, he pulls me down and rolls me beneath him. It takes that much time for my nerves to evaporate, lost in a haze of want. He runs his fingers over my cheekbones as his lips graze mine, then move over my face and neck, as if I am fragile. Soft, fluttering kisses, a promise of things to come, but they aren't enough. His mouth trails lower, along my neck, my collarbone. A single finger slides along my skin, pulling my tank lower, pushing my necklace aside so his lips can sink into the point in my cleavage where it normally rests. I hear him sigh then, contented, before he comes back up to find my mouth. We kiss and kiss until I strain for more, arching against him. It's a relief when his control begins to slip, when the sweetness grows heavy. when the hand at my hip finally slides beneath my tank, grazing my skin, pulling his name from my lips with a needy exhale. His hand cups my breast, and it's my response that seems to change things, that makes him abandon his patience and restraint. His breath rasps as he finds my mouth again, as he grabs the strap of my tank top and yanks it down. His hand slides inside, the rough pad of his thumb brushing over me, before he pulls the other strap down and lowers his head, replacing fingers with mouth and tongue and teeth. My hands go to his hair as I gasp his name, but instead of continuing, he pulls away.
We have to stop,
he pants, flinching as if in pain. Stop? Why? I breathe. I think I could come just thinking about the way he pulled the straps of my tank top down, if I contemplated it long enough. Stop? Now?
It's enough just to spend time with you. It doesn't have to be more.
But the quick pace of his breath belies his words, as does the erection currently wedged hard against my leg. But do you not want more? I ask. It's an effort not to sound anxious. He sighs and presses his mouth to my neck, planting a soft kiss there.
You have no idea how badly I want more,
he says, his voice low and quiet beside my throat. Then don't stop, I urge him.
Elle,
he says hoarsely.
I'm trying to do the right thing here, and you're making it so hard.
He rolls off of me, gently pulling my tank back up.
I told you it can't be more than this, for a lot of reasons, and I really meant it. If we sleep together, there's going to be a part of me that feels like I've taken advantage of you.
How could it possibly be taking advantage of me? I demand. I'm saying yes, James. I know what you said, and I still want to. He looks at me, his eyes beseeching me to understand things he doesn't want to put into words.
I want you to picture it, Elle. Picture us spending the rest of the summer sleeping together, being as intimate as two people can be. And then picture that last day, when you leave for school, and I leave for DC, knowing that it's over, for good, with nothing to show for it. Nothing in the future. No visits, no emails. Can you honestly say, when that moment comes, that you won't feel like you were taken advantage of? That part of you won't feel hurt? Maybe even used? Because I would, in your shoes.
I picture it. I picture everything he's saying, with my stomach sinking. He watches my face, pushing the hair back behind my ear.
That's what I thought,
he says quietly. So what are we doing? He sighs heavily, tucking me into the crook of his arm.
I don't know. I just know I don't want you to leave.
I wake in the morning back in my own bed. I left on my own, before he could suggest it. In spite of the conversation last night, a smile spreads over my face. He likes me. After all this time, I have hours and hours of proof of that. We kissed for so long that my lips feel swollen this morning. I wish he didn't have to be so moral about everything. But if this is all I'm going to get from him, I'll take it. My mother can make her bad decisions. My father can forget I exist. Ginny can continue to veer unpredictably between sweet and spiteful. James Campbell has finally chosen me, even if it's temporary. It's early, and I'll feel it later, but right now I'm too excited to go back to sleep. I head to the kitchen, where Max is already up. He's made coffee instead of matcha today, thank God. When do you sleep? I laugh. He just grins.
Life's too good to waste it sleeping.
So who did you not waste it sleeping with last night?
If I knew her name, it wouldn't be nearly as fun.
I look at him curiously. In a way, his sleeping around doesn't seem to line up with everything else I know about him. Sure, he wants to have a good time, but he doesn't have shallow friendships. And despite his jokes, he's actually been a good friend to both Ginny and me. You seem like the kind of guy who would want a relationship, Max, I tell him. Is it really such a terrifying idea to you?
No,
He says.
but a relationship wouldn't really work for me.
Why not? I ask. He shrugs.
I lead a pretty unsettled life. Am I going to meet some girl in Colorado and then spend the 6 months I'm down here waiting for the next winter? Or vice versa?
Maybe you'd meet someone who wanted to migrate with you. He shakes his head.
That's not the kind of girl I'd want to be with long term. The girls I'm attracted to are more goal-driven than that.
I laugh. So your type is someone more like Ginny?
No,
He says, looking slightly panicked.
that's not even vaguely what I just said.
I take my coffee out onto the deck. The heat is already seeping through the pines, making the air heavy and fragrant. Because of this summer, it's my new favorite smell.
Hey,
Says James, sliding the door closed behind him. That smile of his does things to me. The day is just getting started, and I think I may be spending it every bit as worked up as I was yesterday. He sits, turning his chair just enough that he can see me while sitting beside me.
I missed you this morning.
I snuck back upstairs in the middle of the night. You never know what time Max is getting home. He nods.
I know. It just would have been nice to have you there.
I smile. If Max wasn't sitting in the kitchen, I'd suggest we go there right now. His eyes darken.
Max just left.
Ginny won't be up for hours, I reply. He pulls me to my feet. With a quick glance inside, he puts his hand at the small of my back and hurries me to his room. The second we're inside and the door is shut, he presses me to the wall.
This is better.
He whispers against my mouth.
Good morning.
He kisses me sweetly, and then his lips part, as do mine, and we meet each other, slowly at first, our breath mingling, tongues gliding. But then he leans into me, all weight and heat, and something is triggered. There's a low hum in my throat, a sound of desire, of acquiescence, and he is suddenly kissing me harder, his hands digging into my skin, as if he can't grip me tightly enough. He scoops me up and throws me on the mattress, and then he is above me, consuming me, pressing me into the bed with his weight. Take off your shirt, I demand. He hesitates for just a moment, and then pulls it off, throwing it onto the floor behind him. I place my palms flat against his stomach, the smooth skin stretched taut, and watch the way his eyes flutter shut, as if he's being absolved. He flips us so that I'm on top, and this time it's my turn to taste his neck, to run my tongue along every line of definition in his chest, to go lower, pressing light kisses over his stomach as I slide until my chest is pressed against his erection, my fingers at his waist.
Fuck.
He winces.
Stop. Stop.
I am sorely tempted to continue, but I give in, though not without intentionally grazing him with the flat of my hand. I know what he said last night was true. If we spend the next month sleeping together, I'll convince myself of things I shouldn't. I'll start to believe we are a couple. I'll fall deeper in love with him than I ever thought possible. The problem is, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen either way. Chapter 37. L. I feel like every time I bend over now, you're looking at my ass, I tell him quietly as I pick up my drinks. It's different working with him now. His eyes follow me everywhere I go, with a tension between us that is intoxicating and grueling in the same moment.
Every time you ever bent over, I was looking at your ass.
I lean over the bar so my mouth is close to his ear. Stanotte voglio vederti nudo, I whisper. Tonight I want to see you naked. 2 gin and tonics. He laughs.
You did not just ask for gin and tonics.
Reply in French, I demand.
Mon crayon est grande.
I lean toward him again, keeping my voice low enough that we won't be overheard. Yes, James, I'm well aware of how large your crayon is. I think it's the biggest crayon I've ever seen.
You haven't seen it.
Some things are pretty easy to assess in other ways, I reply, glancing at his crotch. Although maybe I should see it, just to be sure.
Keep talking to me like that, and the whole bar will be assessing it,
he cracks. Voglio vedere il tuo pene, I reply as I head to the kitchen. 2 seconds later, he's behind me with his hands on the small of my back, nudging me toward the supply closet. The moment we're inside, he pushes me to the wall, kissing me softly at first, and then harder, pressing the length of himself against me.
You're making it impossible for me to work,
he whispers, his hands sliding low. I arch against him, giving him access he doesn't take. Sigh. Because I'm such a bad waitress? I grin. He laughs.
Yeah, there's that too, but not what I was talking about.
You know, it'd probably be a lot easier for us if we didn't enter the restaurant so worked up. Are you ever going to tell me why you don't want to date me? He laughs.
I thought we were dating.
Fine. You know what I mean.
It's complicated.
Unless it involves quantum physics, I think I can keep up.
I'm just trying to keep this from getting too serious. I want to know we'll both be cool with this at the end of the summer.
What James wants is to be able to walk away from this in a month without guilt. But what I want is for him to not be able to walk away at all. I try to avoid seeing similarities between myself and my mom, but it's unavoidable at this moment. I want to get my way, and I don't mind playing dirty. I find him in his room, waiting. His pupils dilate as they graze over me. The tiny boy shorts, the thin tank that leaves nothing to the imagination.
You can't walk through the house in that,
he says roughly. No one's home but us, I say. Ginny's travel schedule and Max's whorishness are really working in my favor of late. I crawl toward him from the foot of the bed, and I don't stop until I'm straddling him, our faces an inch apart. He winces.
I'm probably better off not seeing you like that, too.
I lean down and kiss the corner of his mouth, and then I move to the other side, to the angle of his jaw, to the paler skin beneath it, relishing the feel of him growing hard beneath me, the small stifled sound he makes as I press against him. His hand moves to the back of my neck, pulling me toward him, while his fingers twine through my hair. His tongue parts my lips. I lift my hips so I'm centered directly on top of him. Air hisses through his teeth at the contact. And then I pull my tank over my head.
Elle,
he begs, his gaze heavy-lidded and feral.
Don't do this.
But he's looking at me, his jaw grinding, and his hands come up to span my rib cage.
You're fucking perfect,
he groans. I take his hand and place it over my breast, letting him feel the way it pebbles at his slightest touch. The pad of his thumb moves over it, once, twice, and when I gasp, his resolve disappears entirely. He flips me onto my back and is above me so quickly that there's no time to register my surprise. My mouth opens, but no noise comes out before he's pushing my arms above my head, kissing me hard, his hands everywhere, enveloping me in warm skin and his smell of soap and sea.
You don't know how many times I've thought about this,
he whispers as he moves lower, taking one taut nipple with his tongue and then his teeth. The small sounds I make turn into whimpers. It's been a long summer and a lot of build-up. When he moves to the other breast, when his hand glides between my legs, I begin to feel that sharp tug in my stomach, heat washing over me. Don't stop, I beg.
You're going to come like this?
He groans, as if the idea pains him. Yes, I pant.
No,
he says. He pulls away, and before I can protest, his hand is sliding up my inner thigh and into my shorts.
I want to feel you when it happens,
he breathes, and then his fingers are sliding against me. His index finger moves lightly over me, and then inside. That's all it takes. I cry out, and his mouth comes down on mine hard, stifling my cries, his hand holding its place while I spasm around him. His lips move to my throat, my collarbone, his body pressed hard against mine, still tense and full of need. And then finally he rolls to the side.
I can't believe you came so fast,
he murmurs, his mouth at my ear. Embarrassing, I whisper.
No,
he sighs.
It's amazing. God, I'm going to think about that every night.
His words trigger that ache in me, a reminder that one day I'll be something he can only remember, a part of his past. I ignore it. I think I can give you something better than that to remember, I say, pushing him on his back and reaching into his shorts.
Fuck,
he groans as he springs free into my hand. And something I'd guessed at, but wasn't certain of, is affirmed. His crayon is very, very large.
No, Elle,
he whispers. I ignore him, circling him with my fingers before I shimmy lower, dragging a path down his chest on the way. I come to rest with my head between his legs, and he watches me with feverish eyes.
This isn't a good idea,
he pants. Really? I ask, smiling up at him, before my tongue flickers over him, capturing a hint of salt, darting away. He gasps, and I do it again. Light, inconsequential movements that have him writhing under me, grasping the sheets. Stop grabbing the sheets like that, I tease, bringing my mouth back where it was.
It's the only thing keeping me from grabbing your hair,
he pants. I take as much of him as I can in my mouth, once, quickly, and then grin up at him. Maybe I want you to grab my hair.
Fuck,
he groans, and then he gives in, his hands burying in my hair as I continue, increasing the pressure, adding in all the little tricks Ryan so painstakingly taught me.
Stop, Elle,
he begs, even as he is arching toward me, his hands tighter in my hair.
I'm gonna come.
I increase the pace instead, and within seconds he is crying out, his hands digging into my scalp, his head thrown backward. It takes him nearly a minute to release his death grip on my hair. He pulls me toward him so I'm lying on his chest, which rises and falls like a raft at sea.
That was amazing,
he whispers.
Like, completely fucking amazing.
I laugh. Now are you glad I didn't stop?
Yes,
he breathes. And then he pauses.
But, Elle, I'm only going to say this once. I don't ever want you to tell me how you got to be so good at that.
Chapter 38. Elle.
You're off tonight, right?
Max asks James the next day.
Come hang out at the bar, and we'll head to Dewey once I'm done.
I smile, turn my face toward the sun, breathe in the smell of pine on the breeze. Last night changed things with us. We don't feel like something that might just fade away now. We feel like the beginnings of something that can only grow.
I can't,
says James.
I'm meeting someone out.
That's all it takes for my sense of the world's rightness to be wrenched away. I turn toward him sharply, the sun and breeze forgotten. We are both off tonight, and we never discussed it, but I assumed we'd spend it together. Maybe I've done such a good job of pretending to be ambivalent that he didn't realize it would matter to me. But either way, now I get to spend the day pretending it doesn't hurt.
Someone, huh? Must be a girl,
says Max. And my stomach sinks even lower. He wouldn't. We haven't laid out any ground rules, but surely he wouldn't take someone else out. Except James doesn't deny it. His glance toward me is quick and anxious, and then he tells Max to mind his own business. I jump to my feet. I'll see you guys later. I grab my purse from my room and have just reached the door when James grabs my arm.
Are you okay?
He asks. I'm fine. He looks behind him and then pulls me out to the front stoop.
What's wrong?
He asks. Do you have a date? I hiss. He looks surprised, and then he grins.
Yeah, that's the plan anyway.
I step away from him, and he pulls me back with his hands around my waist.
With you, Elle? I meant I had a date with you.
I feel all of my anger transform into a deep desire to cry. Oh, I say in a choked voice. His hands tighten on my hips.
I thought you knew.
How would I know that? I ask. You never even mentioned it.
I spend every freaking minute with you. I thought it went without saying.
Nothing goes without saying, James. I have no idea where things stand.
Things stand wherever you want them to,
he replies. I think he realizes how untrue his words are as soon as I do. His lips brush my forehead and cheeks like an apology. I want to tell him where I want things to stand. I want to tell him that I'd settle for not lying about our relationship to everyone we know. But I say nothing. He's put up these barriers to us becoming more, not telling anyone, keeping things less physical. I've already knocked down one barrier, and I plan to knock down a lot more before this summer is through. I might even knock down all of them. That night, he tells me to dress up. I come downstairs wearing the same backless dress I wore to Jenny's birthday.
You look,
James begins. As I recall, you were unable to come up with anything nice to say the last time I wore this. He pulls me against him.
Every time I saw you in some new way, it was like being punched. I couldn't stand the things I thought about when I saw you in this. And I couldn't stand the fact that other guys were thinking them too.
That's sweet.
What's less sweet,
he says with a sigh,
is that I'm thinking them now. So if we don't get in the car this minute, I don't think we're leaving at all.
We go to a restaurant in Lewis, which is far enough away that no one we know will see us. For once, reality eclipses even my loopiest daydreams. It's all the best parts of a first date, the hopefulness and the giddy excitement, without the awkwardness of being out with a relative stranger. We talk easily about almost anything, but honestly, it would have been enough just to see his smile, to hear the low rumble of his laughter, to drink in the way he looks at me, like I'm a prize he can't believe he's won. The way his eyes grow hazy and heavy-lidded when either of us references last night. We get back to a, thank God, empty house. I run to the bathroom and find James waiting on the couch when I return downstairs.
So we probably need to talk,
he says. I stand before him, reaching to the side of my dress for the zipper.
In spite of what happened last night, I don't want this to be something that...
James, I say, pushing my dress off. It billows into a small pile at my feet, and I step out of it.
Jesus Christ,
he breathes. I climb into his lap. We don't have to sleep together, I whisper. Not until you're ready. His laugh is slightly strangled as he runs a hand down my back and glances at his crotch.
I don't think my readiness was ever the issue.
You know what I mean. I smile. But I'm not going backward either. He pulls my mouth to his, and I reach down, unfastening his belt and khakis, unable to work fast enough for either of us. He is beyond ready, groaning as I slide against him, separated only by the thin satin of my thong.
Fuck,
he says, the desperation in his voice, that last note of resistance, drives me to move faster. And suddenly he is lifting us both off the couch and walking us to his room, grabbing my dress as he goes. The door slams behind him, and moments later he's tossing me on the bed, hooking his hands beneath my knees to get me flat on my back. With one finger, he pulls the thong down and sends it flying somewhere behind him. He leans over me, his stubble scraping my jaw, his breath against my ear. I arch against him, where he rests between my legs seeking contact, needing something more, and I hear the air hiss between his teeth.
Do I need a condom?
He asks. No, I pant. Just, please. Wordlessly, he thrusts inside me, and my body bows off the bed with a moan I can't begin to call back. He stays there for just a moment, flinching.
Oh, fuck,
he hisses.
You feel too good. I need a second.
I shift uncomfortably beneath him, trying to adjust to his size and desperately needing more from him at the same time. And then he begins to move, slowly at first, capturing my gasps with his mouth. His hands slide up, span my waist, move higher. His touch and his mouth grow desperate, less calculated, our skin slick, dampening the sheets beneath me. He no longer moves slowly inside me, but with a force that finds me bracing myself against the headboard. And I thank God we're alone, because if we weren't, my noises would be waking the whole house. His jaw is locked with restraint as he tries to hold back, but his thrusts become fast and irregular, and I feel my whole body tightening up, every muscle coiling and ready to spring. I'm close, I cry, and the words are barely out of my mouth before it hits me, my blood heating and exploding as I clench him inside me, my nails digging into his back. His whole body goes rigid. He groans, a single pain syllable as he comes, his mouth pressed to my damp skin, eyes squeezed shut. With one final pulse, he stills and relaxes against me, burying his head in the crook of my neck. I let his weight settle over me as our breathing slows.
So perfect,
He mumbles, kissing my jaw, my neck, my ear.
Oh my God. I knew it would be like that with you.
His voice is sorrowful, though, and it makes something squeeze my chest like a vice. He's already thinking of this as something he will miss when it ends. He begins to roll off, and I stop him. Don't go.
I'm crushing you.
I like it. But he is already gone, pulling me onto his chest.
I'd have risked it before, but now that I know what it's like to sleep with you.
I laugh, and then we lay there with his fingers tracing quiet patterns over my skin.
You really thought I wasn't ready to sleep with you?
He asks. I shrug, the motion tiny, masking 1,000 insecurities. I didn't know what the deal was. I guess I still don't.
I wanted to,
He says, flipping me to my stomach so quickly that the air rushes from my chest in a sharp burst. He bites my earlobe as he nudges my knees apart.
and I want to again.
You just finished. You can't possibly be ready to go again. You're still dressed. He pulls his shirt over his head and kicks off his pants and boxers, which were at mid-thigh. He lowers himself and, damn, there it is. He's more than ready.
You have no idea how many times a day, an hour, I've thought about doing this,
He says, moving against me until he's in the exact right place.
I have some catching up to do.
Chapter 39. James. My dad went to law school hoping to save the world. I remember his old room in my grandparents' house, preserved in its teenage glory, the huge tomes in the bookshelf about social injustice, the walls covered in stickers and slogans for Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch. He wound up at my mother's family's law firm instead, pretty much the opposite of what he'd planned, defending rich assholes who didn't deserve his help. Because that was what my mother wanted, the two of them, side by side in her family's business. And my dad loved her enough to go along with it. My mom always told the story as if it was comical. Sweet, naive Jim who needed to be steered in the right direction. She laughed about how little money he'd be making if he hadn't met her. And he'd laugh too, but his laugh was more subdued, and sometimes I'd see this look on his face as if he was somewhere far away, watching a different future unfold, the one he still wanted. My dad shouldn't have given up his dream. My mom shouldn't have nearly starved herself to death when he tried to leave. My family's history is riddled with people who did stupid shit for love, and I refuse to become one of them. But the more time I spend around Al, the more I find myself wishing things were different. Wishing we'd met at another time. Maybe when she was out of college, we had other options. Those are thoughts I shouldn't have at all, because the natural progression from wishing things could work is to start trying to make them work. And there are too many reasons a relationship with her never can. Was it a mistake to sleep with her? Of course it was a fucking mistake. It's a mistake for any addict to give in to a weakness. And now that I've given in once, I will give in 1,000 times, because she has opened the floodgates. I've just ensured that when this summer ends, it's gonna be fucking awful. We walk into town together the next morning to get coffee. I watch as she sips her latte, wishing I could catalog all the things about her face that I love, like the gold flecks in her eyes, the way her upper lip is slightly fuller than the lower, wistful until she smiles. It's been 5 hours since she slipped off to her bedroom last night, and already, watching her, I'm back to feeling like I've gone a year without sex. We walk home, and my hand twitches with the desire to grab hers. I shove it in my pocket instead. So, I venture, last night... I swear to God, James, I'm going to punch you in the face if you start telling me it shouldn't have happened. I laugh. I think that ship has sailed. I just want to make sure you're okay. You mean emotionally? Or am I too sore to do it again? Both. She walks ahead of me, glancing back over her shoulder. I think so, she says with a sly grin. But maybe we should try it again to be sure. No one is there by the time we get back, so we try it again. Several times. I watch her, and she dozes on the pillow beside me. I'm not sure how I will leave her when the summer ends, but there's no doubt in my mind that I will. If I've learned anything from watching my parents, it's that you should never make life decisions based on infatuation.
Chapter 40. L. The last days of July have become the early days of August, all of them a blur of bare skin and orgasms. James's sheets are full of sand because we return from the beach each day too worked up for things like showers and floor mats. It isn't just sex, though. He holds my hand under the kitchen table at breakfast. He pulls me into the deep freezer at work. His hands trace patterns over my skin as we lounge at the beach. I want to spend every waking moment with him, and he seems to feel the same. But it is all done in secret, which is difficult when you have 2 housemates. Ginny works constantly and doesn't have time to pay attention to her own life, much less mine. But Max is another story.
Okay, one of you needs to admit it,
He says one afternoon. Admit what?
That.
He says, pointing at my mouth as it twitches in an effort not to smile.
The 2 of you look like that all day long. When you're not touching each other and pretending it's an accident, that is.
I can't imagine what you're referring to.
Seriously?
He scoffs.
I know he can't cop to dating a teenager, but what's your excuse?
His words make my stomach drop. Is James actually embarrassed? Enough that Max doesn't even question it? There's no excuse. There's nothing to tell. I'm beginning to wonder if there ever will be. I fall a little harder each day. But being the fling James is ashamed to acknowledge doesn't really feel like the start of a fairy tale. Max mentions the next day that a few friends need a place to crash for the weekend. James seems to think that might even be a good thing, since Ginny is coming home from a trip today as well.
Maybe it'll be chaotic enough that they won't notice us,
he says.
Wouldn't it be nice to get 3 straight hours with no one interrupting?
I think he's overly optimistic, and I am right. We get home that night to discover Max's few friends are more like a mini Burning Man festival in our home. There appears to be a half-naked hippie around every corner.
What the fuck, Max?
James demands. Max shrugs.
I'm sorry. I had no idea there'd be so many of them.
He promises they'll try to stay out of our way.
The guys will be in the living room, and the girls will be in mine.
The girls in your room? How convenient, Ginny says, rolling her eyes.
Get your mind out of the gutter, Ginny. I'm sleeping in your brother's room,
he replies.
The fuck you are, says James. Dude, chill. I already moved my stuff. I'll sleep on the floor. Or do you want me to sleep with Elle and Ginny instead?
James's jaw grinds.
How about if neither thing happens and your friends stay at a fucking hotel instead? Come on, man. It's just 2 days. They don't have money for a hotel.
Max pleads. James glances at me for just a second, his face reflecting the misery on my own. The situation isn't as bad as I imagined it might be. It's worse.
You shouldn't have forced me to sleep with you,
James grumbles quietly behind me while we're at work. We haven't been alone once in nearly 3 days. When I go to the deck with my coffee in the morning, several people are already there. When James and I walk into town, someone decides to come with us. We think we've managed to escape by ourselves to the beach, and we don't even have our towels down before they are there too, cheerfully lying down next to us. If Max had hired a crew to keep us apart, they couldn't have done a better job. And then, just as we think they're leaving, someone's van won't start, and 2 days turns into 3.
Did you really just say I forced you? I gasp, rounding on him, but he's grinning.
Maybe forced is a strong word,
he says, pulling me behind the freezer with his hands at my hips. His lips find mine, and he tugs at the bottom one with his teeth.
But this has been the longest, hardest 3 days of my life, and I need someone to blame.
Blame Max and his friends, I breathe as he pushes me back against the counter.
I am going to do such bad things to you once they're out of here,
he promises. His kiss is harder this time, his hands roaming, finding the hem of my shirt and sliding beneath it. He could convince me to do about anything right now. This is the first time I've ever wished they made us wear skirts, I sigh. He groans.
Thanks for that visual, Elle. I was already painfully hard.
The next day, we say our goodbyes to Max's friends as we leave for work. Neither of us is capable of appearing to be sad to see them go. James counts down the minutes while we serve drinks. I make a point of stopping by the bar as often as possible to detail every single thing I plan to do to him tonight. As it turns out, this wasn't the greatest idea, because the extra people are all still there when we get home.
I thought you were leaving,
James snarls to one of the guys when we walk in. He informs us that Max decided to throw a party and convince them to stay.
You have got to be fucking kidding me,
James says once we're out of earshot.
I've had it.
They'll be gone by tomorrow.
I can't wait until tomorrow, Elle.
He's complained about it more than I have, but the past few days have bordered on impossible for me as well. You don't have to. Meet me under the deck in 2 minutes. He stills.
Are you serious?
They're making enough noise that we won't be overheard. His smile is so sweet that my heart aches with it.
You're the perfect...
He stops himself.
You're perfect.
I change into a skirt and run around the side of the house to wait under the deck for him, taut with anticipation. He says nothing as he searches for me in the darkness, but in a second flat, his hands thread through my hair, and he is pushing me against the siding. And then there is only his weight, and his hands, and his scent, and his tongue. My heart beats so hard in my ears that I no longer hear the noise above us. I wrap a leg around his thigh and pull him closer, feeling that spasm in my stomach when he grows hard against me.
It feels like weeks,
he says hoarsely. His hand snakes between us, running over the outside of my thong. He groans when he feels how ready I am, and in an instant, he's unzipping his shorts
and pushing the satin to the side. I'm bracing for it, barely restraining a whimper of impatience as I wait.
God, I'm not gonna last long,
he says as he presses against me. Feet come thundering down the stairs.
Campbell,
A voice shouts.
where are you? We saw you come down this way.
He punches the siding.
I've had it,
He says. Just go, I sigh.
No, I've fucking had it.
I follow him to the deck, where Max is throwing back beers without a care in the world, with Ginny by his side.
Max,
James hisses. Max grins.
the worker bee finally has some downtime. I never see you anymore, bro.
James does not smile back.
Your friends need to leave.
Max nods.
Yeah, I think they're taking off tomorrow. No, they're taking off now. Right fucking now. Dude, it's almost midnight. Perfect,
James says.
they won't hit traffic. They've been drinking. Rehoboth has many fine lodging establishments. When did you turn into such a grumpy fucker?
Asks Max, rising and heading inside.
I'm going to have to buy you some female companionship if your dry spell keeps up.
Yes, I grin at James when Max is out of sight. We wouldn't want your dry spell to continue. He pulls me toward him by my waistband, his low voice near my ear.
My dry spell is about to end in a big way.
And it does.
Chapter 41. James. The offer letter arrives. I show it to Al and no one else. Don't say anything, I warn after she reads it. Max has a big mouth, and Ginny will flip out. She raises a brow. You are planning to tell your parents, right? Or were you thinking you should wait until NYU calls to tell them you never turned up? I sigh. Yeah, I'll tell them. I'm waiting for the right time. I need to talk to my dad when my mom isn't around and make sure she's not going to flip. She hesitates. Don't take this the wrong way, but have you ever thought that maybe your mom's reaction to things that make her unhappy is a little manipulative? Huh? She bites her lip. It just seems like your mom gets everything she wants by doing this stuff. I'm stunned. People who know what's up with my mother always speak of her problem in hushed, regretful tones. Even if it's created problems and changed our lives, no one in my family has ever once complained. Are you saying she's actually starving herself to death to get her way? I'm just saying it kind of works out for her. I've been hearing about this for years from Ginny, and it only seems to occur when one of you isn't doing what she wants. What she's suggesting seems crazy and mean-spirited, but I know Al is neither of those things. Because it's upsetting for her, I explain. The family therapist said it's a reaction to feeling out of control. Like if she can exert some authority over herself and her body, then at least one thing makes sense. She's your mother, and you'd know her better than I would, she says. It just seems to me that it's not just her body she's exerting some authority over. I swallow, recognizing a logic to what she's saying that I don't want to see. There has never been a time when my mother has stopped eating that didn't coincide with her wanting something from us. It happens after fights with my dad. It happened when I wanted to go to UCLA instead of somewhere close by. And perhaps the most telling thing is when it didn't happen. It didn't happen after my grandfather died this winter. And surely that is more upsetting than my choice of careers. I want Al to be wrong, but I'm no longer certain she is. That afternoon, I slide out of bed, taking one last glance at Al, naked and sound asleep, as I pull on shorts and head to the deck. We had the house to ourselves all morning, and made such good use of it that I feel almost calm as I place the call I dread most. If only I could sleep with her before every major event. I call my father and confirm that my mother isn't around, and then I lower the boom and tell him I'm not going back to law school. "What do you mean you're not going back?" he demands. "I'm joining the FBI. I interviewed a few weeks ago and got my offer letter yesterday. After I train, they're going to place me in their Paris office." "The FBI? Are you out of your mind?" he yells. "You are 1 year short of getting 2 advanced degrees, and you want to just quit? Are you out of your goddamn mind?" I think about hanging up. I could go wake Al and forget this conversation ever happened. "Dad, I have never wanted to be a lawyer. Never. I went along with it for a while, and I thought I'd get into it, but I'm just not. Interning for you guys last summer made me want to hold a nail gun to my skull every day. Interning for us last summer made you more money in 3 months than you'd make in a year working for the FBI," he said. First of all, that's not true. But even if it were, there are more important things in life than money. You wanted something different once, too. Can you honestly tell me you're glad you didn't go for it? Because I know at least part of you wishes you had. The line goes so quiet that I can hear the tick of the clock on the far wall of his office. "What are you referring to?" he finally asks. There's ice in his voice. "You wanted to help people once upon a time, remember?" As I say the words, it occurs to me that he might have thought I was asking about another something different he once wanted. "What did you think I was referring to?" He hesitates. "Nothing." We are both silent. "Are you sure?" I ask, my voice cold. "Of course I'm sure," he says briskly. "Look, you're a grown man, and I can't make you do anything. But you need to think long and hard about how this is going to affect everyone. It's my life. For once, I'm just going to worry about how it affects me." His laugh is an angry bark. "And leave me to tell your mother and deal with the fallout." "Why not?" I ask. "You're the one who started this problem, aren't you?" I hang up the phone and return to my room. Al gives me a sleepy smile as she sits up, golden and glowing, her long hair falling over her chest. "Are you okay?" she asks. My jaw grinds. "Yeah, just arguing with my dad." "You want to talk about it?" I attempt to smile. "I don't have a vagina, Al. Men don't talk about their problems." She punches me in the shoulder. "I was just trying to make you feel better." "You can definitely make me feel better," I tell her, pulling her so she's flat on the bed. "But it won't involve any talking."
Chapter 42. L. James cuts our next trip to the beach short.
"If you want to stay at the beach longer,"
He whispers.
"you've got to stop wearing bikinis."
He pulls me back to the house, making quick work of my clothes, his mouth tracing over every inch of skin he's bared. I love everything about these minutes with him. I love the press of his mouth, the noises he makes when my hand slides into his waistband. I love the way he gasps just before he finishes. And I love lying with him afterward, the way his fingers trace patterns over my skin, his mouth ghosting over my face and neck, as if I am something special, instead of something temporary. The air conditioner kicks on, and he bundles the blankets over us and pulls me tighter. I've never felt this warm and safe in my life. I'm going to fall asleep like this, I tell him.
"I wish we could fall asleep like this every night,"
He replies, his voice heavy and slow. The next time I open my eyes, the light in the room has changed, and someone is knocking on the door. "James?" It's Ginny, and her knocking gets louder. He told her a few days ago about his plan to not return to law school, and she's been like a dog with a bone ever since. It's an annoyance I can live with under normal circumstances, except he and I are both completely naked at this precise moment, his leg thrown over mine, the duvet on the floor, and the sheet up to our waists. "Can I come in?"
Just a minute.
He shouts, his voice slightly strangled by panic. I'm already jumping out of bed, throwing on my shorts and t-shirt. He hands me my bikini and I run, opening the sliding glass door to his small deck. I'm a full story off the ground here, but if I can climb from his deck to Max's, I can reach the stairs and get out that way. I'm suspended between the two balconies when I see Martin, our creepy neighbor, standing in the side yard with a big shit-eating grin on his face. Given that I'm suspended midair, I really don't have time to worry about the ramifications.
Need a hand?
He calls. I ignore him, landing on Max's deck with a thud and running to the stairs. Martin's waiting at the bottom when I get there, still smirking. "What?" I snap.
Quite the little soap opera going on over here.
He laughs.
I had no idea.
"Shut up, Martin." I try to move around him, but he blocks me.
So let me see if I've got this right. You're sleeping with either Max or James, and the two of you don't want anyone to know?
This is none of your business.
This is juicy gossip, he argues. So it's important that I get my facts straight.
Please don't say anything, I plead. There's a gleam in his eye, one that tells me I'm not going to like whatever he has to say.
What's it worth to you?
He asks. Nothing. I start to walk off, and he grabs my arm.
Fine. Just give me that.
He nods to the red and white striped fabric in my hand. You want my bikini? It would be a small price to make this conversation end, but I shudder at the thought. It's not your size. I turn to walk away, but he grabs my arm again, this time managing to pull the bottoms from my hand. Give them back, I demand. He tucks them into his pants.
Come get it.
You'd be a dead man if James knew you just did that. And then I remember it's James's fault that I'm in this position at all. Would it really be the end of the world if his family knew? Would it be that much worse for him than it is for me now? Forcing myself out of his bed in the middle of the night, listening to Ginny assure me he and Allison will get back together? I'm used to coming second with my parents, to being an afterthought. But a small piece of me loved James, even as a small child, because I thought he'd be different. This is the first moment it's occurred to me that maybe he's not. I turn and head to the front door. I'm angry at Martin, but I think I'm more angry, fair or not, with James.
Chapter 43. James. Elle isn't like some of the other waitresses. Ashley will flirt with anything with a pulse to get better tips. Elle is friendly, nothing more. And to most men, she's barely even that, as if she's always expecting the worst from them. She makes her lack of interest clear. But the more her male customers have to drink, the less they seem to care about her interest level. I watch it happen night after night, and I'm unable to stop picturing the times this will happen next year. If she doesn't get back together with Ryan, an idea that bothers me even more. It's 1 a.m. before the bar starts to clear. The remaining patrons are so tanked that they're twice as difficult to manage, particularly the 6 guys Elle's been waiting on since her shift began. Watching her with them is making me crazy. She's clearing glasses, and one of them leans over to whisper in her ear. I picture her at frat parties, fending off douchebags like these. In a month, she'll be back at school, and I won't be there to intervene. I picture Ryan being the one to save the day instead, and find myself slamming bottles down on the bar way harder than is necessary, or even advisable. They've moved on from pitchers to Jack and Coke, she tells me, sliding the tray of empties onto the bar. Never the wisest progression. What did he just say to you? She rolls her eyes. Nothing. The next time they say nothing to you, they're going to find themselves launched from the bar. Don't do that. Those guys have a $300 tab, and I've earned that tip. Then make sure they keep their hands to themselves. She returns to the table with the drinks, and when she sets down the final one, that same douchebag from before tries to drag her into his lap. I see the way she stiffens, and I don't even think. I'm out from behind the bar and pulling Elle behind me before I realize I've done it. Get the fuck out, I bark, grabbing the guy by the neck, and you'd better hope I never run into you outside of here. James, Elle says, a quiet protest that I ignore. One of the guys apologizes, and they stand to leave, which is when I realize I wanted them to fight. I wanted to hit someone until these images of her next year, with guys just like this, are out of my head entirely. They throw money on the table, and it's not until they've begun to slink away that I turn toward Elle. I asked you not to intervene, she snaps. She's right, and yeah, feminism, blah, 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 but I wouldn't change a thing. They left you a tip. Yeah, she says stonily, counting the money. It's about a 40% tip, which I now feel like I extorted from them. You earned it, dealing with those assholes. She blows out an exasperated breath. They didn't do anything, James. I deal with shit like that all the time. Yeah, well, you shouldn't have to. She laughs, but it's not a happy sound. It's weary, and maybe even a little bitter. Well, a lot of things shouldn't be the way they are, but me wishing they were otherwise doesn't make them so, does it? She meets my eye, and for the smallest moment, I see it. This thing she's been hiding from me all summer. Pain. It hurts her that I want to hide this. It hurts her that I don't care enough to continue this next fall. The truth is, I do care enough. But there's no way I'm spending the next 3 years overseas dating a 19-year-old who's still in college back home. It would never work, even if the situation with our parents didn't exist. Letting an obsession with someone dictate your behavior always ends poorly. No matter how badly I want to, I won't let Elle dictate mine. She is silent all the way home. I apologize, and she says nothing. We pull into the driveway, and she's still silent. Elle, I plead, come on. I told you I'm sorry. I mean it. Does that mean next time you'll listen when I ask you not to intervene? Sure. As long as no one's touching you. She's about to get out of the car, and she's still aggravated, but before she can reach the door, I grab her and pull her into my lap. So it's not okay for customers to grab me and drag me into their laps, but it's okay for you? She asks. You're goddamn right it is, I tell her, running a finger over her mouth, which has begun to curl up at the corners despite herself. You really overreacted. You know that, right? She asks. My shoulders sag. Yeah, I know. I think it wasn't about those guys at all. It was rage at everyone who will come after me. And I saw her with Ryan that morning in the kitchen, with his mouth on her neck. So I already know who it will be.
Chapter 44. L. I chose not to tell James about the incident with Martin. Martin's father is apparently some big-shot attorney, and it was not a stretch to imagine James freaking out and landing in jail for assault. But the next time Max throws a party, I ask him and James not to let Martin come over. The small surge of tension in James's voice when he asks why lets me know I've made the right choice. He's kind of creepy, I tell him. He just makes me uncomfortable. Max disappears for most of the night, and Ginny is twitchy and unhappy in his absence. She spends most of the night carping at James about law school, which gets so old that I have to dig my nails into my hands to keep from telling her to shut up. It's late when Max finally reappears. "Nice of you to join us," Ginny snipes.
Aw, baby cakes. Did you miss me?
He asks, rubbing her shoulders. It's funny to me that James doesn't object to this at all. It's as if the idea of Max and Ginny together is so impossible, he can't even imagine it.
Wow, you're tense. You need to start coming to yoga with me, especially since the germaphobe there never goes anymore.
I'm not a germaphobe, I tell him.
The hell you're not, Max replies. You should see the lengths she goes to not step off the mat with her bare feet. And she carries a liner for her yoga mat, so when she rolls it up, the underside never touches the top. She's always been like that. She wouldn't even touch door handles when she was little,
James says, smiling at me in a way that is far too affectionate for a public setting.
Maybe she just had a good idea where your hands had been,
smirks Max, which leads James to kick over his chair. Boys. Remember that time you couldn't get out of the women's locker room at the pool? Ginny laughs. Shut up, Ginny. She used to open doors with a shirt or a paper towel because she didn't want to touch the doorknob, Ginny tells the guys. But they only had those air dryers, and she was wearing a swimsuit, so she stood in there until someone came in and she could slide out. I was 7. You're still a germaphobe, Ginny says. You had a heart attack over spring break when I put your clothes on the bed. On the filthy hotel bedspread, I cry. Do you know what you'd find if you took a blacklight to that room? There'd be you-know-what everywhere. I don't know what the hell you and Ryan were doing in hotel rooms, but most people aren't getting it everywhere. I don't need to look at James to know he didn't appreciate the mention of Ryan in that context. I can feel him beside me, coiled like a spring. I wasn't basing it on personal experience, I reply. Haven't you ever watched Dateline? They're always going into hotel rooms with a blacklight. From what your sweet mates said about you and Ryan, I wouldn't want to take a blacklight to your dorm either, Ginny cackles. James's eyes look black in the moonlight. I watch that muscle tick in his jaw and can't think of a single thing I can say to fix this. He stands.
I'm going for a run.
A run? Asks Ginny. It's the middle of the night. He says nothing and won't even glance at me as he goes. But I feel a small knot of dread in my stomach, and I resent its presence. I haven't done anything wrong, and he wouldn't have to hear about my ex-boyfriend if he wasn't so ashamed to be with me in the first place. He runs for over an hour. I feel the upper windows shake when he closes the front door, and I slip from the room, grateful that our guests are gone, and Ginny falls asleep so quickly. He doesn't look surprised to find me sitting on the edge of his bed, when he emerges from the shower. But he doesn't necessarily look happy to find me there either. "You can't blame me for that," I say quietly. His jaw grinds.
I know, but I just don't need to hear that shit.
"You know, you wouldn't have to hear that shit if we told them what's going on." He walks to the foot of the bed in nothing but a towel.
I don't want to talk about this right now.
"Do you want me to leave?"
No,
he says, dropping the towel.
I just don't want to talk.
He pushes me on my back, his movements rougher than normal. He moves over my skin, claiming me again and again with fingers and tongue and teeth. Something urgent and desperate driving him. He cries my name out when he comes, something pained and regretful in that single syllable. His mouth is buried in the crook of my neck.
God, Elle,
he says, the words muffled by my skin.
I fucking love.
He stops himself for a mere second that feels much longer than that while I wait.
This,
he concludes. He wasn't going to say he loved me. I know he wasn't. But I can't seem to stop wanting things from him that he's already sworn he can't give.
Chapter 45. James. I wake to discover that my father called 3 times during last night's shift. I call him back, feeling mostly dread. Your mom isn't doing well, he tells me. I sigh. Nothing about this news surprises me, but I guess I was hoping for a miracle. In what way? She's barely eaten since you announced you're quitting law school. All the progress she's made just disappeared overnight. I feel that familiar wash of guilt, but I'm angry too. Al was right. I know my mother is sick, but there's also something manipulative about all of this. How many of our decisions over the past 5 years have been made to keep her well? It's the reason my dad stayed. It's the reason I went to undergrad nearby. It's the reason I stayed at the internship last summer, and why I stayed in law school as long as I did. Is there anything she hasn't gotten her way about since my dad came home? I can't base every major life decision on whether or not it's going to upset her, Dad, and it's bullshit for you to suggest it. No, what's bullshit is that you can be so cavalier about the woman who raised you, he explodes. If she winds up back in the hospital, 1 year of school will seem like a small price to pay. I'm cavalier? Huh. You're the one who started all this shit. You and Kelly Evans. So stop trying to make what you did my burden and Ginny's. Look, I don't know what Elle told you, but Elle hasn't told me a fucking thing. But you just did. Your mother and I were in a bad place, James, he begins. Yes, I made mistakes, but you left Mom for her, didn't you? He's silent for far too long. Yes, he finally sighs. I did. Al walks with me to the post office later. In my hand is the FBI's offer letter, signed and sealed. She doesn't question the fact that I'm returning the letter, because she has not a clue how torn I've been for weeks. I never told her that every time I've pulled it out, I've imagined being away from her and hesitated. I'm excited about this job, but there were other things I wanted too. Ideas I was entertaining, and what my father told me earlier was the last nail in their coffin. As we return home, the need to touch her feels overwhelming. I twine our fingers together, and she glances at me with a question in her eyes. No one we work with is out this early, I tell her. I think it's safe. I can see the questions she doesn't ask. Safe from what? Why is this such a big deal? God, I wish I could tell her.
Chapter 46. L. Something is wrong. I can't put my finger on it, but James has been odd, a little unhappy and distant, for days. It brings every ounce of insecurity to the fore, and I have lots and lots of insecurity. We are lying in bed together, talking. He's playing with my hair, and I don't think he even knows he's doing it. I'm going to miss this when I get back to school, I tell him. I'm not sure why I say it. I suppose because it's mid-August and our time is running out. And also because I want to hear him agree, say it back to me. But instead, he climbs out of bed and goes to the bathroom, as if I haven't spoken. I feel ill, and I deserve to feel ill. I know where things stand. I shouldn't be trying to extract words and emotions from him that he doesn't feel.
Brian said you asked to be cut early tonight,
he says when he emerges. Yeah, Ryan's band is playing, and someone messed up my schedule last time so I couldn't go. He stiffens.
You're still going to that?
Ryan is a good friend, I reply, and his band is great. You should come. It'll be fun.
Right. So I can stand around watching you lust after your ex-boyfriend? No thanks.
I laugh and lean on my forearms to look at him. You sound jealous, James.
You told me flat out you couldn't resist him on stage.
That was before I was with you, I reply, wondering, even as I say it, if I'm actually with James.
Why don't we just go out of town for the weekend instead? People are always looking to take on extra shifts. We could go to D.C.
You can't possibly be that worried about Ryan, I say. I had ample opportunity to hook up with him the last time he was here, and I didn't. So why would I now?
It's not entirely that,
he says.
I just want a single weekend where I get you to myself. I'm tired of sneaking around all the time.
We could just tell everyone, and we wouldn't have to sneak around at all.
I'm leaving soon anyway, so what's the point?
He asks. Though I already know it, his assumption that this will end continues to surprise me every time I hear him reiterate it. But his side of the story has never changed. It's me, with my ridiculous optimism causing the problem. I go to the bathroom, locking the door behind me. I splash water over my face and force myself to at least look blank rather than hurt.
You missed a call,
he says, handing me my phone when I walk back out.
Why is Edward Ferris still bothering you?
I don't know, I admit. I stopped listening to the voicemails. I was pretty clear the last time we spoke. There's nothing he can say now that I want to hear.
Did you save the voicemails?
He asks. I have the last several, just because I haven't deleted them, I say. Honestly, just seeing his name on my phone makes me feel sick. I guess you're going to tell me it's immature to avoid it.
No,
he says, pulling me to sit beside him.
But it pisses me off that he's doing this to you. And I think you should be monitoring what he's saying.
You can listen if you want, I tell him. But delete them when you're done. I don't want to hear them, and I don't want to know. He nods and gets dressed, carrying my phone outside. If it's a fling, why is he this bothered by Edward? I go into the kitchen, watching him on the deck as he listens. It was stupid of me to think he'd want more. Why would he? He was stuck with Allison all year, and now he's about to get a real job. Why would he want to saddle himself with some long-distance girlfriend who's only 19? I've done exactly what he warned me not to. I've allowed this to become something real in my head, something that could be permanent, and I'm blaming him for the fact that it's not. He walks back inside. His body is rigid, his hand holding the phone in such a tight grip, I'm surprised it doesn't snap.
You need to call the police, Elle,
he says, his voice oddly quiet. The police? I gasp. That can't be
It is.
He cuts me off.
It is necessary. He's out of his fucking mind. He makes it sound like you're a couple. He even suggested coming down here.
It's sad that my first thought isn't about my own safety. It's about whether James now thinks I actually did mess around with Edward. I wanted to believe he and Ginny would have faith in me, would know I'm different than my mother. But Ginny has her doubts, so why wouldn't he? And God, if two people who've known me since I was small think I'm capable of it, is there anyone alive who won't? I don't know what he said, but he's never laid a finger on me.
I know, but the shit he said...
James flinches.
Just let the police handle it.
It'll be all over the news if I go to the police. Someone always talks.
It's time for you to step up, Elle.
He is frustrated now, on the verge of shouting.
You need a restraining order at least. Listen to the messages.
I make no move to take the phone back from him, so he puts it on speaker. Edward's voice flows out.
Eleanor,
he says.
You ungrateful bitch. I can't believe you're treating me like this after everything I've tried to do for you. You'd better call me, or I'm going to make you sorry you ever heard my name.
I'm already sorry I ever heard his name. You're going to think I'm naive, I say, but I don't think he was physically threatening me. He probably just meant career-wise.
You didn't hear the rest of the messages,
he says.
He's saying some really messed up stuff, Elle. I don't know whether he'd hurt you or not, but I'm not going to risk finding out.
An hour later, I'm facing a weary police officer who would clearly rather be doing anything but conducting this interview with me. He keeps casting longing glances at the copy of Sports Illustrated on the corner of his desk. James does most of the talking, which is for the best, since I'm unable to draw up a lot of outrage over the whole thing.
This is a clear stalking violation,
James says.
And since he suggested an intent to come find her here, her most immediate need is a restraining order. One that's enforceable in New York, since she'll be back there at the end of August. So,
the police officer says,
are you her lawyer? Her boyfriend?
My breath stills while I wait for him to answer. It's pathetic, as usual, that with everything going on, what I care about most is how he chooses to qualify our relationship.
Friend,
he says, and the breath whooshes out of me. Wrong answer, asshole.
Okay,
the officer says doubtfully.
Well, we need to hear these messages in order to determine if there's something to pursue.
That's fine, I agree, handing him my phone.
Before we proceed,
he says, turning to me,
I need to know the nature of your relationship with Mr. Ferris.
He was my boss, I say. I interned for him at the start of the summer.
And was your relationship ever romantic in nature?
He asks. No, I reply. Never. The officer looks dubious. He casts a glance at James.
It strikes me that perhaps this is something we should be discussing in private.
There's nothing I would say to you that I wouldn't say in front of James. if that's what you're implying. I have never been with Edward Ferris in any way. He shrugs. I get the feeling he still doesn't believe me. Probably because he reads the tabloids like everyone else. He takes the phone and leaves to have the messages transcribed. James reaches out and squeezes my hand.
You okay?
I nod, slipping out of his grasp. I'm going to be cool about this. If he wants to think of me as his friend, that's his right.
What's wrong?
Nothing, friend, I say. So much for being cool.
Elle,
He says.
I just didn't know what to say. You know you're more than that.
I want to be someone other than who I am in this moment. Someone calm and mature. But instead, bitterness spews from my mouth like I'm possessed. Yeah? A friend you fuck? That's so much better.
Stop,
He says.
If you want to talk about this, we can. But don't sit here where I can't really discuss it and accuse me of shit. You have no idea how I feel.
My shoulders sag. Okay,
Give me your hand.
he says, holding his between our chairs. Reluctantly, I reach over, but mine lays limp in his grasp. The officer comes back out, taking a quick look at our joined hands and smirking a little.
I'm turning the transcripts over to counsel,
He says.
They'll make the final call. But I've got no doubt there's enough there for a restraining order at the very least.
I nod, but my stomach falls. The truth is, I was hoping he'd say there was nothing to worry about. I've been in the spotlight enough this summer to last me the rest of my life, and I know better than either of them that if this gets out, it won't just be Edward's life that gets worse. As we drive home, I'm still contemplating what lies ahead. I'm going to be in the papers again. Everything about me will be dissected. They will find every photo known to man and portray me as some kind of wild nymphomaniac, never mentioning that the bathing suit shot is from a family trip, or that I'm posing in pajamas next to a roommate cut out of the photo. And James, that's the part that actually hurts, as opposed to making me sick with worry, although it does that too. After all these weeks, he's still referring to me as his friend. We have only a little under 2 weeks left together, and that'll be it. And he won't owe me a thing, because he never took anything, or promised it. He pulls into the driveway, and I begin to open the door, but he stops me with a hand on my arm.
Elle,
He says,
wait.
we have to get ready for work.
I know. I just want you to know that back there wasn't what it seemed.
He says haltingly.
I know you're upset. I just didn't know what to say.
Does he really think that explanation helps his case? Yeah, it's pretty clear that you didn't know what to say. My voice is slightly hoarse with the need to cry, which I won't do in front of him. And it seems pretty clear to me that by now, you probably should. I get out of the car and go inside alone. He doesn't even try to argue with me. On the way out of the house that afternoon, Martin stops me, making me wish I'd gone in with James when his shift started, instead of petulantly insisting I'd walk. I've only seen Martin from afar since the incident, but he has picked the wrong day to fuck with me, if that's his plan.
Thanks for getting me disinvited to all the parties,
He says. After the shit you pulled, you really think anyone wants you over here?
It was worth it. I'm enjoying your panties very much.
It was a bathing suit, not panties. I reply, turning away. Shocker that you don't know the difference. My mood was already piss poor. After the incident with Martin and the walk to work, it's shifted into something far worse. I get into the restaurant, sweaty and miserable. James watches me log in, and I ignore him. I spend the rest of the night giving all of my orders to the other bartenders. I know it's childish, but I just feel like I could fall apart at the drop of a hat. Or a single word from James's mouth, even a kind one, especially a kind one. "What's up with you two?" asks Christy. "We're having a little disagreement." "About what?" "James," I begin, and then shake my head, suddenly choked up. "Just doesn't see things with us the way I do." She frowns. "I don't know what he said, Elle, but it's been obvious since your first day here that he's crazy about you." "If that were true, he'd be willing to..." My voice cracks. I just can't believe. I'm unable to continue, and she lets it go. This is what I would have said. "I can't believe I didn't see it sooner." Chapter 47. L. The cop we met earlier in the day leaves a message during my shift saying counsel won't have an answer on the restraining order for a few days. Ginny's back from her trip when I get home. I kind of wish she wasn't. I don't really have it in me to feign good cheer at the moment. "You okay?" she asks, frowning at me in the mirror. "Yeah," I say, struggling to smile. She hesitates. "I know I haven't been the easiest person to live with since the weekend Allison was here. I'm sorry." "You think I'm like my parents," I say flatly. "I don't," she insists. "Really, let's just say Allison stirred up some shit, okay? But I'm sorry." "Okay." "So are you excited to see Ryan?" "No, not particularly." "Are you excited to see Paul?" She narrows her eyes at me. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "You're aware that seeing him on stage isn't going to make him seem less attractive to you, right?" She shrugs. "I'm not sure I was all that attracted to him in the first place. I was just looking for a substitute, and he was the first one I found." "For Alex?" She bites her lip. "I don't even know. I'm not sure who I was trying to substitute." "I don't suppose you ever told Alex about the last time?" Her arms fold over her chest. "Of course I didn't. I'm not about to lose him over one drunken mistake." James drives us to the bar, not smiling once the entire way. I sit in back. Every time I glance in his rearview mirror, our eyes lock. Ginny prattles on about her trip without noticing that she's basically the only person in the car speaking. The bar is packed, but that's not surprising. Far Too Far shows always sell out. We reach Max, who is saving us a spot in a raised area to the right of the stage, just as the lights dim. The band comes out with Ryan front and center, effortlessly masculine, barely registering all the screaming fangirls at the front of the stage, as he offers the crowd that panty-dropping grin of his and launches into their first song. His voice is low, rough, amazing. I remember the way I once felt when I heard him sing, and I know I'd be lying if I said some part of it wasn't still there. But it's not what I feel for James, and it's only a ghost of what I once felt for Ryan. They do covers, and they play their own stuff. When they begin to play Used to Be, my favorite of all of their songs, I jump off the platform we stand on and dive into the crowd, with Ginny right at my heels, and Ryan laughs and shakes his head. He was always oddly proud of the way I'd let loose when he played. I feel his pride at the same moment I feel James's displeasure. The song ends, and Ryan steps back to the mic. He points at me.
"That's my ex-girlfriend,"
he tells the crowd.
"Isn't she hot?"
There are catcalls and laughter.
"I messed up, Elle,"
he says.
"You don't need to tour with me. I just need to know you'll be waiting for me when we get back to school."
He launches into a song he wrote for me last winter, but said was too girly to play in public. As he sings it, I can't help but look over at James, who is watching me. I've never seen him look so lost. It makes me want to comfort him, and angers me in turn. Why am I always so worried about his feelings when he worries so little about mine? The song ends and Ryan mouths, "I love you." The noise of the crowd is deafening. They all love this kind of thing. Even the girls who've come here to throw themselves at him are whistling and stamping their approval. It would have moved me 2 months ago, but it doesn't now. Even if I'm only a fling, even though he plans to move on once summer is over, there's no longer room inside me for anyone but James. We turn to the guys at the show's end. "I'm going backstage," Ginny says defiantly. Max looks like he wants to object, but says nothing. James turns to me.
"What about you, Elle?"
Each word sounds bitten off.
"Do you want to go backstage?"
"I need to talk to Ryan for a minute," I tell him. His face grows cold.
"Have fun,"
he says, walking away. The backstage of a bar isn't much like you see in footage about real bands, but there's still plenty of beer and plenty of inadequately clothed girls waiting around, looking hopeful. Ryan sees me and grabs my hand.
"Let's go out back,"
he says, pushing open the side door to an alley that smells like day-old trash. "I spoke to my mom, by the way. She thinks they'll be in New York sometime next week if you want an introduction to Tommy."
"You'll come too, right?"
he asks. I look away. "I don't know, Ryan. I'd have to take at least 1 day off work, if not more. And if I think things are ugly with James right now, I can't wait to see what they'd look like if I went to meet Ryan in another city."
"Come on, Elle. I've never even met your mom. It'll be weird without you there. Besides, it's not like you need the money, right? I thought your dad paid for everything."
I laugh unhappily. Not anymore. His twit of a fiancé apparently convinced him it was time I was pushed from the nest.
"Christ,"
he says, rolling his eyes.
"I'm sorry, but I'm still begging you to come."
We watch a rat squirm its way into the dumpster, and he laughs.
"I've obviously chosen a romantic setting to try to win you back,"
he says.
"So did the song work?"
For the first time in the year I've known him, he actually looks anxious. I hate seeing him like that. A part of me wishes I could give him the answer he wants. "No," I say. "I'm sorry." He looks at his feet and nods.
"It's that guy, isn't it?"
he asks, running a hand through his hair.
"Your friend's brother?"
When I nod, he closes his eyes and rests his head against the wall.
"How serious is it?"
"It's not," I say. Sadness leaches into my voice. I guess I've made it pretty clear whose choice that was.
If he can't commit, then you should be kicking him to the curb. Even I was able to do that.
He's right. Ryan was not the right guy for me. But obviously James isn't either, no matter how badly I want to believe otherwise. It's complicated.
Well, I'm not done trying,
Ryan says.
Whether this guy fucks up or not, I'm not done trying.
I kiss Ryan's cheek and let him return to the whole room full of girls who want him. Girls he'd give up to be with me. And I head home to see the guy too embarrassed to even admit we're together. James is waiting on the front steps. His stare burns me as I walk toward the door, which pisses me off. What possible right does he have to be mad when I'm the one getting jerked around?
Are you getting back together with him?
He asks. The words are clipped and tight. The rage in his voice makes me remember my own. Why do you care? I seethe. You and I are only friends, right?
We were never just friends,
he says, that muscle ticking in his jaw.
So answer the question.
Why should I? You act like it doesn't matter what happens when I go back to school. So how could it possibly matter now?
Do I look like someone it doesn't fucking matter to?
He rages, jumping to his feet.
You spend the whole night not speaking to me. Then I have to watch that bullshit between you and your ex-boyfriend. And now you won't even tell me if you're with him?
And you've spent weeks treating me like a temporary hookup. You want some fling you don't have to feel guilty about? Fine. But don't for 1 second act like you have the right to know anything about what I'm doing. That right will be earned by someone who likes me enough to admit we're together.
It has nothing to do with how much I like you, Elle. Nothing.
Of course it does. When you meet the right girl, you'll feel the way you did about quitting law school. I tell him, and my voice breaks as I realize the truth of what I'm saying. You'll want her so much that you won't care about the consequences. I just don't happen to be that girl. I bury my face in my hands, and he pulls me into his chest.
Elle,
he says,
you're wrong. You're so wrong.
Tell me how.
You have no idea how badly I wish our timing was different,
he says.
I wish you were older. I wish this could have waited until you were out of college.
There are 100 questions I'd like to ask in response, but I say nothing. I just press my head to his chest, knowing that the answer he just gave provided all the information I really need. Because what he didn't mention was a single way it could work. I wake just before sunrise, shocked to find that I'm still in James's room. At some point last night, he led me back here, curling his wide frame around mine, his whispered apologies and my tears the sounds that lulled us to sleep. I sit up, and he pulls me back down. I need to go, I tell him. What am I going to say to Jenny?
We'll figure it out,
he says. He stares at my face, trying to find answers there.
Are we okay?
I blink back my tears. Yeah. But we are not okay. Or at least I'm not. Because last night finally confirmed what I should have realized long ago. This really is going to end. I get out of James's room not a moment too soon. I've just climbed back into my own bed when Jenny comes home. She looks exhausted. Late night, huh? I ask. She sits heavily on her bed, facing me, and starts to cry. I fucked up, Elle. I seriously fucked up. Paul? She nods. I mean, last time was bad enough, but this, it's too much. How could I do this to Alex? This was going to happen eventually. You and Alex just met too young. No, she wails. I don't even like Paul, and Alex is perfect for me. I sit beside her, rubbing her back and waiting for her to calm down. I suspect anything I say right now will make things worse. She raises her tear-stained face. Why did I do it? Alex is everything I want in a husband. Just because he's everything you want doesn't necessarily mean you want him, I tell her. Honestly, Jenny, I think maybe you've been bored for a long time. I mean, were you really going to marry the first guy you slept with? This makes her cry harder. I shouldn't have brought it up. I never had any great sentiment attached to losing my virginity, which is a good thing, given how I lost it. But she did. I'm sorry, I tell her. I know it was a big deal to you. She begins crying and laughing simultaneously. No, you're totally right. Paul was so much better at it than Alex. I had no idea it could be that good. It wasn't even like the same activity. She laughs again and then begins sobbing. I have to break up with him, don't I? God, this has been the most fucked up summer. I really can't argue with her on that one. Chapter 48. L. James and I don't discuss our fight. Things continue just as they have, superficially. But instead of a quiet joy I have to struggle to conceal, it's now a sharp pain in my center, a constant sadness, and the exhaustion that accompanies pretending it's not there. The truth is that I have lost. I thought I could sway him, and I did not. He's going to leave, and this will end. We still do the same things. We walk into town for coffee. We go to the beach. We have sex. But a part of me is closing off to him, and probably should have closed off long before now. We're just walking in the door when I get a call from my father. We haven't spoken since the credit card incident.
I need to discuss something important with you,
he says. That you're getting married? I sigh. If that's why he's calling, it feels a little late to make amends.
Well, yes, that's important too. But that's not it.
Were you planning to tell me?
Of course I was,
he says, as if I'm being tiresome.
But this is about my job.
Of course it is. Someone ought to warn Holly that his upcoming wedding falls such a distant second to his job status.
The network thinks they can rehab my image, and they're offering me a correspondence position back in New York.
Cool. I pull from the part of me that should celebrate this fact, but find nothing there.
Yes, it's beyond cool. But look, Edward's got a story coming out next week, and they need to make sure you don't comment, no matter what anyone asks you.
Why would they be asking me anything? I demand. He sighs.
I don't know the details. I think he's going to confess that he was infatuated with you.
Why confess anything at all? I cry. Why bring my name into it?
I assume because something has gotten to the press. Have you been talking about it?
Of course not. I haven't told anybody. I spit out. James's worried eyes meet mine, reminding me that I did tell someone. I told the police, who told special counsel, and God knows who else.
Look,
he says,
Just avoid reading the papers. And if you get calls from the media, tell them you have no response.
As long as he tells the truth, Dad. But I'm not letting him destroy my reputation.
Eleanor, you have no reputation because no one knows who you are or cares. Therefore, your reputation doesn't matter. But mine does. We're on the cusp of recovering here. I get that job, and you can have your allowance back, and your credit card, and everything else. And it's probably time we got you a car. Everything is turning around, is what I'm telling you. As long as you don't mess it up.
I sit back, momentarily speechless. So basically, you're trying to buy my silence.
Jesus, he snorts. Must everything be such a drama with you? Maybe you should be looking for a career on Broadway instead of the news.
Explain to me how I'm wrong, I reply. You just told me that no matter what Edward says about me, I'm supposed to stay quiet. And if I do, I get an allowance and a car.
That is not what I said,
he snarls.
I need to work, Eleanor. I don't know who you think is paying for Cornell next year if both your mother and I are unemployed. But unless you want to stay in Delaware waiting tables for the rest of your life, you'd better stop acting like a child and get with the program. It's not just my life that turns to shit if this doesn't happen.
Good talking to you as always, Dad, I say as I hang up, feeling so sick I barely have the heart to meet James's eyes.
It's because of the restraining order, isn't it?
He asks quietly. I shake my head. I don't know for sure.
He has no other reason to be going on the defensive like this,
James says.
Elle, I'm so fucking sorry. What are you going to do?
I have no idea, I tell him. My voice is empty. I guess I'll ask Corinne if she knows anything. What I want to do is fall asleep until this whole summer is behind me. This, in combination with leaving James, feels like the last straw. Corinne does some double-checking. She confirms that there have been murmurs in the press about the restraining order. Edward's PR team is trying to get his story out ahead of it. Do you know what he's going to say? I ask her. I'll try to find out, she says. But my guess is he's either going to blame you or make you sound crazy. And neither of those is particularly good for you.
Chapter 49. James. She is killing me. Everything changed after we had that fight. She's wary of me now, and I want to beg her to come back, to be the girl who looked at me the way she did before, the one who trusted me. I could tell her the truth, except in the end, we're still going to end up apart. Is knowing I care about her really enough to offset the knowledge that her mother and my father plan to run off together at one point? Like she doesn't have enough to deal with. Right now, the things that distress her about her mother are rumors. It feels entirely different once they're confirmed. I should know. I feel like I never want to hear my father's voice again. For Elle's sake, though, I will. I call my father and tell him about the article. Nearly half of their practice is defending celebrities, threatening whoever they must to keep stories quiet. Usually they're defending the guilty. Since Elle is innocent, I'm guessing shutting this story down will be a walk in the park compared to other things they've quelled. Unsurprisingly, my father says no. Is this a joke, James? You know precisely why I can't help her. It's gonna ruin her, Dad. She's gonna spend the rest of her fucking life trying to live this down. What they're going to do is compare her to her mother, he says. Even if I wanted to help her, James, I can't. Your mom has suffered enough, and this would open everything right back up. I feel helpless. Everything is going to hell for Elle. A lot of it my fault. And there's nothing I can do. She tells me about the trip to New York City to introduce Ryan to Tommy, and asks me to go to dinner with them. I can't even agree to that. On her behalf, I'd stomach sitting across from Kelly. I'd even manage to be pleasant. But there's the chance that finding out about the two of us will prompt Kelly to tell Elle everything. And I can't risk that. However, I also can't risk giving Ryan unfettered access to my girlfriend all weekend, even though he's about to have unfettered access to her for an entire school year.
Chapter 50. Elle. This could have been such a good trip under different circumstances, I say, watching the trees give way to fields dense with end-of-summer corn. They move by slightly faster than they should. At the rate James is driving, I assume we'll be making the 3-hour trip to NYC in about 10 minutes.
You mean circumstances that don't involve your ex-boyfriend?
I just meant it would be good if we had more time. Because it's the third weekend in August, enough of the Pelican staff has gone back to school that neither of us was able to get our Saturday shifts covered. So we'll be rushing home tomorrow. Between that and the fact that James is refusing to go to dinner, I'm surprised he wanted to come at all. His hand reaches out to squeeze mine.
I wish we had longer together, here or at home. I can't think of anything I'd want more.
I say nothing in response. He sounds sincere, but it's almost impossible to believe he means it. We manage not to argue about Ryan during the remainder of our drive, but James's tension begins anew as we approach the city. He is silent and brooding by the time we get our bags into the elevator. His worry, a weight I feel dragging us both down. I tug him toward me the second we're in the apartment. "Stop," I demand.
Stop what?
He asks. "Stop fretting."
I'm not fretting. Men don't fret.
"Fine," I laugh. "Stop doing whatever it is you're doing that's just like fretting, but sounds more manly."
I can think of several things we could do right now to take my mind off it,
he says into my hair. In spite of everything, the mere suggestion is enough to send a jolt to my abdomen. But I look at my watch and sigh. I have to meet Corinne. He kisses me, a chaste kiss, but one that lingers like he doesn't want to let me go, and wishes me luck. Except the article Edward's putting out is done. The time for luck has already come and gone. I find her at the restaurant, wearing a ball cap and sunglasses. "Hi there, Ocean's 11, I tease, sliding into the booth beside her. "Are you in hiding because you're embarrassed to be in Planet Hollywood?" She removes the sunglasses. "No, but if I'm seen with you, I'll probably lose my job. Which is why we're meeting somewhere no New Yorker would be caught dead." I sigh. "Okay, let's hear it. How bad is the article?" Her smile fades. "Imagine the worst possible situation, and then double it." She slides the advance copy along the booth to me. The article is titled, "I Made a Mistake." It seems like a promising start, but it is not. Edward's mistake, apparently, was that he allowed himself to be seduced. I am no longer a clueless 19-year-old intern in this tale, but a nympho whose nickname at work was the Teen Temptress. Apparently, I am some combination of Mata Hari, Helen of Troy, and the sirens from the Odyssey. No one, it seems, can resist me when I put my mind to it. And then there are the pictures. In one, I'm draped across Ryan's lap, though his face is blurred out. In another, I'm the only female in the middle of a group of frat guys, dressed like the St. Pauli girl, all bosom, in the German dress I rented for Halloween. And then there's the one where I'm leaning over, and you can see straight down my shirt. There are several paragraphs addressing the rumors about my mother, rumors even I have never heard before, which can't possibly be true. They even blame her for breaking up a few famous marriages while she was married to my dad. But they draw parallels between us so well that I half believe them myself, which means everyone else will too. A source close to me tells the magazine she's always had a thing for older men, and what Elle wants, Elle gets. I know enough about how the media works to know any idiot could have given them those quotes. But there are things here that couldn't have come from just anyone. Things only a few people knew. It mentions the flowers Edward sent, and even the notes that came with them. It claims I've been caught emerging from more than one of my male housemates' bedrooms this summer, concluding that there's nothing she likes more than stealing what belongs to someone else. I know the source is Allison. She's evil, and she's holding a grudge, so it doesn't hurt me. But the fact that Ginny gave her so much ammunition certainly does. I wait until I'm in the apartment before I allow myself to cry. James holds me while I tell him all the worst bits.
That's defamation of character, Elle. They can't get away with that.
The article will be out Tuesday. I could sue, but the damage will be done.
You need to defend yourself,
he argues.
I hope you're not going to do what your dad asked.
I shake my head. No, but I'm not sure it'll do much good. Corinne said Edward's got some heavy hitters in his corner. People are scared to cross him. He holds me tighter.
We're going to fix this.
I nod as if I believe him, but I don't. I may be young, but I'm old enough to know some things can't be fixed. Chapter 51. Elle.
You've got to be fucking kidding me,
James says when I emerge from the bathroom a few hours later. After a shower and some time to think, I've kind of pulled it together. What's done is done, and I've decided I may as well enjoy my last big dinner out before I become the most famous slut in America. Except I'm wearing the dress my mother left for me, a simple slip dress with spaghetti straps that ends at mid-thigh. And apparently, James does not approve.
Like it's not bad enough you're taking Ryan on a date to introduce him to your mom and her fiancé. You're going to wear that?
I think it would be more accurate to say I'm going to a dinner you're too scared to attend. And don't even get me started on the real reason you won't go.
What's that supposed to mean?
He demands. The doorman calls up to tell me that Ryan is downstairs, and I walk out with James on my heels. Because you're embarrassed by me, James. Probably just my age, but who knows? Maybe you don't want to be associated with my mom either. I can hardly blame you for that.
Elle, cut it out,
he says, following me into the elevator.
You know that's not what it is.
No, I reply, swallowing through the thickness in my throat. I think that's exactly what it is. The elevator doors open, and Ryan is there. He smirks as he takes in the anger on my face and James's.
Wow, Elle, he says. You look edible as fuck.
Thanks, I guess. James turns me back to him, his hands on my hips.
Elle,
He begins, and then stops himself.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Like admit we're together, I ask. Don't worry, I won't.
How is it possible,
Ryan says, climbing into the cab behind me,
that your parents had that apartment all along, and we never had sex there?
Well, for starters, I never knew when my dad was going to be in the city using it, I reply.
He's not there tonight.
Ryan grins, waggling his brows at me. No, but my boyfriend is.
Once, for old time's sake?
He asks, but he's kidding, and it's impossible to stay mad at him. I laugh. Exactly how many favors are you planning to ask for tonight?
As many as you'll grant,
he says honestly. I'm only granting one.
Do I get to choose what it is?
He asks. No, you absolutely do not. We head across town to some steakhouse Tommy likes. They're late, and I wouldn't be all that surprised if my mom forgets to show up. Are you nervous? I ask, watching Ryan slam his beer as if it's ice water.
A little,
he admits.
How about you?
Why would I be nervous? I ask.
You're about to meet your new daddy, right?
He teases. I snort. I'm surprised it's even lasted this long, I tell him. My parents were together for 20 years. There's no way she's going to end up with her first rebound. But the truth, despite my words, is that I am nervous. Not about meeting Tommy, but about seeing my mother by his side. She sounds so ridiculous, so besotted when she talks about him. She doesn't even seem capable of making good decisions right now. And I'm worried that it will become patently obvious once I see them together. There's a murmur through the restaurant, heads turning when they enter. I'm not sure if it's because people actually know who they are, or because they look like an aging rock star beside an aging model. Maybe it's just that they're so attractive. My mom could still pass for 15 years younger. Though even then, she's way too old to wear her hair so long or her dress so short. She hugs me, and then Tommy hugs me. He's short enough that when we hug, his head winds up uncomfortably close to my chest. This only seems to bother me. The two of them are giddy, giggling, bubbling over. For a hopeful moment, I think perhaps my mother's actually excited to see me, to include me in this new circle of family she's creating. But it turns out they're both just a little drunk, which is slightly less touching. I introduce Ryan, and he and Tommy start chatting, while my mom watches with adolescent adoration on her face. Look at us with our two rockers, she coos to me. I throw up a little in my mouth. Mom, you know we're not together anymore, I remind her. She winks at Ryan. You two were meant to be together, she says. Those little college breakups never last anyway. Ryan grins.
Your mother is a very wise woman, Elle.
We look at menus, and my mother defers to Tommy on every decision, as if she has absolutely no opinions or desires of her own. Every question he asks, she meets with, I don't know, honey, whatever you think. She even asks him what she should drink. It occurs to me that for so long, I thought my mother was subject to my father's whims, his job demands. But in reality, Perhaps she allowed herself to be swept along because it was so much easier than taking responsibility for her own happiness. My phone buzzes, and I ignore it. It's undoubtedly Max, who has left no fewer than 10 messages that consist solely of shrieking, "Night of the Dragon!" "Did Dad tell you there's an article coming out about Edward?" I ask my mother. She nods. "He mentioned it. Neither of us is supposed to comment. He's almost got the new contract hammered out." "Well, I'm commenting," I tell her. "The article is bullshit, and it makes me look horrible. So I'm going to respond." For the first time all night, she stops acting like a 13-year-old meeting her crush at the mall. "Oh, honey, that's not a good idea." As if I'm going to defer to your judgment. It's a better idea than letting Edward Ferris get away with slander. I can tell she desperately disagrees. "At least talk to your father's attorney first," she says. "Why? So he can tell me what's in Dad's best interest?" "He and your father are looking after all of our interests." "Right. That's why he said he won't pay my tuition if I respond, and would buy me a car if I kept quiet. My best interest." I watch her harden a little, grow slightly sober, a tiny glint of hatred for my father puncturing her champagne-induced bubble. "Who are you talking to?" she sighs. "I don't know yet. I've got a friend setting it up." "Things go wrong on live TV," she says. "You know that. You're just providing more ways for the press to twist your words." "I'm releasing the voicemails he left for me, too," I tell her. "Voicemails?" she asks. "I told you about them," I say between my teeth. She finds out her teenage daughter is getting harassing voicemails from her boss, and she forgets. They're bad, but no one is going to believe my word against his without them. She bites her lip, clearly uncertain about the course I've chosen, and turns to Tommy, because who better to advise than a high school dropout with one song anyone remembers?
"You deserve to have your side of the story out there,"
he says. Hearing Tommy's expert opinion seems to sway my mother, and her face grows relaxed and optimistic. They begin talking to each other, and I stop listening. Ryan glances quickly from my mother to me.
"I had no idea it was like this with you guys,"
he says quietly.
"Why didn't you ever tell me? I always thought you had super involved sitcom parents."
I smile a little. "I don't know. You and I never talked about that kind of thing."
"We should have,"
he says.
"I would have wanted to know."
My mother reaches across the table and grabs my hand. "Do you want me and Tommy to come to your interviews?" I control any eye-rolling urges admirably. Having my tipsy mother and her leather-clad boyfriend along for the ride would certainly make them interesting, but I'm not sure interesting is what I'm after. I think I'll be okay. Tommy's eyes light up.
"If it's a canned piece, they'll need some music for the lead-in and parts of the segment. Why don't you see if they'd like to play something off our new album?"
Oh my God. Must roll eyes. Summoning reserves of inner fortitude I didn't know I possessed. I managed to smile. What an interesting idea. Ryan's leg is shaking with the effort not to laugh.
"What a douche,"
he says under his breath as Tommy and my mother begin another private conversation. I giggle. I love Ryan. Not in a romantic way, but as a friend. I really love him. And one day he'll make someone, Not me. An awesome boyfriend. If he can just get his dick out of the driver's seat.
So what happens with you and your bodyguard once school starts?
He asks. His name is James.
Fine, James, your bodyguard. The guy who starts growling the minute anyone gets within 10 feet of you.
You did say I looked edible as fuck. He chuckles.
The guy stole my girlfriend. He deserves it.
He didn't steal me, and I haven't been your girlfriend for months.
It was just a matter of time, and you know it, Elle.
He says. He raises a brow.
It's still a matter of time.
I might have thought this declaration would affect me, that I could be swayed by the appeal of being with someone who wants me unapologetically. But instead, it just makes me miss James. It hits me out of nowhere, the need to have him beside me, the wish that it was him here meeting my mother, to lean toward him and breathe him in, that clean mix of pine and sand and soap, to feel the pad of his thumb rubbing against my palm, and know that once the meal concluded, I'd have him all to myself. Yes, I'm upset about how things have gone for us, but I also have very little time left with him, and I can't stand to waste a single moment of it if I don't have to. I introduced Ryan, and I've been pleasant to my mother. That's enough saintliness for one night. I push my plate away, jump to my feet, and make my excuses, leaving Ryan in my mother's semi-capable and not at all sober hands. Me. I'm leaving now. Are you still out? It takes him a few minutes to reply. I'm nearly back at the apartment before I hear from him. James.
Yeah.
Want me to meet you somewhere?
Not the best night for it. I'll be back in a while.
I feel like I've been slapped. But once again, why the fuck am I surprised? Of course he doesn't want me to meet his friends. I climb in bed, listening for the sound of his key in the door, trying to decide what I'll say. I lie there for a long time, but I never hear a sound. He's asleep on the couch when I get up. He opens one eye when I walk into the room. Why are you out here? I demand.
I didn't want to wake you up.
It sounds like bullshit to me. What time did you get in? He doesn't meet my gaze.
I don't know. Late.
Nice spending time with people your own age. My words are oozing bitterness.
At least one of those people wasn't my ex,
he replies. He sits up and rests his head in his hands. I can't tell if he's hungover or just exhausted.
Look, I don't want to fight with you, okay? We need to talk, but I'm operating on about 2 hours of sleep.
I just stare at him. I'm assuming we need to talk really means this is over. Wow, you really think you can use the fact that you didn't come home last night as a reason for me to take it easy on you?
It's not what you think,
he says. Our entire conversation sounds like some bad Lifetime movie about cheating spouses, and I don't plan to listen to another word. I start grabbing stuff and throwing it in my suitcase. I'm half done when Ryan calls. I can't believe you're up so early. He laughs.
I haven't gone to bed yet, actually.
How'd things wind up with Tommy? This is the point at which James realizes who I'm talking to. I can tell by the sneer on his face.
He's going to listen to our demo,
Ryan says.
And by the way, I can give you a copy. You know, in case you want to ask the reporter to play it in the background.
I crack up. Please promise me that no matter how famous you get, You'll never turn out like that. Feet away from me, James's unhappiness is shifting from a grumble to a low roar.
Not a problem,
he replies.
What is your mother thinking? She could do so much better than that guy.
No clue. Maybe the shock of the divorce has killed brain cells.
Not all of them,
he counters.
She still thinks you'll end up with me.
I think that only further supports my theory about brain cells.
So I'll see you in a week, right?
Yeah, I'll probably be up next Saturday. James stiffens at that.
Cool. Can you put your bodyguard on the phone?
Why do you want to talk to him? I ask warily.
He's old enough to fight his own battles, don't you think?
You're just trying to cause trouble, I counter. And he doesn't want to talk to you anyway. James holds his hand out for the phone, and I reluctantly give it to him. There's absolutely no way this talk will go well. I don't need to hear Ryan's end of the conversation. The look on James's face tells me everything.
Yeah, I do,
James says.
And it's none of your fucking business either way.
Ryan says something else then, something worse. Something that makes James look ill.
Then I hope you enjoy it,
James says, his voice dangerously quiet.
Because it'll be the last thing you ever do.
He hangs up and hands me my phone silently. What did he say?
Nothing,
he says, jaw set so hard, I'm surprised his teeth aren't cracking. We make the ride home in absolute silence. I think of 100 ways I could make the peace, and my anger stops me every time. This isn't my problem to solve. It's his. He's the one refusing to let this become anything, refusing to tell his family, to meet mine. We only have a week left together, and I'm not sure we'll even make it that long. I'm not sure at this point why we'd even try. Chapter 52. L. We get back to the beach with barely enough time to change into our uniforms and head to work. James is still not over the conversation with Ryan. He hasn't smiled once all day. And I'm sure as hell not over the fact that he came in as late as he did. I don't think he was with another girl, but he's hiding something. I'd stake my life on it. Ginny comes in for her shift, and I ignore her. Maybe she didn't give those quotes to Allison, but she clearly spent the whole fucking summer gossiping about me. It feels like something is building, a sort of escalating animosity I can't pinpoint, but read, as if it were written in marker above me. Adding to all this, I've been assigned tables in both cocktail and the dining area, which means I can basically take my inadequacy as a waitress and multiply it by a factor of 10. I've got 3 tables in cocktail waiting to order, but I'm stuck off to the side while some dithering woman asks me to repeat the specials 3 freaking times. So what would you like? I ask, attempting not to sound exasperated. I don't know, she says. Whatever. My cocktail customers are starting to look around, irritated. So you don't want anything specific? I prod, as gently as possible, given that I would now like to suffocate her. I don't know, she says. What's good? Food from other restaurants? People like crab cakes? Oh, she says. I don't like crab. What are the specials again? It's right then, when I feel like I have lost the very last thread of my patience, that I see Martin walking in. I haven't seen him since we argued in the yard. I think he makes my skin crawl even more now than he did then. He smiles at me, an unnerving smile, as if we share a secret. He doesn't approach me, however. He approaches the bar, and James. I don't hear their exchange, but he says something that makes James go rigid. And then he pulls my bikini bottoms out of his back pocket. James's face seems bled of color. He's almost expressionless as he leaves the bar and comes to me.
"Can I speak to you in the kitchen?"
he asks, curiously restrained. I offer my still undecided orderer a few more minutes and follow him into the back, behind the deep freezer. Then he turns, and his restraint is abandoned.
"Did you sleep with him?"
He gapes, looking sick. "Are you serious?" I cry. "I can't believe you'd even ask me that."
"Then how do you explain the fact that he has your bikini in his pocket, and he's telling me you left something at his house?"
"If I tell you I didn't sleep with him, that should be enough for you," I snap.
"I recognize your suit, Elle,"
he shouts.
"So I want to know what the fuck he's talking about."
I'm a little staggered. Does he really not know me better than that? "He snatched it out of my hand," I snap. "The day I had to climb off your deck because you were so terrified that Ginny might find out and tell your mom. And I can't believe you're fucking demanding an explanation, as if I've done something wrong."
"So that pervert stole your bikini, and you don't even mention it to me?"
he seethes. "Yeah, silly me," I reply. "I thought you might overreact, but look at how well you're handling it." He storms out of the kitchen, and I follow, but I feel empty, as if his doubt has stripped something from me. I can't believe he thought it was true, even for a second. I can't believe he had to ask. When I reach the bar, he's already gotten Martin on the floor. It takes Brian, Matt, and Brooks, all three of them, to pull James off.
"How was I supposed to know she was your girlfriend?"
he demands as he climbs up, pulling his shirt to his nose to staunch the flow of blood.
"You guys always have some slut leaving your house."
Bam! James hits him hard enough that he topples over a cocktail table. The shock on Jenny's face morphs to horror. "Your girlfriend?"
"I was going to tell you,"
James says as if he's admitting to a crime, to something he's ashamed of. I thought I wanted him to admit we were together, but I never pictured it like this. "You have got to be fucking kidding me. Of all the people in the world, you had to choose Elle?" The sense of déjà vu is overwhelming. I see the waitstaff, the customers who know me, casting covert looks my way. Suspicious looks, as if I've really done something shameful. It's exactly like the morning I was fired from the internship. Except these people should know better. Do they really believe I could have cheated on James with Martin? Of course they do. People are willing to believe anything of you, as long as it's bad. Even James. Especially if your mother is Kelly Evans. James and Martin are yelling at each other. Ginny's continuing to yell at James. None of them notice as I grab my bag and walk out the door. I'm nearly done packing by the time I hear James running up the steps. A moment later, he stands there, blocking the light from the hallway.
"You're leaving?"
he asks in astonishment. "Yes," I spit out, wiping my eyes hastily, but unable to stem the flow of tears.
"Why?"
he asks. He actually looks confused, as if he wasn't just in the restaurant a half hour ago, accusing me of cheating on him. "You believed him," I reply. You believed Martin over me, just like everyone else did.
No, I didn't,
he argues.
It took me by surprise is all. He showed me the bikini he said you left on his floor. There weren't a lot of alternative explanations.
But once I told you I hadn't done it, you should have believed me, and you didn't.
Of course I did,
he shouts.
I just wanted to know why. I wanted it to make sense.
I saw your face, I shout back, my words punctuated by sobs. And there was complete skepticism written all over it. There is always going to be a piece of you that associates me with my mom.
That had nothing to do with it,
he insists.
I was just freaked out. I've got Ryan telling me you'll sleep with him by the end of next month. And then Martin has this thing of yours, and it took my brain a minute to catch up. God, you're killing me. Stop crying.
He tries to pull me into him, and I push him off. No, I cry. You don't get to be the person who comforts me anymore. He pulls me back to him, and this time he doesn't let me bat him away.
Yes, I do.
Let me go.
No,
he says.
And you're not going anywhere. You're not going to let one little misunderstanding ruin this. Because I'm not going to let you.
I try to knee him, and in one fluid motion, he has me thrown over his shoulder like a sack of grain and is carrying me out of the room. Put me down, asshole, I shout, my fists pounding against his back.
You better not hit me like that on the stairs,
he says calmly.
Or you'll kill us both.
I ignore him, thrashing and crying and hitting him the entire way. He kicks open his bedroom door and shuts it, throwing me on the bed and falling on top of me. Before I can even think about scrambling away, he pins me down, his hands at my wrists, his heavy legs holding mine.
I'm not letting you drive off like this, Elle,
he says.
It's nighttime, and you're upset.
Get off me. I push at his chest, but it's like trying to move a skyscraper.
Are you going to stay?
No.
That I'm not getting off of you.
You can't hold me like this forever. And what did Martin mean anyway, when he said there was always some slut leaving here? Have you had other girls here this summer? He smirks.
Oh, now who's the untrusting one?
Nice way to evade the question.
I haven't been with anyone all summer except for you,
he says.
But let me ask you something. Let's say I still got along really well with Allison, and we're having some jokey call together just this afternoon, and talking about seeing each other at school next weekend. And then she told you I'll be sleeping with her again by the end of the month. Wouldn't you freak out a little? And right after that, some girl walks into the bar with a pair of my boxers? Just how calm would you be in that precise moment?
I narrow my eyes. I'd be exceedingly calm.
You're full of shit,
he says.
You jump to conclusions every time, Elle. The minute I question you, you think I'm comparing you to your mom.
Well, maybe, but... His mouth comes down on mine, silencing my words. His tongue, his lips, all of it hard and relentless. I want to hold on to my anger, but I can feel it dissipating, replaced by other things I want more. He's still holding my wrists, and he uses his teeth to raise my shirt, to pull at my nipples through the thin lace of my bra. He moves both hands to one wrist and tugs my shorts off. Then he unzips his own. A tremor runs through my whole body. Listening to that sound, knowing what will follow it, he shoves my thong to the side and slides his fingers inside me, and I gasp against my will.
You're soaked,
he pants, He finds my eyes with a look just shy of desperation.
Please, Elle. Tell me we're okay.
I nod, and he shoves into me hard, his groan even louder than my own. His mouth comes back to mine, no longer to silence my arguments. I press my lips to the soft skin along his neck, tasting salt and sweat and soap, as his strokes become hard and fast, almost punitive. He lets go of my wrists and grabs my ass, holding me aloft so he can push farther into me.
Oh my God,
he groans.
I'm gonna come so hard.
And with those words, I seize up around him, too shocked by the suddenness and force of it to even think of stifling my cries, and he follows me violently. When he finally collapses on top of me, his mouth goes to my neck, my ear, my mouth, and mine to his, our skin slick, our breath still coming too fast.
I'm sorry,
he says, pulling back.
I'm so sorry I made you feel like that. But honestly, I did believe you. I really did. I was just pissed. I was pissed that he had a piece of you, for whatever reason, and it made me stupid and jealous. But I did believe you.
It doesn't matter. This is all ending the same way, whether he believed me or not.
Of course it matters,
he says, his voice suddenly slurred by exhaustion. Sex often does that to him, and he barely got any sleep last night.
We need to talk about things.
What things?
Not now,
he says, the words so sleep-riddled they're almost incomprehensible.
Not a been fighting.
I interpret this to be along the lines of, not while we've been fighting. His breath goes deep and even, and I take one last look at him. Those long lashes of his make him look so much younger at rest. I memorize the feeling of him, my head resting on his shoulder, his arm wrapped around me. My tears pool between my cheek and his skin, but he doesn't wake. When it hurts too much to keep lying there, I climb to my feet and go upstairs for my suitcases. There have been moments all summer when I felt like I can't take any more. But now I know it for certain. The Porsche, for once, is not blocked in. Leaving is easy, as if it's what I was meant to do all along.
Chapter 53. James. I assume, when I wake up and discover Elle's not beside me, that she's gone to her room. I'm not sure why she bothered, since Ginny already knows. I wait impatiently for her to come downstairs so we can talk. Ginny comes downstairs first, eyes narrowed at me, as she marches over to get coffee. I can't fucking believe you. How could you do that? Do you have any idea how badly Mom would flip if she knew? Yeah, I do, since I just watched it happen on Friday night. She grows still. What do you mean? I mean that I went up there while Elle was with Ryan and told Mom and Dad everything. What? Why? Why on earth would you do that over some little fling? It's not a fling, Ginny, I say. I'm in love with her. It feels good to say it aloud again, though I probably should have said it to Al before I told my parents and my sister. To say my parents were stunned when I showed up on their doorstep is an understatement. To say they were displeased when I told them I was in love with Ginny's best friend, well, there's really no word to adequately describe how true that is. You love her? Oh my God, James. You've really fucking lost it. You're moving to France in a few months, but you just had to run up there and tell Mom that? I'm not going to France. I told Mom and Dad I'd go back to law school if they'd help Elle get this whole Edward thing shut down. And they agreed? I nod. It took them fucking long enough, though. I stayed in Connecticut until well after midnight, and when I left, they were still waffling. My father wasn't sure they could shut it down that fast, and my mother was just flat out refusing to help. It wasn't until last night, just before my shift started, that they called to tell me it was taken care of. The only thing I actually agreed to was finishing law school, but I imagine they're hoping I'll still fall in line and join the firm, which means they're in for a disappointment. It's already done, I tell Ginny. There will be no article. All the hostility in her face slowly recedes. You care about her that much? I told you already, I'm in love with her. I love Alex, but I wouldn't give up my future for him. I'm not giving up my future, I'm postponing it. And you wouldn't even question how far you'd go for Alex if you loved him enough. Given that you've been cheating on him, though, I'm guessing you already realize that. I can't believe Elle told you that. She didn't, Ginny. She never said a fucking word. Unlike you, who's apparently spent the entire summer bitching about her to Allison. Do you know how much shit in that article had to come from you? I wasn't bitching. Okay, maybe part of the time I was. But mostly, Allison would just ask questions about all of you, and I'd answer. She was going to be my future sister-in-law. I didn't think it was a big deal to tell her that stuff. The only girl I've ever dated who might end up your sister-in-law is the one you just screwed over. I won't blame her if she never speaks to you again. Ginny hops on the counter and stares at the floor. Fuck. I guess I owe her an apology. Is she up? How would I know? You're the one who shares a room with her. She raises a brow. Elle didn't sleep in my room last night. She crosses the room and peers out the window before she looks back at me, her forehead creased. I meet her there. That's when I realize things are a lot worse than I thought. The Porsche is gone.
Chapter 54. L. It's almost noon when I finally get out of bed. I pad down the hall, surveying the damage. When I arrived in the middle of the night, the house was full of people. There's nothing like coming home to discover someone laying out lines of cocaine on the table you made in Girl Scouts when you were 12 to make you lose your shit. They were resistant to my suggestions that they leave, naturally. On an unrelated note, they had a sudden change of heart once I started calling the cops. I cook a frozen pizza and sit at my parents' kitchen table, unable to eat. How do you manage to lose everything all at once the way I did? James, Ginny, my reputation, any lingering respect I had for my parents? It's all gone, and I just feel empty inside. I'm not sure if my dad will pay for tuition now, and at the moment, I don't even care. I'm not sure I want to go through the next year being gawked at every time I walk in or out of class anyway. There's a knock on the door. I choose to ignore it. First, because I'm still in the boxers and tank I woke up in. Second, because there's no one out there I want to talk to. It's either someone who isn't here for me, or it's a reporter, and that's even worse. The knocking persists and persists. I relax when it stops, then nearly jump out of my skin when it comes from behind me, on my parents' French glass doors. Ginny stands there with bleeding legs and a solemn expression on her face. I guess it'd be hard to pretend I'm not home at this point. I open the door. "It's about fucking time," she says, walking in. "Why are your legs bleeding?" "Because I fell climbing your parents' mile-high security fence," she says. "And I cut my stomach on one of the spikes at the top." She lifts her shirt to show me a jagged 2-inch cut. Do you have Neosporin? Once I've located the first aid kit and slid it over to her, I ask why she's here. Because I was kind of an asshole, she replies. Kind of? She shrugs. You'll forgive me. What makes you think that? Because your parents are way worse than me, and you always forgive them, she says. But I'm sorry. For which of the many things you did? She sighs and snaps the first aid kit shut. All of them. But seriously, Elle, I never meant any harm when I told Allison about the flowers. I was just letting off some steam, and Allison, it's like she's a master at helping you find every poisonous thought in your head. But instead of sorting them out, she makes them grow. Letting off steam about what, Ginny? What exactly did I do? You didn't do anything. It was just, when Allison found out you were coming down, she started putting these ideas in my head about how you were the kind of girl who had to have all the attention, had to win over every guy. She didn't even know me, I argue. I know that's not you, and I told her that. And then she says, so you never liked someone who liked her instead? And of course that did happen. It happened all the time when we were in middle school. Every guy I ever liked wanted you instead, and that's not true, I counter. Tons of boys liked you. But they always liked you first, Elle, she says quietly. And the thing is, I kind of had a crush on someone at the beach. And 2 seconds after you got to the beach, you were spending all this time with him, and I started to believe her theory. Especially after she caught you guys together. Wait, I say, cutting her off. There is so much to clarify in that statement. Him? Who's him? The only guy I hung with aside from James is Max. She lets out a heavy exhale. Max? I screech. He's your crush? You spend all your free time maligning him and lecturing him. You like him? Like that? Yes, she says reluctantly. I like him like that. But he was always hitting on you. You know, all, ooh, Elle looks just like her mom and shit like that. He hits on everyone, I say. Yeah, I know. But Allison had me convinced the two of you were together. And then she caught you in bed with him and... What? I gasp. She didn't catch us. I showered in his bathroom because you locked me out. And he was in there with another girl when I got out. We were in the same room for all of 5 seconds. And Allison knew it. Ginny nods, her fair skin getting a little paler, and she studies her clasped hands. I'm sorry. She thought you were sleeping with Max and trying to sleep with James, and until I saw all those lies she fed the tabloids, I sort of thought she might be right. Let's get something straight, I say. Allison never for one moment thought I was with Max. She just played you like a fiddle, and you allowed the fact that she made law review to trump 16 years of friendship. And the fact that you'd be so horrified by the idea of me with James, but want him with someone like her, just blows my mind. She hangs her head. I'm not horrified by the idea of you with James at all. I think you're probably perfect for him. But my mom isn't doing well. Things have been bad this summer, and I knew it would set her off, you guys together. And Allison, she and my mom were tight. Like, my mom really leaned on her when my grandfather died. I never thought in a million years she could turn out to be the person she is. That's great that she helped your mom, but you were practically planning their wedding when James clearly wanted nothing to do with her. She flinches. It was selfish. Look, I don't want to take over the law firm. You know that. But if James doesn't, it falls on me. So when Allison told me she thought he might be wavering about joining the firm, I kind of freaked out. And she just had this plan. She was going to keep him on track, and they'd take it over together. You know, eventually replace my parents, and I'd be off the hook. I got carried away with it, and I stopped thinking about what was best for James. So I guess I owe both of you an apology. My shoulders settle, and I sink back into my chair. Well, I'm still pissed, but you did drive all this way to apologize, and you inflicted bodily injury on yourself to do it. So I guess I'll get over it eventually. I didn't drive all this way to apologize, she says. I drove all this way because you're an idiot who's incapable of answering her phone. And my brother is going batshit crazy trying to find you. I slap my forehead. I turned it off when I went to bed and never turned it back on. I was going to text him. I just hadn't figured out what to say. And I guess I thought he'd just be sort of relieved I was gone. Relieved? I've never seen him this upset in my life. When you didn't answer, he fucking drove to New York. He thought you'd gone back to the apartment. I groan. I'm sorry. I had no idea he'd care that much. Well, he does. And he's driving back from New York right now. So get your ass in the car and come home. Look, it's nice that you guys went to all this effort, but I'm not coming back. James just feels guilty, and he doesn't need to be. He was always up front with me about how this would end. Her laugh is half humor and half surprise. Elle, it's not guilt. He's miserable because he misses you, and you won't answer his calls. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear anything that might make me feel bad for James when I'm sitting here broken-hearted and nowhere near recovering. What difference does it make now? I ask. I start school in a little over a week, and he's moving to France. No, he's not. He told my parents he'd stay in law school if they'd help you. So they did. Killing a story about a 19-year-old being preyed upon by a middle-aged man was child's play for them, especially with the voicemails to prove it. They had the whole thing squashed by last night. But why? I gasp. After everything he went through to get there? How could he give that up? He did it, she says with a small smile. Because he's apparently in love with you. But I probably ought to let him tell you that himself. Chapter 55. L. It's dark by the time we get back to the beach. James, expecting my arrival, is waiting out on the front step. He looks broken, and I want to weep, half because I feel bad that I worried him, and half because only now can I admit how much I missed him, how sick I've been, thinking I'd never see him again. He is across the yard before I'm out of the car, and he crushes me to his chest the second I'm out.
Never, ever, ever do that again.
I don't want you to go back to law school, I say, my words muffled by his t-shirt. You can't give up everything because of me.
The FBI is going to let me start in a year, if that's still what I want. I'm more used to them with those degrees anyway.
But you spent the whole summer sweating over this. You can't just give up now.
I already did. Just swear to me that you will never take off like that again.
I'm sorry. I thought you'd be relieved.
Jesus,
he says, pulling back to study my face.
I'm sorry I let you think that, even for a second. I'm sorry I insisted on hiding this, and that I didn't say the things I should have said a long time ago. I'm in love with you. Since the moment you walked out on the deck, nothing has been the same.
I refused to cry because I put on mascara while Ginny drove us back, and I don't want to look like Alice Cooper. My eyes well in spite of my best efforts. I love you too, but I think you've known that since I was about 4. He smiles.
I was 10. It meant slightly less to me than it does now.
I start to agree, but then I stop. But James, what about your mom? Isn't she going to freak out about my age? And the fact that she hates my parents?
She'll get over it,
he says, pressing his mouth gently to mine.
She has to. You're permanent.
Chapter 56. L. He holds my hand as we walk into the kitchen the next morning, and the laughter begins almost immediately.
I think there was some kind of break-in on the street last night,
says Max. For a moment I believe him, but when I turn, he's grinning broadly. Yeah, says Ginny. I heard all the screaming. It sounded like someone was being murdered.
You know, Elle, says Max thoughtfully, if that whole broadcast thing doesn't work out, I think you could totally make it in porn. And now,
says James, turning his angry brows toward the table,
you've carried it too far.
You deserve it, says Ginny. I'm going to be scarred for life. On the bright side, it's good that you finally lost your virginity. Max chortles at this.
Right. James hasn't been a virgin since the two of you were learning to read.
His laughter gets cut off by a sharp look from James.
It's only 9 a.m., and you're already pissing me off,
he warns.
Well, now that it's out in the open,
says Max, grinning broadly,
I'll go ahead and admit that all those friends who stayed here, I had them come in just to fuck with you. I was hoping you'd get so pissed off you'd admit to the whole thing.
He laughs.
I wish I had a picture of you that night, James. You were about to lose your shit.
Come on, it's time for yoga, Ginny tells Max. She turns to us. There are waffles and foil on the stovetop. And just so we're clear, the kitchen and that table are completely off limits if you two can't keep your hands off each other for an entire meal. I groan my embarrassment when they leave, but James is laughing silently, shoulders shaking, as he tries to hold it in. Stop laughing, I say. It's humiliating.
Not for me,
he says, encircling my waist and pulling me close. He plants a kiss on the top of my head.
Unfortunately, now we both have lots of time to fill.
Brian fired us for walking out during our shifts the other night. I can't say either of us is all that broken up about it.
What was that last bit Ginny said? I think she was suggesting the table or the counter.
I laugh. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's what she was trying to say. He kisses me, a sweet kiss that slowly slides into one that is less sweet and more purposeful. He lifts me up onto the counter.
Then let's start right here.
Chapter 57. L. Tuesday is the big day. I wake when it's still dark and rest my hand on James's chest, soothing myself with his even breathing and solidity. No matter how today turns out, I have him. It may take a while, but as long as I'm with him, I know everything will sort itself out eventually.
What time is it?
He asks. Not even 6, I whisper. Go back to sleep. He pulls me into him, kissing my forehead.
Why are you up?
Nervous, I sigh. He rolls toward me, completely awake now, and pushes my hair back from my face.
I think it's going to be okay,
He says.
I really do.
I nod, wishing I felt as confident as he does.
And worst case, we both drop out of school and go live in a cabin in the woods and forage for food until it all dies down.
He suggests.
And you'll probably get pregnant because we have nothing to do in the cabin but have sex all day. And we'll end up staying there like that hillbilly family on The Simpsons.
And here I was, thinking the worst case was divided public opinion. James's parents released the voicemails late yesterday afternoon, saying we needed to be sure we'd shut Edward down before he could put another alternate version of the truth out there. I spoke off the record to the New York Times. My name won't be mentioned, but it still seems to me that this could backfire. James reaches over to the nightstand and grabs his laptop. I wait, my heart pounding so hard that I swear I can feel it echo. As he pulls the article up, I feel increasingly convinced that this is going to go as badly for me as pretty much everything else has this summer. He scans the article briefly before he slides the laptop over with a small smile. I read and begin to relax. She's relayed the story like I did, following chronologically a little girl who believes herself surrounded by trustworthy adults, who continues to believe it long after it ceases to be true. And then she describes a system in which celebrities evade restraining orders and a whole network conspires to keep their big moneymaker free from harm. It doesn't just skewer Edward. It takes down the whole show, the network, even the justice system for failing to protect a citizen when there's a celebrity involved. If anything, Edward is almost unfairly vilified. He sounds like a pedophile who's been targeting me since childhood. Tears well up in my eyes as I finish the article.
Why are you crying?
James asks, mystified. I don't know. I laugh. It's just, I'd stopped believing things would ever be fair, that any part of the system still worked, and I'm so happy it does. Max makes us all breakfast, and we wait impatiently for the voicemails to air on morning TV. The anchors repeatedly promise the segment is coming up, and instead present us with hard-hitting features about a Jurassic Park-themed wedding, an 80-year-old completing her high school degree, and a fashion show with babies dressing up like historic figures. Finally, the female anchor does a live intro, putting on her very serious face to let viewers know this is important. Last June, rumors began to swirl about Edward Ferris, she intones. He was accused of having an affair with a 19-year-old intern. In truth, the affair was merely a figment of his imagination. And its center, a teenage girl he harassed and stalked to the point that she feared for her life. What you're about to hear next may shock you. I snort a laugh at this. Personally, I'm shocked to hear that I feared for my life. Then the voicemails begin playing, the words transcribed on the screen, in case anyone has missed a single crazy on top of crazy word. I wish I hadn't had to release them. It was necessary, but I could do without having the whole world know the things he thought about, even if most people don't know they were about me. Jesus, I can't believe he was saying that shit to you, says Ginny quietly. Why didn't you tell me? I raise a brow, and she nods. I guess I wouldn't have told me either. She pushes James's arm off me and puts hers in its place.
That guy is so fucked,
says Max. I wish that were true, but I'm not sure. Celebrities have come back from worse. It's announced that afternoon that Edward will take a leave of absence to deal with addiction issues. My guess is that they'll wait to see if he can recover from the bad publicity. And it's entirely possible he will. But all that matters is I will too. Chapter 58. L. By midday, every network except Edward's seems to be discussing him around the clock. Then it's a running gag on the late-night shows. One comedian does an entire skit dressed as Edward, pretending to hang outside a high school and ask girls to prom in his gravelly voice. Edward might have stood a chance at recovering from the whole thing if he'd followed the advice given to me, if he'd laid low, waited for it to die down. But instead, he insists he is coming into work, and he has to be removed from the building by security. And then he stands in front and announces to all the camera crews outside that he never left those voicemails. Not the best argument to make when the entire country recognizes your voice. So it seems safe to conclude that my gamble paid off. But there's one last hurdle to deal with: my father. No news has been released about his correspondent's position. And in this case, no news probably is not good news. I brace myself when he calls, for his anger and his threats, and possibly worse.
Eleanor, I saw your interview and heard the voicemails,
he says. His voice is stern, emotionless, a newscaster voice. I'm not going to apologize. His behavior this summer has shown me who he is. And if he refuses to pay for college now, he'll just be confirming it. I'll be okay, I'll be okay, I'll be okay. I'm not entirely sure I believe it, but I repeat it just the same.
You should have told me,
he says, and there's a tiny unevenness to his voice that I've never heard before.
How could you not have told me how bad it was?
For some reason, this unexpected shift, him acting like a parent for the first time in months, or even years, makes my eyes sting. I figured you knew, I whisper.
People who knew him far better than I are shocked. How could I have known?
I also didn't really think you'd care, I admit, and my voice begins to break. He pauses.
No matter what else is going on in my life,
he finally says,
you're still my daughter, and I love you.
As it turns out, the network has given him his job back. This, more than anything else, probably explains his sudden change of attitude, and the fact that he's finally invited me to his wedding. He's already sold the wedding photos to a tabloid, so I have a feeling this is going to be a part of his image rehabilitation campaign, which I really want nothing to do with. Then again, by November, an all-expenses-paid trip to Grand Cayman with my boyfriend might be pretty appealing. It feels as if the world is finally beginning to shift the right way, that all the pieces are falling into place. Things looked so grim at the start of the summer, and they were grim, but I'd forgotten this. It only takes one bright thing to light up the darkness, and that thing, for me, was James. He more than makes up for anything I've lost. Chapter 59. L.
You're going to chicken out,
James tells Ginny, saying what all of us think, but aren't brave enough to speak aloud. She snorts. You know a lot less than you think you do. I'm going upstairs to call him right now. Ginny decided to break up with Alex weeks ago, after she cheated on him the second time, but insisted she couldn't do it until he was back in the U.S. You just can't do that to someone, she said, as if he was a soldier deployed to Afghanistan, instead of a Dartmouth sophomore hanging out in Barcelona on his parents' dime. I think we all assumed it was step one of a strategy tentatively titled, "Don't ever break up with Alex." We wait, expecting her to come downstairs sheepish and excuse-laden. Instead, she comes down enraged. "He's an asshole," she hissed. "What's the matter?" I ask. "He cheated on me," she shouts. "He cheated on me with some bitch from Stanford." Ginny, you cheated on him too," I remind her. "Yeah, but he slept with her," she shouts. "That's different. And I asked him if he would have told me if I hadn't broken up with him, and he said probably not. He could have given me a disease." Ginny, you slept with someone else too," I say, trying not to laugh. Max steps forward with an odd, pinched look to his face.
You slept with someone?
He asks quietly. She puts her hands on her hips, suddenly defensive. "So?"
I can't believe you'd do something like that,
he says. For a moment, I assume he must be joking. But his voice isn't teasing. It's rife with disappointment, like she cheated on him. She rounds on him. "Seriously? You, the biggest whore in the tri-state area, are acting disappointed in me?"
I thought you had more self-control than that,
he says coolly. "You spent the whole summer buying me sex toys and talking about how I needed to bloom sexually," she protests. "So what's with the attitude?"
It was a joke. I didn't think you were actually going to do it,
he seethes. "Are you shitting me?" She laughs. "How unbelievably sexist. Why would you hold me to a different standard than hold yourself?"
Because I thought you were a better person than that,
he shouts.
I thought you were a better person than me.
He walks out the front door, slamming it so hard the windows shake. Ginny turns to us in shock. "What the hell is wrong with him? He never acts like that." I remember the time James practically ran out of the kitchen after we first kissed, and I find myself smiling the same way Max did all summer, every time James lost his shit. "Yes," I reply. "Isn't that interesting?"
Chapter 60. James. I told Ginny, after that phone call with my father weeks ago, that my suspicions were true. I'd rather not have told her, except I know my sister. It wasn't the kind of thing she was going to let go of without knowing for certain. She was angry, but she came to her senses eventually and recognized who should be held responsible. I wish to God I could say the same of my mother. She blamed Elle the night I went to Connecticut, and she continues to blame her to this day. I'm pretty sure she's going to land herself in the hospital again. And when it happens, I'm going to feel terrible. But I'm not losing Elle because of the people my parents have become. They got to make their own choices at my age, and I deserve that much too. What I don't understand, muses Elle one day, is why you had to agree to law school in order for your parents to help me. You said yourself it was easy for them. This is the point where I should tell her. If we stay together, and I'm 99.9% certain we will, I'll eventually have to. But right now, with her eyes glittering in the sun and her wide mouth about to stretch into a smile, I cannot. She's had so few truly carefree moments this summer. I want to give her just a few more, for as long as I can.
Chapter 61. Elle.
Our last few days together are bittersweet. I'm as happy as I've ever been, as long as I can stave off the pressing sadness of leaving James. In spite of the fact that he's deferred the FBI, he's happy too. I've never seen him so relaxed. I feel it coming, though, our impending separation. It pops into our conversations with increasing frequency. And as much as the distance bothers him, James is far more troubled by the fact that Ryan will be at Cornell with me all year, while he is not.
You know he's going to be writing you songs and shit,
James grouses one day, looking even more glum than his words indicate. You act like he's some kind of drug I can't resist, I tell him, plopping down onto his lap and kissing his neck. I press my thumb to the lines in his furrowed brow. We'll only be 4 hours apart. Besides, I have more to worry about with Allison than you do with Ryan.
With Allison?
He says with a laugh.
Now you're just making shit up.
She's evil, I insist. Like soap opera evil. I can totally see her drugging you and getting herself knocked up to trap you into marriage.
Never,
he says.
I'm going to suffer through the next year and stay 1,000,000 miles from her.
And all other girls, I interrupt.
And all other girls,
he continues.
And next summer we'll come back here and laugh about the agony you put me through all summer.
Agony I put you through? I laugh. What about my agony, Mr. L is too young? He continues as if I haven't spoken.
And since we'll have the whole house to ourselves, you can spend months and months making it up to me.
He kisses me, and I think of all my imagined futures, and his. The days and months and years each of us has spent working toward things that may no longer happen. But when James describes our future together, it doesn't have the same ephemeral quality my other dreams had. It's real, as solid as the memory of something I've already lived through, as palpable as the thing that's tied me to him since I was a child. We'll have to invite Max and Jenny, I tease. They'll definitely be a couple by then. He shudders.
You're destroying my fantasy.
I think maybe they'd be perfect together, I argue.
I really need you to stop talking,
he insists. But seriously, James, don't you think? His mouth closes over mine as he stands, scooping me up as he heads for his room. I grin. What are you doing?
Shutting you up before I require years of therapy,
he says.
You forced my hand.
I'd apologize. I sigh happily as the door shuts behind us. But I'm not really sorry.
Yes,
he says as he throws me on the bed and whips off his shirt.
I didn't figure you were.
This concludes No One But Us by Elizabeth O'Rourke, narrated by Stephanie Wiles and Rock Engel. Copyright 2013 by Elizabeth O'Rourke. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Elizabeth O'Rourke, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
इंस्टाग्रामवर भावानं पोरगी पटवली इंस्टाग्रामवर भावानं पोरगी पटवली केव्हाच खोललंय अकाउंट त्याला खोलून झाला महिना तिला तिला देतो या रिक्वेस्ट एकीचा रिप्लाय ती येईना केव्हाच खोललंय अकाउंट त्याला खोलून झाला महिना तिला तिला देतो या रिक्वेस्ट एकीचा रिप्लाय ती येईना पाहून एकीचा डीपी डोळ्यात साठवली पाहून एकीचा डीपी डोळ्यात साठवली इंस्टाग्रामवर भावानं पोरगी पटवली इंस्टाग्रामवर भावानं पोरगी पटवली इतक्यात आली रिक्वेस्ट ती वयानं भरली मोठी कोणाच्या लमाचं पाप देवा घेतो का कसोटी आली रिक्वेस्ट ती वयानं भरली मोठी कोणाच्या लमाचं पाप देवा घेतो का कसोटी झाला डोक्याला ताप माझ्या कशी बशी मी कटवली झाला डोक्याला ताप माझ्या कशी बशी मी कटवली स्नॅप चॅटवर भावानं पोरगी पटवली स्नॅप चॅटवर भावानं पोरगी पटवली माझी तळमळ कळाली जशी हवी होती मला तशीच मिळाली उशिरा का होईना माझी तळमळ कळाली जशी हवी होती मला तशीच मिळाली मयशी केला विषय पूर्ण सनित चिंता मिटवली मयशी केला विषय पूर्ण सनित चिंता मिटवली इंस्टाग्रामवर भावानं पोरगी पटवली इंस्टाग्रामवर भावानं पोरगी पटवली सोशल मीडियावरती भावानं पोरगी पटवली सोशल मीडियावरती भावानं पोरगी पटवली
Haven't even gotten to my cubicle before my path is blocked by Stacy, the producer who dislikes me most. I wish I could say her rudeness is a surprise, but I can't. It's not just interns who resent Edward's partiality. What is going on? I ask as she pushes me toward a conference room and shuts the door behind us. I guess you haven't seen today's paper, she asks. I begin to think of ways to defend myself, but the fact that I stayed out late to watch my ex-boyfriend's band play doesn't sound particularly admirable. No, I reply. Not yet. Well, you're in there, she says, throwing it at me. You and Edward, leaving a restaurant together. I shrug. Edward is one of the most famous news personalities in the country. He's always in the paper. I'm not seeing the problem. The problem, she says between her teeth, as her hand lands heavily on the table, is that lead anchors don't take interns to dinner for no reason. And the fact that you're sleeping with him is hardly a well-kept secret. Sleeping with him? I stammer. That's ridiculous. I'm 19. And he's my father's age. She rolls her eyes. As if that stops anyone. The two of you have been seen in public at least 3 times since you started. Doesn't that strike you as excessive? It's actually been more than that, if you include coffee. But that doesn't seem like a helpful contribution to our discussion. No, I argue. You know he worked with my dad. It just seemed unusually thoughtful. She rolls her eyes again, and I'm beginning to see why mothers loathe this habit in their teenage daughters. I've worked with Edward Ferris for 10 years, and he's a lot of things, but unusually thoughtful isn't one of them. Her implication is ridiculous. I remember me as a little girl, spinning on his desk chair until I was dizzy. How he brought me all of the chocolates left on his pillow when we stayed in the same hotel, and help me construct castles with them. I could tell her these things, but only guilty people offer elaborate defenses, and I am definitely not guilty. I've known him since I was an infant. Nothing happened.
Didn't he invite you to the Hamptons? She says. Even people in the office heard that.
I shrug. I didn't go. He said something about how I'd like his son. I think he wanted to set me up.
Eleanor, his son is 5. And he's with Edward's wife in France all summer.
Oh. I stare at her blankly, trying to come up with an alternate explanation. He was telling me how fun the beach there was in the summer, especially for kids my age. And then he said,
I'd like you to meet my son. I think you'd really hit it off.
Nope. Not seeing any indication there that his son was 5. Suddenly, I see my 2 weeks here with him through a new lens. The hugs that went on slightly too long. The uncomfortable things he said that I ignored. Telling me I wore the hell out of a skirt and had a mouth that men dream about. And last night at dinner, when he suggested that his apartment was right around the corner and I should just stay there, I thanked him and laughed, telling him my dad's place was nearby and I was going out anyway. I glance at the paper, which shows Edward and me leaving per se last night, with a headline that clearly makes us out to be a couple. And it finally hits me. Everyone who has seen this photo and recognized me now thinks I'm sleeping with my very famous, very married boss. I've heard enough of my father's stories to know my internship is over, whether I'm innocent or not. The guy who pulls in viewers matters more to the network than some stupid teenage girl he wanted to screw. Can you help place me at another show? I ask quietly. Summer just began. There must be something else available. Stacy may hate me, but it seems they owe me at least this much. No matter what the country believes, this was definitely not my fault. I need to intern somewhere.
I'm sorry, she says,
her words undermined somewhat by the vicious glee in her tone.
We won't be able to help you. We need you to stay out of the spotlight.
Fine, I snap. Good thing my dad has his own show. And that's when she lowers the other boom. That's when she tells me my father's days are numbered too.
Where are you?
My father barks in lieu of a greeting. I just got back to the apartment, I reply. They fired me.
Well, if you'd answered my calls, you'd have known not to go there in the first place, he says. Pack your stuff and get the first train to D.C. If anyone asks you about me, say nothing. I need you out of the spotlight ASAP.
What if they ask about me, Dad? I reply with a sharp edge to my voice I know he'll resent. I'm in just as much trouble as you.
You're 19. No one cares about you. And it's not your contract in jeopardy. It's mine.
So it's true? About you and the production assistant? The production assistant who is engaged to your next in command?
It'll blow over. These things always do. But not if you're there handing them quotes. So not a word, Elle. I mean it.
But is it true, Dad? You got her pregnant?
Yes, but that's not relevant right now.
It's kind of relevant to me. You're married, in case you'd forgotten.
We filed for divorce last month,
he says with a heavy exhale, as if I'm wearying him with my off-topic questions.
What matters now is that you don't make things worse. Get to the townhouse and stay put until I've gotten my contract back.
I have to work, I insist. It doesn't have to be on Edward's show, but can't you get me?
I don't think you get it, Elle. he snaps. Your work this summer will be staying indoors and keeping your mouth shut. Your only work.
What if my name comes up? They've already printed my picture.
It'll blow over. You know what won't blow over? My unemployment, if we play our cards wrong.
He hangs up. Had I been an employee, he at least would have said goodbye. But I, his only daughter, don't even get that courtesy. I'm still staring at the phone when Jenny calls. Jenny Campbell has been my best friend since our first day of preschool, when we were the only girls in the class who didn't want to play this completely pointless game called Unicorn Fairy that involved a lot of running around and neighing. We spent that entire year taking over the small playhouse on the playground, where I'd interview her while she pretended she was a judge, yelling, "You're out of order!" at 20-second intervals. Her nanny let her watch a lot more Judge Judy than her parents realized. And even though my parents moved from Connecticut when I was 14, and we've only seen each other for a rare week here and there since, our friendship has survived, as if I never left. I saw the paper. Those are the first words out of her mouth, before I've said anything at all. I groan, burying my face in my hand. If Jenny, who's spending the summer in a sleepy town on the Delaware coast, has seen it, everyone has seen it. They didn't mention you by name, she soothes. I can't believe you were sleeping with Edward Ferris and never even told me. God, Jenny, of course I wasn't sleeping with him. He's my freaking dad's age. Well, he's still mega hot, she counters. As is your dad. The fact that Jenny lusts after my father is, I think, significantly ickier than my crush on her brother. I throw myself onto my bed and pull a pillow over my face as I tell her the rest of it. All the other things that would have been devastating on their own, but now almost seem mundane compared to my own spectacular implosion. So now I've got no internship, and my father's going to make me spend the summer locked away out of sight while he prepares for the birth of his new child. She's silent. I can almost see her there, brow furrowed, eyes focused. Jenny is never without a plan for long. You need to come here, she finally says with utter certainty. Spend the summer with me at the beach. You'll be away from the press that way, and honestly, you deserve this. You've never once had a normal teenage summer. You've spent every break since you were 14 wearing a suit and working your ass off. If it's really all ruined anyway, then fuck it. Come out here and act like a normal teenager for once in your life. What will I do for a job? You can work with me, she says. Not at the senator's office. My dad had to sell a kidney to get me that job. But they're always hiring at the bar. The bar you said made the Hooters uniform look professorial? I ask with a tearful laugh. Come on, it'll be fun. James and his best friend from undergrad are here too. It's pathetic, but even in the midst of personal crisis, my heart starts fluttering at the mention of her brother. James is gorgeous, but he is so much more than that. He is brilliant and ambitious, currently in the process of completing a law degree and a master's in international finance simultaneously. But most of all, he's the one person other than Jenny who's been consistently kind to me my entire life. Why is James even there? I ask. I thought he was interning at your dad's law firm. Long story, she sighs. Tell me you'll come, and we'll have all summer to bemoan my brother's terrible judgment. I'm not sure when I first fell in love with James. All I know is it came long before I should have been thinking about boys. It came before my first sleepover, memorable solely because James was, OMG, in the very next room. It came before my first communion. Memorable solely because I wanted James to see my new white dress. Almost every memory I hold is like a pendulum with James at its axis. He came before everything else.
I'm going to marry Bobby Sanchez,
Ginny would whisper to me during recess. I'm going to marry your brother, I'd whisper back. Her side of the conversation varied over the years. Bobby became Ryan Wessling, who turned into Adam Goldfarb, and then other boys, a new one each month. But my side of the conversation, it always stayed the same. James Campbell, James Campbell, James Campbell. That was a long time ago, of course. The last time I saw him, I was 14, and he, 6 years older, barely noticed me. But even to this day, I still wait for Ginny's small references to him, like a dog panting for a treat. And sometimes at night, just as I'm dozing off, it's his face I see, and my brain seems to chant his name, as if insisting that I not forget. I should say no when Ginny suggests the beach. I should do as my father has asked, given that once this dies down, he'll probably be able to find me another job. But the part of my brain that still dreams about James is the part that says go, ready to abandon every last whisper of ambition for a boy I haven't laid eyes on in 5 years.
Chapter 2. James. This will all be yours one day. I'm sure my grandfather thought I'd be excited to hear those words, his hand landing on my shoulder like a weight. Except I was a kid, and I didn't want to inherit a law firm. I didn't want to sit behind a sterile wall of glass, pecking away at a computer all day. The words felt like a burden, one I thought I might grow accustomed to. But I'm 25. The words still weigh as heavily on me now as they did then. My mother calls. I answer reluctantly, knowing she'll say the same shit I've heard every day since I left. I don't know why I waited so long to tell my parents the truth. I suppose because until I interned at the firm last summer, I didn't fully realize it myself. I just don't understand how you could do this to us right now, she says, an oblique reference to my grandfather's death last winter. This is the time you need to think of someone other than yourself. My grandfather's death hit all of us hard, and made it impossible for me to tell my parents what I'd intended to, that my plans and theirs no longer coincide. Leaving the internship like I did was selfish, and what I'm planning to do now is even more so. But I can't seem to stop myself. I'm sorry, Mom, I tell her. I tried. I just couldn't spend another summer in that office. What exactly do you think being a lawyer is? She asks, exasperation sharpening her voice. Once you're an associate, it isn't going to suddenly involve a keg and football games, James. This is what your life is going to be, day in and day out. No, it's not, Mom. But you don't know that yet. When she finally realizes the conversation is going nowhere, she gives up and instead asks about my sister, once again affirming that Max, our roommate for the summer, knows how young she is and is not going to try anything. I laugh wearily as I assure her it isn't an issue. Max is 25. He's no more interested in dating a college freshman than I am. Ginny finds me on the back deck after I've hung up the phone. Did she say anything to you about the internship? I roll my eyes. She's barely capable of discussing anything else. I can't say I blame her, James. I mean, people would kill for that chance, and you just walked away. It troubles me that no one seems to understand. Allison, Ginny, my parents, they all think I'm making a mistake. When enough people think you're wrong, you usually are. Well, look on the bright side. If I don't go back, you get the whole thing to yourself. Except I don't want it, she argues, and if you bail, it's all going to fall on me. We sit there for a minute in silence. I could tell her what I keep telling myself, that there's a limit to what she owes our family. But I know it won't fly. I'm disturbed by my mother's illness, but Ginny is devastated by it. She can't imagine doing anything to make it worse, and both of us bailing on the family would definitely make it worse. By the way, Ginny says, I think Elle is coming down. I stiffen, hoping I've misheard. Elle Grayson? I ask, and she nods. For how long? The summer, she chirps. Her parents want her to lay low for a while, until the Edward thing dies down. Fuck. Did you tell Mom? I ask quietly. Ginny shakes her head. I have no idea what's crawled up her ass about Elle and her parents, but ever since she got sick, it's like she hates their whole family. I'll tell her. I'm just kind of dreading it. I mean, really, why should it matter to her if Elle is here? I agree with Ginny that based on what we know, it shouldn't matter. But I also know it will matter. And I have a sneaking suspicion about why that is.
Chapter 3. Elle. The guy sitting across the aisle spends an hour of the train ride to D.C. pretending he's not staring at me, before he finally bridges the distance between us.
Has anyone ever told you,
He begins.
that you look just like Kelly Evans?
Yes, everyone ever has told me I look like Kelly Evans. I've heard that a few times.
I mean, look at her,
He says, holding his phone aloft. I glance over at it. Long blonde hair, high cheekbones, a mouth that is slightly too full. I know the face well.
It's uncanny,
He continues.
I've spent the past hour trying to figure out if you were her, but I think she must be in her 30s by now.
Actually, she is 44, so she'd be thrilled to hear his guess. I'd probably even share it with her, if she'd answer her phone. I cab from Union Station to Georgetown, arriving at the townhouse to find it vacant. It's times like this that I long for normal parents, the kind capable of providing comfort, or even, merely, the kind capable of returning my calls. Then again, if I did have parents at home, there'd be someone to stop me from taking their Porsche. It's not a long drive, about 3 hours, most of it in Maryland. I should be spending it worried about the internship, about the possibility that my name will get out to the press. Pathetically, I instead spend it thinking about James. The boy